on any side of the court.
Ken Rybakina, if you're just tuning in, up 1-4. She's returning 15:30, 20 minutes in. This is the sixth game of the opening set. Again, we're closing in at the top of the hour to jet inside Arthur Ashe Stadium, where the 32 seed Luciana Didari of Italy, born in Argentina, tussles with the 2 seed Carlos Alcaraz, the 5-time major champ. Remember his first title, the 2022 U.S. Open over Ruud. We'll get to the matchup in a little bit. At a 15:30 point, Rybakina up 1-4. Ball is errant by Rybakina. And it will be 15:40. A couple of break chances here off this momentum by Rybakina.
Rybakina is really picking on the second serve. That is just landing in her body. And she, especially on that ad side, where Rybakina's inside-out forehand, causing a lot of trouble on Raducanu's backhand, where she has to bend over, belly down, to try to retrieve the shot.
Chances to break here for Rybakina to go up 5-1. Raducanu jets that into the right to Rybakina off the line. Raducanu misses. Another break, a commanding 5-1 lead for Rybakina over Raducanu. We'll step aside, we'll shift to the Didari Alcaraz third round match at Ashe when we continue on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. From the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, welcome to Day 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open. We are jetting inside beautiful Arthur Ashe Stadium on this 72-degree afternoon. It is the first meeting of the 32 seed Luciana Didari against the 2 seed Carlos Alcaraz. Didari searching for his first round of 16 appearance at a major. It's the second time he's advanced to the third round at a major, having done so at Wimbledon, where he lost to Thompson. As for Alcaraz, the 2022 U.S. Open champ, looking to make the round of 16 for the fourth time
here on Ashe. You've said in the past you actually prefer that. What do you love about a day session?
Well, I think everything is earlier, which is great. But I just love playing under the sun sometimes, and I think that the people here are really good as well. Not as good, as this night session, but they're always, really nice. So it's always great playing the day session.
It seems like you've been very comfortable no matter what time of day you're playing. Describe your confidence level right now.
Well, it's pretty high. I just feeling great. Just feeling great. The ball hitting well. The results has been good lately as well, which has helped for the confidence. So I just wanted to step on the court, showing a great tennis. That I think I'm just moving well, and I'm feeling great. So let's see.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
New York, here we go. Please welcome the players for today's first third-round match. He's won 3 titles this year alone. From Italy, Luciano Didari.
Andy Taylor bringing them out onto the court. Didari has had a strong 2025. 3 of his 4 titles won this year, all of them on clay. How will he transition on hard courts? We'll see. A daunting task against his opponent and former U.S. Open champ.
2022 U.S. Open and reigning Roland Garros champion, Carlos Alcaraz.
So here comes Carlitos, who blitzed past Bellucci in nearly a flawless match, Patricia. 1-3. He has not dropped a set yet. He beat Opelka 4-5-4 in round one, and here he goes for the first meeting against the Italian Dederi today.
Boy, I tell you, I noticed that haircut. The hair is coming through. So, I don't know what to say. How would you coach an opponent playing against Alcaraz, who is on top of his game as far as all the matches I've seen him play? He's relaxed. He's focused, he's moving well, and he's picking the spots extremely well. So I don't know what to say, but I like, the preview or on-court interview by Dederi. He's confident, he feels good, and we'll see how that match will take him.
Confidence should bode him well. It's just his second U.S. Open main draw appearance. He lost to Sebastian Baez in the first round last year. 2 years ago, Dederi fell in the first round of qualies here. Again, he made the third round at Wimbledon. He fell to Jordan Thompson there. In total, this is just his seventh Grand Slam main draw appearance. And to me, Patricia, and take me through if you were the coach at Dederi. To me, it's like you have nothing to lose against Alcaraz. Play free, swing out, see what happens. How would you dissect it in the Dederi camp?
Oh, and I definitely think the Dederi camp should have just, put you in that box. You're absolutely right, Dave. Nothing to lose. Swing and have fun out there. You have to believe that you are on stage, because you have the abilities. This is going to be a fun match, a testing match, and we'll see where it goes, And having the players to just gauge the level against Alcaraz and just see, what is next, and what can you do right now. All he can do is, start with the serve and continue to grind it out with what he knows best on the court. He's a feisty competitor.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he will do against the five-time major champion Carlos Alcaraz. But you remember, as well as he's done this year on tour, 6 of his 22 titles won this year. Carlitos did have a hiccup last year. He lost in the second round to Botic van de Zandschulp. Let's hear from Carlos on how he dealt from that loss and how he's overcome that to his success this go around.
When I lost in the second round, last year was one of those moments that I learned a lot, how to deal with some situations, how should I have done, the things much better. And I think I've just done it this year much better. So it was a great experience that I learned a lot from. I always set up some goals at the beginning of the match for my game, return well, serve well, first ball, whatever it is, and I'm trying to do it. So obviously you have to see the opponent. Obviously you have to make some tactics about how should I play against an opponent. But most of the time I'm thinking about just myself, just about playing my best, trying to improve the things that I've been doing wrong in the previous matches, previous tournaments, whatever. My full attention is just about myself.
Well, I think it's clear to see that Carlos has overcome that loss, and I think that only helps him moving forward in his young career. He's won 9 straight matches on hard courts coming into this third-round matchup with a spot to the round of 16 on the line.
And losses are one of the greatest teachers, and he was burned out. I saw some of those matches. He was burnt out and he was not happy, and he had those frustrations that he took out on the court, and so, but it's good to see you recover. He's human. He was a teenager and he's young, the ups and downs, but now we see a new reset Carlos coming forward.
All right, so let's step aside. When we return, we will have the first serve of Luciano Dederi against the 2-seed Carlos Alcaraz. That and a lot more next on an exciting Day 6. This is U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to a very exciting Day 6 here at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. I'm Prim Siripipat. We're live here at Louis Armstrong Stadium. I'm sitting over here courtside in the whisper section, so excuse my low voice. But right now, the 9th seed, Elena Rybakina, has a commanding 6-1 lead over Emma Raducanu. She won the opening set in 27 minutes. Just going over some of the stats, she won 82% of her first serve points, 11 winners to just Raducanu's 1. She did have more unforced errors, but Dave, Leno, and Patricia, he in studio, I mean, guys, this is such a fantastic performance by Rybakina.
She has looked so calm out there. I've mentioned several times, Prim, thank you for the update, how well she has graced and moved inside the court, taking it on the rise. The forehand has looked clinical today for Rybakina. As we're about to start, Prim, and everybody listening from around the world on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, it's Dave Leno, Patricia He. You just heard from Prim Siripipat and our entire fantastic crew. We're so grateful you're tuning in, whether on the U.S. Open app, usopen.org, SiriusXM, channel 982. Just search on the SiriusXM app, U.S. Open Tennis. Also on TuneIn worldwide. You can watch us behind the scenes on usopen.org as well, clicking the watch feature at the top of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships website. Don't forget, if you're coming to site later today or for the remainder of the tournament, to grab your Amex radios as well. Alcaraz will start out serving against Luciano Dideri. It is the first meeting between these two for a spot to the round of 16 on the line. Alcaraz booms this serve into the middle of the net. Second serve coming from Carlos Alcaraz, who topped Opelka and Belici. Second serve dips in. The Alcaraz-Dideri matchup is underway on Ash. Goes right down the middle. Dideri fights it off with a backhand. Outside of the court, Alcaraz, comfortable backhand, low part of the net, cross court, he gets there. Dideri shifts to his right. He's a forehand miss by Alcaraz, the server, at love 15.
Long, extensive rallies. That's what Dideri likes. That's how he likes to play. He's a clay courter, as you noted earlier, Dave. So trying to transition that onto this quick hard courts at the U.S. Open, it is going to be a task that he's going to have to manage, because everything he does, Alcaraz is a little bit better. So far, though, he is 1 point up.
We're also live on YouTube as well on the U.S. Open Tennis's YouTube account. We welcome everybody watching. Patricia and I behind the scenes, too, from our studio. Forehand is good. Inside out forehand. The left foot was in front of the right. He twisted that Babolat racket with plenty of topspin, low part of the net. Juan Carlos Ferrero, the coach of Alcaraz, has to like that at 15 all. And like I said, to open up this matchup, I thought in particular against the Italian Bellucci, it was nearly a flawless match.
Well,
for Carlos.
It's just really confidence, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, he comes in and just understanding what you can do. And that is, it's a confidence builder. You know, that's what players, when we see them struggling, for example, is when they are not confident with skills, and once you know what you can do, you come toe-to-toe with the opponent, and it doesn't matter whom. That's when you see the fight is on.
Remember his first Grand Slam title, 2022 U.S. Open against Casper Ruud, when Alcaraz won in 4. That catapulted him to winning a couple titles at Wimbledon and back-to-back Roland Garros crowns. And at the backhand here of Dideri, who's there outside of the court in the midst of a 30-15 point Dideri. Darts to his right. Flat backhand, good. Alcaraz, middle of the court. Twists the hips, inside-out forehand to the left of Dideri. Is over to the ad side, misses the backhand. Another point to Carlos Alcaraz at 40-15, and Dideri is going up into the service box. What is he looking at here, Patricia? Maybe something in the net?
Could be.
It could be that camera into the lead court. I see the chair umpire going down to the court on Ash. And something that bothered the 32 seed Dideri, 23, from Italy, born in Argentina. Career high at 32 earlier this month, if you're not familiar with Dideri, against Alcaraz. He's the one returning. Game points for Carlos. Serve and volley. Backhand volley good for Carlos. Due side of the court open as Dideri came into the service box on the outside, and an easy hold for Alcaraz despite losing the first point, garners 4 consecutive and takes the opening game.
A comfortable first game for Carlos. Daderi actually, right off the bat, not playing like a clay quarter, but he was hitting harder on those shots.
So let me ask you from your coaching perspective, you're playing against a guy in Daderi who's about to serve after this changeover right now. Again, this is a third round matchup. If you're just tuning in, Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Siripat on the call. So it's a clay court guy that's won 3 titles this year, all 250 events. If you're Carlos's camp, you're playing against a good mover, but maybe someone that is up and down on hard courts. How would you play against Daderi, a guy that's successful on clay and then questionable on the other surfaces?
Mix it up.
Okay.
You know, do the variations, mix it up, take the ball early, take charge inside the court. Depth matters. Because from you know, if you get the depth going, then you're pushing the player behind the net, and that allows you to come forward, which we have seen Alcaraz now being very comfortable at the net and with drop shots as one of his weapons.
Daderi serving. Patricia, thank you for that explanation. After the change of service, Alcaraz misses the backhand, first point of the second game. Again, you're listening to Daderi against Alcaraz. Daderi gets the point here at 15-love. Again, he's serving just 4 minutes in. He fell in qualies, as I documented from the outset in the first round here 2 years ago. Lost in the first round to Baez last year. 3 titles, Umag, Bastad, and Marrakech, all on clay this year. 3 of the 4 titles won this year. So he's having a fantastic clay court season. Forehand is whipped and missed off the thrashing forehand. The left foot in front of the right. Big turn, but Alcaraz blasted that long. 2 consecutive points won by the server Daderi at 30-love.
Alcaraz wants to dictate shots. He doesn't want to just roll the ball around. He wants to go to the net, and that's something that we've seen more and more from Alcaraz, putting in that drop shot, coming in forward, and you can only do that when you have penetrating shots from the ground strokes.
Can Alcaraz held to start off this match, Patricia? That's the backhand right down the middle, fought off the backhand wing to Daderi, goes up the line, just misses. It feathers long, cradles into the doubles alley deuce side. The point to Alcaraz at 30-15 against Daderi, who's a former top 10 junior. Started out last year, Patricia, at 128. Broke into the top 100 in February of this year, cradled inside to the top 50. We mentioned the clay court success in May.
And that's where I love clay court matches for development because you have to know how to construct points. And we see a lot of Europeans brought up on clay courts and South Americans where the only thing, and I do believe they construct the points better, by the way. And contrast that to your North American players who are brought up more on hard courts and indoors where they have to, because of the court surface, it dictates a little bit how you play.
And I agree because you're seeing that a lot with Italian tennis. We have an Italian tennis player right now in Daderi at 30 all. In fact, 9 Italian men are in the top 86 on tour. And I know you and I have discussed for a multitude of years about all the challengers, right, in Europe and a lot of clay court competitions as well. As Alcaraz misses a forehand return, it's a game point for Daderi. I think all those events, I know we have a lot of hard court challengers in the United States, but all those clay court events, I think it attests to why a lot of these European players are blossoming on both the women's and the men's tours.
You're absolutely right. In my opinion, we could have more.
Yeah.
We could have more of the challengers and the ITF levels in North America because at the end of the day, it's the number of matches that helped build your confidence and not just wins. And we are now hearing, and I'm actively on tour, Dave. I'm seeing a lot of players, they are not afraid to play at the lower tier. Now, there's a limit to how low you can go play. But, a lot of these tour players will opt to go play the challengers for matches, or challenger tour players will opt to go play a few ITF level matches just to get these matches day in and day out because it's the competitive edge that's what, and you can only get competitive when you compete.
Well, I love that getting match fitness. I think that's paramount and of utter importance. Speaking of someone, though, that is having a lack of confidence right now, how about Daderi had a game point? He just double faulted back-to-back times, Patricia. It leads to a break chance for Carlos Alcaraz. A little pressure here for Daderi. First serve booms, and it's a backhand missed off the return of Alcaraz. So that should settle to Derry after back-to-back doubles to get us to deuce in the second game.
And that's a good sign when you break point out. That's a great bounce back, double faulting a deuce, and then to come out with a huge serve, first serve. And that really tells you the confidence level he's at.
Absolutely. Deuce game here to Derry, down love one. If you're just tuning in, we're inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Siripipat, our entire crew for day 6 of the U.S. Open. Into the backhand slice of Alcaraz, middle of the court to Derry, opts for the safety ball, low part of the net, but the top spin is long off the forehand wing off the next exchange from the Italian. It's the second break chance, Patricia, for Alcaraz to go up 2-love.
Not under any pressure whatsoever in that last point. That Derry cannot afford to just miss shots like that.
He's camping out in the middle of the court on those longer baseline exchanges. What I've noticed, I know we're just getting underway, Patricia. First serve, Wales in, a T serve. Alcaraz fights it off. Caterpillars off the net from the Derry. Carlos with an easy sitter. Beautiful transition on the approach. Gets the break and is up 2-love over to Derry to start this third round match.
Alcaraz moves so efficiently, transitioning from the baseline onto the shorter court so effectively and taking your time. A lot of time players rush through those mid-court shot, but when you can take your time, put a little spin on it just like Alcaraz did, and letting it deep, a lot of times you get a winner out of that shot.
Just want to give you an update, Patricia, on the Bonzi-Rinderknecht match. Bonzi did capture that opening set on Stadium 17. We thought that's going to be a good, testy one, right? 6-4, Bonzi took it in the first set, but that one could go very long out there.
That could be another 4 hour. Look, listen, when we have our morning picks, right? My first pick, I like to stay with my underdogs, Struff, Bonzi, but since we can only pick one, so I have to go with Struff. So hopefully Bonzi comes through, then I get to pick him again tomorrow or the next day.
Yeah. 15-love here for Alcaraz. Third game of this opening set on Ashe. He wails back, tussles forward, and the forehand is jousted to the bottom of the net off the errant return of Derry. Getting to his right a little bit late with the racket head speed getting around Patricia there. Leads to an Alcaraz point at 30-love. Alcaraz just broke to Derry if you're just tuning in. Third game of this opening set. First serve, sprees into the middle of the net. Ball crew in their Ralph Lauren gear will collect. Second serve as Alcaraz twists the Babolat racket over his right shoulder, extends through. The serve is good into the backhand of Derry, camped out in the middle of the court, leads to a backhand high part of the net and a flat one. Good by Carlos, and he's looking for the love hold, up 40-love and 2-love in the opening set.
And you cannot have a more confident backhand than what Alcaraz just did. Very comfortable in firing up both sides with a lot of pace.
He jets back, he rushes forward, and rams us into the backhand here of Derry in the midst of a 40-love point. Backhand slice, bottom of the net from Carlos. Tried to go adjacent to the chair umpire to swerve that towards the deuce side, Patricia. Narrowly missed the point to the Italian Derry at 40-15 now. Carlos in a full Nike kit. His maroon Nike sneakers with a pink swoosh just behind the baseline. Left foot in front of the right brings them together. Good body serve, and unable to handle that right at the belly button. Trying to block it back was Derry to no avail. And it's Carlos Alcaraz up 3-love over to Derry. We'll step aside. We'll continue the matchup. Have updates on day 6. This is U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
We welcome you back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. A beautiful day here over at the 2025 U.S. Open. I'm Prim Sripapat, live at Louis Armstrong Stadium. I'm sitting courtside and in the Whisper section, watching the 9th seed, Elena Rybakina, taking on the 2021 U.S. Open titleist, Emma Raducanu. This time around, though, Rybakina, this has been nothing but her match. Right now, she's up 6-1, 3-1. She's just striking the ball so insanely well, very clean, very crisp. And Dave Leno and Patricia He, you guys watching in the studio, I mean, the one thing that I've also noticed is not only she's just hitting the ball so clean, but the placement on her ground strokes, she has an ability to change direction so well. There's an inside-out winner by Raducanu, and the crowd cheers for her because they want to see more tennis. I mean, we are only 47 minutes in, and we're not too far away. If Rybakina keeps this up, this one's going to end very quickly, but we'll keep you updated by fantastic tennis by Rybakina.
And, you know, we saw like, you know, Emma has such great service games, you know, ground strokes coming into the third round, Dave, and I'm sure they're probably, but to me though, so far, it's like she looks a little bit flat-footed. Now, her shots, she's not making her shots. Her movement is not as crisp as the other two matches. But really, I think that's just due to the depth of the shots making by Rybakina. She is right off the bat from the very first point. She's getting Raducanu on the move, not letting her settle down and not letting her inside the court to dictate.
Agreed. She's a lot on the defensive side, right? Not turning that defense into offense for Raducanu. Well said, Patricia. She hasn't had a break chance against Rybakina, to you and Prim's documentation there. 3 of 6 on break points converted for Rybakina. All right, so Prim will continue to update us on that match as we trickle back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium on this day 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Sripapat in the midst of a 40-15 game. If you're just tuning into this matchup on Ashe, third round match, Alcaraz against Dideri, and a chance for Dideri to get on the board at 45. Alcaraz forehand slice up the line. Dideri answers with a backhand slice, inside out forehand, missing by Alcaraz. At last, the Italian Dideri gets on the board. Carlos still up the break, Patricia, 3-1 in this opening set on Ashe.
3-1, first set.
Oh, I could not translate that. I'm always interested to hear what coaches from the box, you know, says to the players. But Dideri, I'm sure, is very, very happy to be on the scoreboard.
You can hear from the box of Dideri, them saying from Italian to English, don't use the whole arm and stay on the outside. All right. Okay, here we go with the forehand here for Dideri, right to the left, and it's missed by Alcaraz. Alcaraz here up 3-1 in this opening set, vying to get back into the round of 16 at the U.S. Open for the 4th time and the first time since 2023. We documented from the outset last year, the unthinkable happened, right? He lost in the second round to Botic van de Zandschulp. Dideri, forehand, missed again. He was on his back right foot that time, Patricia. Kind of hopped when he took that swing, and it's Alcaraz up 30-love and up the break 3-1 opening set.
Now, Dideri is not known for his power. He's a clay courter, likes to move the ball around with a lot of topspin, but he's being pressured by the pace that he's getting from Carlos, so he feels like he has to overhit, and he is overhitting, not finding the perimeter of the court.
30-love point, Patricia here. Dideri camped out towards the deuce side. He took one hop to his right, and Carlos hit a kick T serve, and Dideri like getting to his left. That was questionable footwork and movement from the returner Dideri, and it leads to game points here for Alcaraz trying to hold it love.
I think that Derek got a little upset with his box, telling him, because he missed 2 shots right off, and then he looked at his box, questionable, almost a questionable look.
Wow. Again, he's returning on the shaded side. Booms the back end of the service box to the deuce side. Slice back end, good for Alcaraz. Chipped by Dideri, has the forehand, hat high. Alcaraz right down the line, good. That is too easy for Carlos Alcaraz. up 4-1 over Daderi.
How can you get more
Alcaraz
confident than
leads
that? It was
4
such a
games to
fun
1,
point
first
for
set.
Alcaraz. He was completely off the side on his back and in the green part, and he threw in his backward drop shot.
Welcome back inside Arthur Ashe Stadium. Dave Leno, Patricia Heap, Prim Siripipat. You can follow our coverage from first ball to last on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express on the U.S. Open app. Free to download on the app. You click more at the bottom right. Then you see a radio tab, middle of your screen. Click that radio tab. It's just that easy. Also on USOpen.org, the official website of the U.S. Open, SiriusXM, channel 982. We're live behind the scenes on USOpen.org and YouTube as well under the U.S. Open Tennis's accounts. All right, picking up this 1-4 game, 6 game of this opening set to Derry, tilting with Alcaraz in the midst of a 15-love point. Alcaraz, the forehand to the left of Derry on the outside of the court, has the backhand, then the forehand missed deep into the court by Carlos. He was several steps behind the baseline. I felt like Patricia on his back foot there, even though he is up 1-4 on Derry, but it's 30-love in this game.
The best point from Daderi so far, Dave, because he likes to extend the rallies and hit with loopy shots, but for 5 games, he felt like he had to flatten it out and just playing, outside of what he's comfort with. In that point, though, he was in his comfort, just spinning the ball around.
As the backhand tried to go up the high part of the net and misses on the stretch. His left foot extended by about a foot from his right. Derry did well to use both sides of the court. He's looking for a love hold, which would be a second hold of this opening set.
Yes, and he continues to have a higher trajectory that you expect a lot of clay quarters do, and just stay with him. The shot tolerance is going to be a lot higher from Alcaraz, but that doesn't mean you have to go away with your normal game plan.
Alcaraz is the backhand slice return on a stretch. A sitting forehand approach good as he graces inside the service box on the outside for Derry. That's his second in this opening set. Still down the break 4-2 to Alcaraz on Ashe.
And I always say to the players I work with, just because you're playing, a tougher opponent, that does not mean you have to do that much more. You just have to do what you're comfortable with, but elevate it with a higher shot tolerance.
I will say that Derry has settled in nicely on his serve. He got broken from the outset. In fact, he had a couple of game points on that second game where he got broken with the sliced forehand return missing from Derry. Good serve out wide. Alcaraz on a slider due side at 15-love. And what Alcaraz does so well that I think is not talked about enough. People mention the powerful serving and how he dictates from the baseline, how he moves beautifully into the court, but how he mixes up the variety of his serves. Went with a faster pace serve at 125. Patricia out wide, fought off there by the perilous Dideri, who's getting back into the match. Down the break 4-2. Alcaraz inside out forehand. Too much on that. That was beautifully done by Alcaraz. Big fist pump at 30 love for that thrashing forehand winner.
And how quickly did he turn around to his left, looking for an inside-out forehand and transition that forward. Cannot do better than that. It all comes down to footwork, Dave.
Goes into the forehand to Dideri, serve and volley, shoestring high by Alcaraz. Chip here, defensive shot to Dideri. Scissors kick overhead from no man's land. Good for Carlos Alcaraz, looking for the love hold, up 4-2 and 40 love in this 7th game of the opening set on Ash.
We've seen hard-hitting rallies, exchange shots from Alcaraz, drop shots from him, and now we've just seen his serve and volley. Very good maneuver with his racket.
Left hand is up, then down, booms into the ball. Dideri trying to pass on the exchange, cannot. An easy love hold for Carlos Alcaraz. Up 5-2 over Dideri. Salvador Dali-like is Carlos Alcaraz with his beautiful tennis so far. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Oh, yes, we are rolling into day 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open with spots to the round of 16 on the line in men's and women's singles. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Siripipat. Alcaraz up 2-5, returning forehand inside in, missing by Dideri. Had a lot of time there, Patricia. He wheeled around his left foot in front of his right, but he misses. That falls to the bottom of the twine. The point to Alcaraz at love 15.
An opportunity to put away the shot in an opening part of the court. But Dideri is down 2-5, but he's looking way more comfortable staying in the match. Just as I say that, he misses 2 shots in a row. He's rushing his shots, and that what he did so well in that last service game, Dave. He settled down. He didn't try to do anything extraordinary, but just something that his topspin game. Keeping the ball going, taking a little earlier, and he's changing shots toe to toe with Carlos.
Dideri now in a hole, Patricia. Love 30. It means Carlos is 2 points away from wrapping up this opening set, taking it on the rise. Dideri backhand slice, successful from Alcaraz. He blisters to his left ad side, backhand slice good. Missing the forehand from a thin margin is Dideri trying to go up the line, and it's chances for Alcaraz to take this opening set off. The 9th unforced error by Dideri at love 40.
He's going for shots. He's going for those short, when he gets a short ball, he's going for his shots. But you got to give you a little bit more room for error.
Set points for Alcaraz, forehand to Dideri, blisters in the middle of the net. Routine set for Alcaraz, 6-2 over Dideri. Quickly, Patricia, I want to shift inside Louis Armstrong Stadium, the matchup that we started out the afternoon. The 9 seed Elena Rybakina confident stride against Emma Raducanu, 2021 U.S. Open champ. Rybakina took the opening set 6-1. We pick up the 8th game, second set 30-15. Booms an ace out wide, leads to a match point for Rybakina.
Boy, is she serving solid. She's just solid. Service game, ground strokes games, every way in the match. And Raducanu has no answer.
Match point, Rybakina tilts back, booms forward, first serve, laces a little bit long. A second serve to Raducanu returning. Match point for the 9 seed, Rybakina. Skies back, jousts forward. Backhand return is long from Raducanu. A routine clinical performance by the 9 seed, Elena Rybakina, and is into her first round of 16 appearance at the U.S. Open.
And it was all Rybakina playing solid tennis, nothing fancy, got the job done, never gave Raducanu a chance. And I'm sure Raducanu is disappointed, but she's made great achievements, great progress.
She takes it 6-1, 6-2 of Raducanu, and the 2021 U.S. Open champ is out Rybakina into the round of 16. We'll step aside. More to come on the Dideri Alcaraz match and much more in this comprehensive coverage of U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Welcome back to Day 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships on this Friday. About 72, 73 degrees just before 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, afternoon Eastern in the United States. We say hello to all our friends listening from around the world. Of course, this is a global production. We appreciate you tuning in to us. Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Saripapat. You just heard a routine performance by Rybakina over Emma Raducanu. Rybakina won 1 and 2, and she is into the round of 16 of the U.S. Open. She will face the victor of either Paolini against Vondrousova. That's going to be quite the matchup to come, Patricia, a little bit later on our airwaves.
I don't think anyone expected that match that Rybakina just finished to be so one-sided.
It was.
But that's really, attribute to her style, her performance, her mental.
15.
She was not challenged. She played just such a solid match. And you're right. Moving forward, that would be such a great match. How great a feeling though going into the round of 16 with that much confidence. So fun.
Nearly flawless tennis from Rybakina, a la what Carlos Alcaraz did in the prior round against Bellucci as well.
And he continues to do so right now.
Yeah, Rybakina again into her first U.S. Open round of 16. Previously been to the third round a couple of times in 21 and 23. We will get back to the Alcaraz to Derry match where Alcaraz took the opening set 6-2.
30-15.
He did hold there to be up 1-love with Derry serving the second game of the second set. Also, a few updates from around the grounds on this day 6. Lehechka took the opening set over Coligno of Belgium, who's ranked 107 on the ATP Tour. Lehechka, the 20 seed, took the first set 6-4. He's up a set and a break over on Grandstand. On Stadium 17, Patricia and I documented that all-French matchup and a good one, a lot of popcorn entertainment in my eyes. Bonzi, first set win over Rinderknecht, took it 6-4. Rinderknecht will try to bounce back coming off a first-round loss in Winston-Salem. So a lot more to come. There's also doubles in action. I see at Cash and Glasspool, the Brits, who actually won Wimbledon, they lost in a first-set tiebreak over on Court 10, so I'll be following that one as well. Mektic and Ram are playing their fourth straight tournament together. That pairing, Patricia, won in Cincinnati. They took the opening set 7-5. They're right now on Court 11 as well. So there's a ton of doubles on the outer courts. I encourage everybody listening, if you're coming to site, watch the doubles because, as I often say to you, Patricia, playing back at home, you see more players probably on the recreational public court side, even at the country clubs, playing more doubles with friends as opposed to singles.
But you're right. You know, doubles. I see most a majority of the club members play doubles, and I always wonder. This is just me wondering. I see way more people still watching singles than doubles, and this is world-class doubles out there, and that we can learn a lot from. You know, from the return position, from the serve. Where do you serve? How do you poach? You know, what to do when. Situation. I love playing doubles, in my time, just because there's extra court time.
Sure.
A lot of the tournaments, it's hard to get court time early on in the tournament.
Well, one doubles match has gone in the books on the women's side on court number 12. Hunter from Australia and Desiree Kravchuk, who played in the college system as well, won 1-1 over Haley Baptiste, who's out in both singles and doubles. And Whitney Osigwe. Again, Hunter and Kravchuk won that matchup. Arens and Johnson on the men's side on court 13 won 2 and 4 in a doubles match. Bellucci, who fell to the aforementioned Carlos Alcaraz, with his partner Marijan, they fell in a first-round men's doubles match. So doubles taking place, singles, spots to the round of 16 on the line today on this day 6. As we're morphing into Labor Day weekend, folks, you're hearing third-round men's and women's singles match taking place. Clinical performance by Elena Rybakina. She's in her first U.S. Open round of 16. And I told you how well she's done on the hard courts. Semifinals, Cincinnati, Montreal, and D.C. She was very successful at Wimbledon as well. I talked about how she won that title in 22. Got to the third round this year, fell to Clara Towson, but she was terrific. Nearly a flawless early afternoon against Emma Raducanu. And our Prim Siripipat is standing by live with Elena Rybakina.
All right, guys. Prim Siripipat here alongside Elena Rybakina. You were signing autographs. I just saw you hold a little infant, a baby. That was nice of you to do that. You did it very naturally.
Thank you. Didn't expect, yeah.
All right, a 1 hour, 2-minute performance against a player that just won the U.S. Open not that long ago. How were you able to play so well today?
Yeah, it's not easy to play against Emma. Every time I try to focus to stay aggressive because she moves the ball pretty well, so I was trying to play deep and more aggressive so she doesn't have much time to move me. And yeah, of course, serve is very important for me, so I'm pretty happy with the way I served, even though it was sometimes ups and downs, but in important moments I was fighting the serve, so I'm pretty happy with
Well, it certainly paid off. You're into the fourth round here at the U.S. Open for the first time ever in your career. It was the only major that you hadn't advanced to the second week. What's allowed you to get to this moment?
Usually I was always starting the year well, and this time it was opposite. The year started very slow for me with maybe not big results, so slowly I was building, and I think in the previous years, coming to the end of the season, I was physically very tired and also was getting sick pretty often. Now it was under control, so hopefully I can be feeling well and continue like this.
Yeah, so maybe a slow start to the year isn't so bad. Can you share with me maybe what adjustments you made, maybe whether it's diet, nutrition, having a little bit more recovery throughout the year?
We've been working a lot with nutrition and also with supplements, and I feel like of course, since I didn't start the year well, the tournament was finishing for me earlier, so I had more time to recover and practice. When last year, for example, I was playing till the end almost each tournament, so it was not easy, but now I'm happy with the way we worked, even if we have a little amount of time, so yeah.
Last question. We have a lot of tennis fans over here. If you could give them one tip, maybe on some nutrition advice, what's your one tip? Maybe something to eat?
Well, it's very difficult, I understand, but to try to eat less sugar, especially bad sugar. It's very tough, I know, but for the muscles, for the recovery, and just general immune system, it's important. And then everybody is different, so they need to definitely talk with the doctors. But this part is not easy, I would say, for everyone.
Cutting sugar, that's a tough one. All right, Elena, thank you so much. Congrats on the win. All right, Elena Rybakina advancing to the second week here at the U.S. Open, Dave and Patricia, for the first time ever in her career. And we got a little nutritional and diet advice there. Pretty simple, cut out the sugars. Easier said than done, isn't it?
Easier said than done, definitely, but the topsy-turvy of the start of the year. And, you know, she's absolutely right. You got to figure out when you are not in flow, what is it that you need to work on. And because she had a little more time losing earlier in the tournament, you know, so she went to get help, and it was the nutrition side. You know, as we all know, the year is very long for players, especially when you do well, and to be not only physically fit, but also be healthy, recovery. And sugar is the biggest inflammation of them all, not just because of the empty calories, but it does cause inflammation in the body.
Well, I am definitely taking that advice from both of you. As you know, I am increasing my fitness, Prim and Patricia. And Prim, for those listening that are not coming to site this year, you know that, Prim. The 30th hard court win for Rybakina, I mentioned, nearly a flawless performance from her. Didn't have any break chances, Raducanu in the match. What's the fanfare? What's that atmosphere after the match, post-match, around Rybakina right now?
I mean, there's certainly a lot of fans standing around trying to nab her autographs, but of course, many of these top 10 seeds and top players, they have other obligations, as we all know. So she signed most of the autographs here in the first row, but then off she goes to, take care of her recovery and cooling off and visiting with her physios. And of course, she has a post-match conference. But as you probably just heard in the interview, you don't see it often. There was a young mama, and she wanted to take a picture with her baby and Elena, but somehow she held the baby, and Elena just kind of grabbed the infant, and so she took a picture with the
The mother instinct. The mother instinct.
That's right. I was like, she held it so well. So that was a cute moment. But nonetheless, I mean, guys, just an unbelievable performance from Rybakina, and as all three of us have talked over the past several days, Raducanu, she played well in her first two rounds, and I mean, it was just a level up from Rybakina. I mean, she was striking the ball so clean, and the placement of her balls and the way she was able to dictate the point was phenomenal. If she can keep this up for the remainder of the tournament, guys, she's got a really good chance to be one of the few left.
And she did look sensational. She made it look so easy. Flawless tennis, as clean as it comes. And we talked about this early on when we covered, Dave, where we feel like, Rybakina is really taking charge of each point to the corners and not giving Raducanu a chance to step in.
And also, Prim and Patricia, Rybakina only dropped 3 points off her first service. Was a beautiful 18 of 21. Wow, what a job by Rybakina. And the story there, if you're just tuning in on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, no break points converted or even seen by Raducanu. And it is Rybakina to take it 1-2, and for the first time into the round of 16 at the U.S. Open. We go back to Ash now. Carlos Alcaraz captured the opening set 6-2. We go and sandwich into the fourth game of set number 2. Dedary looking for the hold, but it's another double, Patricia. It's his 5th double of the match, and it's a deuce game at 1-2 in the second, and muttering some words of frustration to his box.
Yeah, he was serving there for a game point and to throw in a double fault. But, you know, Dave, how each player is somewhat superstitious before the match or during the changeover where they sit on each side and so forth.
Alcaraz bats it back off the back end because the approach from Dedary went to the ad side, and he kind of smiles at Carlos saying, "Is that good enough? You're like a magnet out there, Alcaraz." And Alcaraz just an easy stick stab on the ad side for the winner. That made it look so easy.
And Dedary moved all the way, almost on the umpire's side, to hit that forehand. And boy, did he just go after that shot. And still, Alcaraz had to make that shot, though, in the open court because it was coming at him like bullets.
It's another break chance for Carlos, his 4th, Patricia, to go up a set and a break over the Italian Dedary. It's the 32 seed against the 2 seed Alcaraz, who won at the French Save 3 championship points to Sinner. He gets the break over Dedary. Alcaraz up a set and up 3-1 here in the second as well. We'll step aside. More to come on this exciting day 6 of U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Alcaraz up the break here 3-1. Took the opening set 6-2. Alcaraz twists into the ball, into the backhand of Dedary. Misses on the first. Will be a second serve here for Carlitos, serving from the left of the chair. Quality toss, wheels into the ball. Good forehand return by Dedary. Forehand up the line. Carlos is there. Swoops it with a big uniturn off the backhand wing for the Babolat racket, but Carlos misses the next exchange. The point to Dedary returning at love 15.
Dedary's success in this match so far is when he stays in the point, use his topspin, bring the ball higher outside of the hitting zone from Alcaraz, because if he's trying to pace it up, it's just in the striking zone on Alcaraz that he doesn't get away with.
Rips an ace out wide, Patricia, right there at 106. And I documented this several games ago when we were covering this match, the variety of Carlos out wide, taking a little bit off on that ad side, 15 all. Again, you're listening to Alcaraz up the set and the break. This is a 3rd round men's singles match. A spot to the round of 16 on the line. First serve crashes into the side of the net. Ball crew in the Ralph Lauren gear collect from the camera well opposite and cradling in a crouch stance underneath the chair. At 15 all, takes a wicked hop. Carlos has it with the backhand into the back at a flat one, ankle high there by Dedary. Twists the hips, inside out forehand, good to the Alcaraz backhand. Dedary then misses the backhand ad side. He had to go down ankle high, couldn't twist that over the net. The point to Alcaraz at 30-15.
Dedary is really trying to take charge of the points, hitting a lot harder than he normally does and not getting away with it, and looks up at his box just frustrated, doesn't really know what he needs to do anymore.
Dedary just a pedestrian, 5 of 16 on hard courts this year. More of the clay court specialist. Serve and volley, drop shot volley good. That racket head is open, splitting the 2 service boxes of Alcaraz. A beautiful transition and has several game points, Patricia, at 40-15 to go up 4-1.
Alcaraz continues to do his magic. He's so unpredictable because now he's mixing up the variations from the back and serving and volleying, throwing the Derry off with his returns.
Clean toss, pendulums back, wails forward, rips it into the backhand of Derry on a slide. Alcaraz, backhand ad side, uses the angle. Backhand slice, go to the defensive shot by Derry. Scurrying his right, Alcaraz tries to go around the pole, but it hits that big pole closer to the chair. Good effort by Alcaraz. The point to Derry uses that short angle and a masterful shot by Derry to hang it in the game.
And something you don't see often by anybody's standard is volleying on the baseline after the serve. The return came back so fast that Alcaraz actually had to volley that first ball return from the baseline.
Alcaraz leans back. Again, he blisters forward. The return good to Derry. Stretch forehand miss. Next exchange by Alcaraz, who smacks his thigh in frustration. Good return by Derry to his right on the deuce side, to be exact. And Patricia, it's a deuce game in the fifth game of the second set with Alcaraz dealing.
2 points in a row. Derry took the return so early that you see Carlos actually had to volley inside the service line, or he actually was forced backwards behind the baseline.
Alcaraz sprints forward. Good toss. Collides into the ball. It's a forehand missed off the return. Deuce side to Derry. Opted to go to the corner of the court. Trickled into the doubles alley. 3/4 of the way down. And it is a miss off the return and a game point for Alcaraz. Again, Carlos, if you're just tuning in, captured the opening set 6-2. He's up the break in the second and trying to go up 4-1 in the second stanza. First one hastens into the side of the net. Ball crew in unison collect. And a second serve for Alcaraz. Bounces the ball 3 times. Ball to the throat of the Babolat racket. Kick serve misses wide, Patricia. It is a double for Carlos. That's his second double fault in the match. Maybe missed by 2 inches. And it's a deuce game.
And this is the first time that Derry is pushing Alcaraz on his own service games. And he's taking chances with the returns, going after them more.
Deuce game with Alcaraz up 3-1, up a set and a break. He wheels back, drives forward. It flutters off the top of the tape, bounces into no man's land on the deuce side. Again, Alcaraz is on the sun-filled side of Ash. On the shaded side, returning is Derry. Runs around a backhand. Patricia hits the forehand. A stab thigh high by Alcaraz. Nicely. And a forehand miss. Next exchange, Alcaraz from the deuce side of the court. You heard the big come on in jubilation for Derry. And that means, Patricia, he has a break chance here over Carlos.
And those big returns that he is risking is starting to pay off, that Alcaraz cannot take in front of the court nor dictate the points like he usually was able to do for a set and a bit. Now Alcaraz is the one that's on his heels.
It's the first break chance for Derry in this match. Again, lost the first set 2-6. He's down 1-3. See if he can get it back on serve. T-serve. He pummels the ball back to Derry. Forehand from no angle. Alcaraz coming in with the forehand slice volley. It's deep to Derry, trying to pass. No. He was on his back heel the whole way, fluttering to the deuce side, and he missed because of that. Alcaraz survives the break chance. Another deuce point.
How quickly Alcaraz transitions from the baseline right to the net, and that volley was so crisp and deep in the middle.
Yep, that was the key.
That was the key. That took away the angle from Derry.
I'm right there with you, partner. It is a deuce game now. Alcaraz bounces the ball 4 times, goes back, clobbers forward, and rips an ace down the tee at 118. Oh, did that have a lot of steam from Carlos? And it's a game point for Alcaraz, who just fought off a break chance. Now it morphs to a game point to go up 4-1 over Luciano Derry from Italy. Alcaraz, ball to the edge of the Babolat racket. He pendulums back. He clocks forward. Ball ripped out wide. And for a serve out wide, ad side will be a second serve here for Carlos. Left hand up, booms into the ball. Good extension there. Backhand misses from Derry. So had a break chance, but it is evaded, and Carlos is up 6-2, 4-1 in the second as we step aside. More to come in this match on U.S. Open Radio, presented by our friends at American Express. Welcome back to day 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open. Dave Leonard, Patricia Heat, Prim Siripipat. I'm a Cologne Braxton Crisp on the 1s and 2s. Our engineers later this afternoon, the skillful Claude Jennings coming in. Our talented production staff here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. You're following us on the U.S. Open app or usopen.org, Sirius XM, channel 982 this week. Also on TuneIn Radio worldwide as well. Patricia and I are documenting this matchup on Ash. Alcaraz against Derry. Carlos skies a forehand in the midst of the first exchange. 6-game second set. The point to Derry at 15 love.
And it was too bad that the Derry could not convert that last Alcaraz service game. He came very close, but playing much better. And Dave, I want to send a little love. I know on the official order of play that I want to mention, send a little love to our qualifiers of the juniors that are being played at Kerry Leeds, because these are the future. These are the future champions that come through the junior scenes.
Yep, I've called some matches before through my World Team Tennis Days at Kerry Leeds in the Bronx. And again, they have to qualify there before they come on site here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. And I encourage folks that are coming out to the second week here at the U.S. Open to watch the juniors on the outer courts as well, because a lot of those juniors, one day they're going to transition, as Patricia knows better than I do, onto the pro tours.
And mind you, but not everyone does go through the juniors, but a lot of them do. So you just never know. Keep an eye on them. We have many exciting matches coming next week, not just the championship ladies, the men's and women's, but doubles, mixed doubles, juniors, wheelchair tennis, and junior wheelchair tennis.
It's comprehensive. We love it, Patricia. Great stuff. Forehand chip, does good approach up the line with an open racket face on the pass by Derry on the touch volley, graced up the line past Alcaraz on the ad side of the court. Now 30-15, 6-game. Second set with Alcaraz up the set in the break.
Derry just loved that point. All smiles after that point. He was all over the court, managed to steer up the line, a drop shot off a drop shot.
30-15, Patricia batted back by Alcaraz off the short hop. It was a quick take back from Carlos. Good serve out wide ad side. Say the serving has looked good, kind of from the middle towards the end of the first set, and now in the middle of the second for Derry. Again, he dropped the first set 2-6. He's down in a 1-4 hold. Alcaraz get it back, splitting on the deuce side service box. Derry forehand whipped over the low part of the forehand by Alcaraz. Crashes into the net. And it will be the game to Derry. Alcaraz still up the break 4-2 in the second.
To me, the Derry looks like he has settled down in the beginning or the mid of that second set. He's starting to look more comfortable, and he's not trying to outpower Alcaraz anymore, but stay within his lane, but bringing the level up in his lane.
Now, I'm curious on the Carlos services. How can Derry turn that defense into offense? Because Carlos has been dealing, but Carlos has dropped 7 first service points. Here's a second serve where he's only dropped a frugal 2. And to that point, it's a backhand miss. And the second serve chances here for Derry, he's not taking advantage from Carlos's serve, in my opinion.
Well, the Derry in this point is returning from way further than the last return game, where he was very close in breaking Alcaraz's serve. And the difference was he went after the returns very deep in the court, stopping Alcaraz from moving forward.
Yeah, he's getting a better look off of the thrashing first serve. Has an inside-in forehand. Alcaraz gets here to his right, but misses as that flutters way long. He kind of shoveled it. Not a full take back from Carlos, and misses deep from the deuce side to the deuce side on the opposite side to the right of Derry, and it's 15-all. Alcaraz up the set and the break if you're just tuning in on U.S. Open Radio. Just 2 quick updates. Lehechka over Coligno, 2-0. That one is taking place. The same with Bonzi and Rinderknecht, who have split sets between the Frenchmen on grandstand and 17 respectively. We'll continue to update you on those third-round men's singles match that are on the grounds right now. Second serve here for Alcaraz. Up 6-2, 4-2, up the set and the break. Second serve, 58 minutes in. in a 15 all-point second serve. Does kick into the backhand, shoulder high to Dedary. Drop shot Alcaraz. Dedary comes up. Lob by Carlos. Swinging one-handed backhand overhead. Good Dedary. Alcaraz backhand slice volley missing. Dedary did just enough. That's one of the more arduous shots, that high backhand volley. And Dedary seemingly handled it with ease for the point.
And it's not so much that it's a question of athleticism or shot making from Alcaraz, but I think, after a convincing set for a set and a half, I just see Alcaraz lost focus a little bit.
Okay.
He's not making the shots like he was. He's not serving and volleying like he was doing, mixing things up. Not that he's being challenged in any way, but just it almost looks like he's a little bored on the court.
Yeah, well, I do like the body language by his opponent Dedary right now. As the backhand, a flat one, Alcaraz scurries to his right. He has it. He hurls the ball into the forehand. It's Dedary is on the deuce side of the court. Goes right down the middle to the Alcaraz forehand, inside out. Dedary bats it back, pinks the line, deuce side. Alcaraz there. Dedary up the line. Alcaraz with a forehand stretch. He's got it. Dedary backhand whip to Alcaraz. Backhand slice good. Alcaraz trying to get there with the pooch, and he cannot get it into the doubles alley. Dedary just dusted off. He's like a matador, Dedary, stealing a page from Alcaraz.
What is crazy point is that scrambling all over the court with Dedary actually landed on his belly with the entire sideline open, that Alcaraz actually was distracted by that and steered it wide.
Both players were well off the court. Alcaraz with two beautiful defensive shots off backhand slices and jetted up into the service box of the deuce side. Tried to just clip that over the high part of the net. Dedary with two hands in the air above his shoulders saying, Arthur Ashe Stadium, let's go. And they're behind him. They want more tennis with Alcaraz up the set and the break. But that was a thrilling moment. And what it means, Patricia, is more break chances for Dedary. His second break chance here with a stretch. But first, it's an ace on the slider out wide. I mentioned how Carlos is taking a little bit off at 108 on the slider.
That Dedary desperately needs to break here to stay in this set, but it was short-lived with that ace off pace. Dave, this is something to note. It's not always the power gets you the aces, the off pace and picking your spot.
Another break chance for Dedary. Booms into his back, and he's got it. Patricia off the short hop. Alcaraz inside out forehand. Good Dedary. Alcaraz twist the hips. Unit turn into the net. Dedary gets his first break. And we're back on serve in the second.
And that break was set up by this deep return from Dedary and was able to continue dictating the shot from there, stopping Alcaraz from taking the forward of the court.
So Alcaraz captured the opening set 6-2. We're back on serve as Dedary just broke the world number 2 Alcaraz. We'll continue with this matchup on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Benvenute a tutte to all my friends in Italy. Welcome everybody to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. The Italian Dedary going toe-to-toe with Carlos Alcaraz. And here's the story if you're just tuning in to us with Patricia He. I'm Dave Leto, Prim Suripapat around the grounds. We played an hour and 3 minutes into this first match on Ash, part of our day 6. Alcaraz captured the opening set 6-2. Dideri just broke Carlos at 3-4, and now he's serving, picking up this 8th game, Patricia. Second set at 15-love, kicks it in the backhand. Alcaraz there, stretch backhand, ad side, missing Dideri. Too heavy on the return from Carlos at 15-all.
And for a set and a half, it looked like Dideri was done with the match. He couldn't find the court, couldn't have an answer. But then all of a sudden, starts returning deep and start dictating the shot, not by outpowering, but moving Alcaraz side to side, and then with a final punch for winners.
Now, Patricia, I just saw Carlos Alcaraz go to the chair umpire, perhaps. Don't want to speculate too much, but perhaps he asked for the physio to come out during the changeover. It looked like he was pointing to his leg. We'll have the better development as we continue here. Alcaraz goes out wide, lob attempt by Dideri deep into the court and misses off the forehand wing as he scurried right back to the middle at Caterpillar just outside the baseline on the ad side from his lob attempt. The point to Alcaraz at 15:30, and Carlos is returning here up the set, and we're on serve here in the second. Dideri serving at 15:30, 8th game, second set on Ash. Skies back, rocks forward as the ball whisks into the middle of the net. You heard on our airways, Rybakina winning 1 and 2 over Raducanu. She's into the round of 16, forehand winner. Up the line, off the return, galloping forward. Alcaraz, chances to break yet again over Dideri, who has hands on hips and a questionable look at 15:40.
Yeah, Alcaraz looks like he was so upset with losing his serve. In this game, this return game, shortened his swing and just really going after the shots, and it's like a return +1 type of situation.
Break points here for Alcaraz on the stretch. Good ball out wide off the serve of Dideri at 116. Alcaraz couldn't handle it. Stretched that Babolat racket. Hand on the white grip, a little bit late getting there with the open racket face. And it's another break chance for Carlos. If he does, he would go up 5-3, and then he would serve for the second set. So it's a big moment here for Alcaraz as a backhand slice return, but misses. I'll tell you, the wide serves on both boxes are working very well for Dideri to get us to deuce. Left first serve trickles a little bit wide as it twisted into the doubles alley deuce side, Patricia. Second serve here for Dideri to Alcaraz, has it waist high off the backhand wing from the deuce side of the court over the low part of the net. Dideri into the Alcaraz forehand right down the middle. Dideri misses the forehand as that shifts into the side of the net opposite the chair. Another break chance for Alcaraz to go up 5-3 in the second.
If you look at the return very closely, Dave, on Alcaraz, the take back is so short.
Yeah.
And his right and the back, and he jumps into his front foot and his front leg and just take it so early.
Break point number 3 here, Patricia, for Alcaraz. That torrents down the tee, and it is an ace for Dideri. Dideri went wide, Patricia. We talk about patterns a lot, right? Went wide both sides in the last 2 exchanges. That time he goes with the tee serve. That fooled Alcaraz that time, who I felt was leaning towards the ad side of the box.
Right. So when this is just picking up cues on where your opponent's been serving, because previously he was going out wide, so Alcaraz was leaning outside.
Went for a tee serve and a serve +1 as he approached in and banged the ball into the no man's land edge of the ad side of the court. Good serve +1 by Dideri. And he has a game point fighting off the 3 break chances by Carlos. So Dideri in the situation is trying to make it 4-all. If you're just tuning in right now, Dideri broke Alcaraz. Alcaraz formally was up to set in the break. We are on serve at 3-4 in the second. It's a third-round men's singles match. On Ash, he rocks back, tilts forward. Ball laces a little bit long. He opted to go into the corner. To the backhand of Alcaraz, to be exact. Second serve, kicks into the forward. Alcaraz, quick take back as Patricia is accurately documented. He has it. Dideri with the backhand right down the middle. That ankle high is Alcaraz. Forehand inside it. Good from no ankle to Dideri. And a big fist pump. Oh, I like that forehand coming inside from the Italian. 4-all, second set on serve.
It's such a smooth transition where he's able to dictate after Dideri, after he puts a nice slice serve and making Alcaraz reach on the forehand. He continues to stretch Alcaraz outside of the middle.
Alcaraz is getting a new racket right now. We see a beautiful atmosphere inside Arthur Ashe Stadium on that yellow and black Babolat racket, that Arrow Pro, I believe, Patricia, with the whites, that white grip. Alcaraz in his pink Nike shirt, the maroon shorts. Great kid. A lot is made of the hair. I think, there's not a lot of love for it. I think he could pull it off. I certainly could not on the buzz cut. He said his brother didn't use the scissors or the buzz the right way, and he's going to let it grow back. I think, let the guy have a little fun.
Let him have a little fun. He wears it well. He wears it with pride. Only he can, do this sort of buzz cut and gets away with.
I know Tiafoe said it looks horrible, didn't like it, and some of the other players say, what is that? But if there's anybody that can showcase it, it's Carlos with the buzz cut against Dairy. He's in a maroon shirt, white shorts, and a black hat. All right, so love 15 here to Dairy. Wins the first point, 9th game of the second set. Again, if you're just tuning in, you're listening to Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Siripipat live from New York. By the way, Shelton Manarino will not start before 1:30 p.m. local time. So maybe not for about a little under 45 minutes local time here in the United States. Again, that will be a third-round match you're hearing today. Third-round matches with spots for the round of 16 in men's and women's singles on the line. Doubles action for men's and women's doubles taking place on the outer courts as well. Patricia hit on the juniors. Qualifying taking place outside of the grounds. The Cary Leeds Tennis Center in the Bronx. Our crew has the coverage on U.S. Open Radio from first ball to last. Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy, Stevie Johnson will take you through the rest of the afternoon. Alcaraz tussling with Dairy. Dairy gets the point at 15:30. It's a pivotal game right now, Patricia, for all second set.
The turnaround of this match, this set so far anyways, I feel like Dairy is starting to pick up on the service spots that Alcaraz is giving to him. And as a result, when you can read it early, you can do a little bit more with the returns that we've seen since being 2-4 down, that he's locking in on those returns.
No doubt, 15:30, but he misses the second serve. And this is what I documented, and I'm going to say it again for our new listening audience. First serve, I feel like because it's coming so ferocious, Dairy seems to handle it. He bats it back right in rhythm.
Yes.
But he's not rhythmic on the second serve.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right there, Dave. Right on. Like on the first serve, he almost like doesn't overthink it. He picks it aside, forehand or backhand, and he swings at the ball. But the second serve return, he's way too far.
30 all-point Alcaraz inside in from no angle to Dairy, late getting there, twisting to his left ad side. It is a game point for Alcaraz at 40-30 to go up 5-4 in the second.
And I just think, with a second serve like Alcaraz that has so much kick on it, when you stand 10 feet behind the baseline, it makes it even harder to time it. That we've seen a few times that Dairy actually mishits it or sending it short.
Alcaraz approaches the baseline. 2 feet come together. He whisks an ace out wide, taking a little bit off at 113. Plenty of precision. Alcaraz up 6-2 and 5-4 on serve in the second. A timeout right here as the physio comes out onto the court. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Okay, so development inside Arthur Ashe Stadium, Patricia. Right now, the physio is attending to Carlos Alcaraz. Let's listen in.
Let's do a massage because I'm not used to. We're gonna take the medical.
So they're going to take a medical timeout right now. It is the right knee, Patricia. It's been being attended to for Carlos Alcaraz. You can hear our beautiful microphones picking up at the left of the stanchion of the chair umpire with Alcaraz up 6-2, 5-4. They're going to start this medical timeout. Patricia, are you noticing anything from Alcaraz? It seemed like this right knee problem happened at some point in the middle of this second set.
And I did not, he did not take a slip, he did not take anything, but it could be because he likes to torque when he gets pulled out to the forehand side, that he does a torque with his first step recovery, and at some point he's hopping on it, and I just wonder if he tweaked it a little bit. And as we heard that he wants a massage after that evaluation, he does not want it taped because he's not used to having tape on his knee.
Okay, so a medical timeout is being taken place right now as the physio is massaging the right knee of Alcaraz. For an update across the grounds, let's check in with Prim.
Hi, guys. So, yes, I made the move from Louis Armstrong Stadium over to Grandstand after we saw that Rybakina and Raducanu match wrap up in an hour and 2 minutes. So over here at Grandstand, we have Yuri Lehechka taking on Rafael Colinho. And right now, Lehechka has a commanding 6-4, 6-4 lead. He's up 2 sets to love, down 3-2 here in the third set. So Lehechka, coming in with a lot of momentum. Dave and Patricia coming off that straight sets win over Echeverry. And Colinho, he's coming off one of the biggest upsets of the tournament so far against the 12 seed Casper Ruud. So Patricia and Dave, obviously, the thing that you kind of want to make note of after a big upset is if there might be a big letdown. So we'll have to pay attention to that. But he's up 3-2 here in the third. A little fun fact, though, about Colinho, one thing that he kind of prides himself on, or would like to, is his ability to deal with pressure, because his father is actually a brain surgeon who obviously deals with much more significant pressure within the surgery and operating room. But he actually is a brain surgeon for the U.S. Mayo Clinic here in the U.S. So very big deal, though, and maybe some genetics playing a role here.
Kim, I picked out that in the stand where Colinho is playing, Kim Clijsters is in there. Have you spotted her?
Ooh, yes. I just did. Thank you for that. I was actually just watching the tennis, but maybe I should do a better job of looking around the grounds and seeing where the celebrities are. But yes, she is to my left, and I see her sitting right there, and she just gave a nod.
Yeah, I think, she's there for the support, right, for being from Belgium. What a great support to have on the side there.
Absolutely. She's clapping her hands now, trying to root on Colinho. Looks like that one just clipped the line. So, yeah, celebrities in the house. Never know. You got to keep your eyes peeled, right?
It's nice to always see the three-time U.S. Open champ who won here in 05, 09, and 2010. Kim Clijsters a little bit myself, working with World Team Tennis in the past, a delight to talk to, and to see her playing style and how well she is still staying with the game as well. And by the way, she can still hit a really good ball. Prim, thank you very much for the update. You'll follow that Lehechka-Colinho match. Again, Lehechka up 2 sets there in that one. The medical timeout is done. The question for everybody out there is it an injury that has lingered for Carlos that we'll probably hear in the post-match or at that juncture? And I'm not saying it's gamesmanship at all, but at 5-4, we noticed Adari is hanging in this one as he broke Carlos Alcaraz in the midst of the second, if you didn't follow it. So right now it's 6-2 Alcaraz took the opening set, and it's Adari who is down love 30. So after the medical timeout, again, the right knee area was being attended to by the physio. Alcaraz strikes twice, and he's 2 points away from going up 2 sets to love over Dadary. That means the love 30 serve is on the horizon here. Second serve for Dadary, whips into the backhand of Alcaraz, misses off the short takeback. The backhand return, the point to Dadary at 15-30.
Now, Dave, a lot of time when we tweak something during the match, right? Now the question is, that little tweak, did that interfere with his focus? Because we noticed at 4-2 up, something changed from Alcaraz.
Dadary forward tries to pass Alcaraz with a backhand slice, who is camped out at the ad side. He scurries to his right. Dadary with the backhand low part of the net. Patricia golfed back by Alcaraz, backhand slice. Next exchange charges into the net to Dadary. It is set points for Carlos Alcaraz after the medical timeout.
Yeah, and I don't see, Alcaraz is jumping around, and I don't see any hindrance from that tweak, which is good news because, as we all know, one of Alcaraz's strengths is his explosiveness and movement on the court.
First serve rockets wide to Derry again. Set points for Alcaraz to go up 2-0. Split step. Oh no, it's a double fault from Derry. And Alcaraz takes the opening 2 sets, 2 and 4. After the medical timeout, he breaks Derry. And we go into the third set with Alcaraz commanding.
And that was a little too bad. And like you said earlier, Dave, was not a sportsmanship that Alcaraz said. It was a real treat because that's not. But as we know, we've seen a few matches throughout these last few days where momentum was disrupted purposely. And that's different. But it was not done on purpose here. And I really believe that Derry had a little bit of momentum. He finally looked like he was comfortable. But then in the last game, he was back to being cold.
Yep, and he just left the court, Patricia. 14 winners to 6 in the set for Carlos Alcaraz, who is up 2-0 over Derry. We'll have the third set and much more on day 6 when we return around the bend on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. So if you're just joining us, Dave Leno, Patricia He, Prim Siripipat with you. We're documenting the Alcaraz to Derry match. It's a third-round men's singles match. And here's what's taken place. Alcaraz took home the first set 6-2. Derry did have a break midway through the second, but Alcaraz broke Derry in the 10th game of the second. That means Alcaraz up 2-0 over Derry. We pick up the first game of the third set. 30 all point. Daderi booms it back. Forehand drop shot good by Alcaraz as Daderi was camped out. Patricia deuce side behind the baseline. Alcaraz saw it beautifully, up 40-30.
I am so impressed with the racket work that Alcaraz can generate from his racket, from a hard serve to out wide, gets a hard return, and does that drop shot of a very hard return winner.
How he changes that grip so rapidly, Patricia, to your point. Good serve out wide, and it's fluffed back and missing to Derry. First game of the third set to Alcaraz. So take me through that second set. We had a medical timeout with Alcaraz as the physio attended to the right knee at 5-4. Alcaraz breaks to Derry to take the second set 6-4. In your opinion, change of momentum perhaps? Because we felt that Derry was hanging in on serve for a moment.
Oh, absolutely. You're right. The momentum, because I was saying earlier how I felt like Alcaraz lost his focus. And that probably was because of that tweak in his knee at 2-4, because he hopped after his serve. And then, but from there, Daderi actually picked up the momentum, didn't overhit. The only change he did, Daderi, was taking that first serve from Alcaraz early, that he was able to use the pace of the serve and got it back really deep and controlled from there. And when that medical came, and Daderi actually lost his rhythm and just couldn't find that range again, and now all of a sudden I'm seeing Alcaraz is switching his focus. It's all business, and he's taking the ball a lot earlier now, even though we're early in this third set.
That's a keen observation, Patricia. I'm right there with you. Alcaraz taking on the 34th ranked player on tour, Daderi from Italy, born in Argentina. Second game, third set. Alcaraz up 2-0 over Daderi. Twists the hips. Short take back as Patricia documents early. Twists that Babolat racket around, and with the backhand winner up the high part of the net from the ad side. Love 15 for Carlos.
A couple of combinations of hitting the ball loopy high enough to Daderi in the backhand, looking for a shorter ball where he could punish with that backhand down the line.
Alcaraz trying to pass to Derry with the volley errant, had the racket face open the whole way and punched it long ad side of the court. The point to Carlos yet again on the shank volley by Derry at love 30. This is not good.
And Daderi could not believe he missed a shoulder height volley at the net. At this point in the junction of the match, you want to make every shot that you can make.
Now he's 6 of 10 on net points converted, Patricia, for Derry. Alcaraz is going to see a second serve at love 30. Booms into his forehand, goes wide. Daderi on the split misses the forehand slice. How about that thrashing return by Alcaraz? Chances to break at love here for Carlos at love 40. Second game, third set.
And that was not a shabby second serve out wide whatsoever, but Alcaraz took it so early. He was inside the net, inside the court, short backswing, almost hit a winner.
Yeah, first serve upcoming. Daderi stares at the chair, but of course the technology gives the chair the signal that it is a let, with an electronic cord going through underneath the tape of the let cord. Daderi having a long conversation with the chair at that. He thought it was a good first serve. And here we go again. Carlos chances to break, get love. Flutters well wide. Past the service line, closer to the doubles alley, outside of the court. So Alcaraz up 2-0 and trying to break to go up 2-love here. Bangs the backhand right down the middle. Daderi with the forehand. Swoops it and pinks the line down the deuce side of the court because Carlos was on the outside. Daderi will take it. And it's now 15-40, still more break chances. And I'm seeing Daderi. He shoves one hand to his right, then his left, like he's doing the cha-cha, a little dance move there. Obviously, I'm kidding, but he's going through his court positioning, I think, right?
I don't really understand that little gesture. He's unhappy, almost like he's misstepping on the court or something.
Yeah. You know me, I love to dance here in the
I
booth.
know.
You know that.
I know. We got to stop you.
All right. It's going to be hard to get me off the dance floor at 15-40. Alcaraz chips and charge off of the return. Leads to an errant backhand miss to Derry. It is a break for Alcaraz. Up 2 sets and a break. 2-love here in the third.
And Alcaraz is taking every point to its maximum. He doesn't want to stay on the court more than he really needs to. In this game, he's dictating with those returns, really going after Daderi's second serve.
Remember, since the medical timeout, now Alcaraz has garnered 3 consecutive games, Patricia.
talking about momentum.
Yeah. See it shift here. He's up the break to Love. Backhand on the serve, +1 comes in. Lobbed attempt to Derry. Flutters wide. Doubles alley halfway down. On the ad side of the court, Carlos now applying the pressure. And what I love about the footwork, and this is great, to try to illustrate this on the radio, quickly how he comes in, takes the split step, runs in, splits again, but it happens in maybe a matter of seconds, maybe even less than a second, how Carlos can get quickly inside the service line. It's just really masterful.
Oh, it is indeed the best footwork in the game. Quick adjustment, explosive, recovery, you name it, he got it.
Recalibrates the grip, does Alcaraz. Clips off the tape here for Carlos. Inside out forehand, too easy. What I love, it's like poetry in motion on the big unit turn. The left arm's extended. It's a big take back. Whips it over his right waist, opposite his left shoulder. It is just a beautiful stroke from Carlos off the forehand winner. That's his 11th forehand winner today.
He has so much varieties in his strokes. And with that forehand, he can spin it up, he can flatten it, and he can drop shot.
It's 30 love, Patricia. One-handed backhand, blocked back by Darius, barely moving, and it just fluttered over the middle of the net by Carlos. That was precarious there from Taderi, who barely moved, and now it's 40 love for Alcaraz.
He didn't know where Alcaraz was going with that shot. Alcaraz held his ground so long and waited for Darderi to commit to one side, and he swings it to the other side.
It's a clean toss. Pendulum is back. He rams forward. First serve is a little bit long. Just a couple steps beyond the service line on the ad side, and Alcaraz will do it again. Powers back, brings both feet together, wails into the ball. It is good here on a 40 love serve. To Derry, there to his right with the forehand. Alcaraz up the line, missing. Crashes into the net, close to the chair, off the forehand. It's kind of in an open stance that time. And the point, as a result, to Derry at 40-15.
Darderi is no pushover. If you don't hit a solid enough shot, he can stand his ground and push you back, as in that last point.
Alcaraz wheels around, long extension, goes over his buzz cut there, and the first serve crashes into the side of the net. Second serve, Alcaraz kicks it to the backhand, shoulder high. Darderi on the deuce side. Alcaraz sees the backhand miss by Darderi. He consolidates the break, he gets the hold. And Alcaraz up 3 love in the third. That means he's 3 games away from moving on to the round of 16 at the U.S. Open. We'll step aside. The conclusion of this match is next on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
We welcome you back to a beautiful day 6 here at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. I'm Prim Sripapat. We're live here at Grandstand. You just heard the cheers there. Everyone wondering who they were cheering for, but Yuri Lehechka match point as Rafael Colinho tries to go for the overhit smash, and he lives for another day. But Yuri Lehechka looking to make this a straight sets win. He's playing some of the best tennis of his career. Achieved a career high ranking of 21 in the world just this year, and he's never made it past the third round here at the U.S. Open. And Colinho saved a couple match points there, and we are tied up at deuce. But if Lehechka continues to play the way he has been all match long, perhaps this is a huge opportunity for him to make it to the round of 16. Of course, we'll keep you updated. So Prims Ripapat here over at Grandstand, and Dave Leno, Patricia here back in studio. It sounds like there's some drama, or there was drama, over at Arthur Ashe Stadium.
So it was, Patricia, because a medical timeout was given to Carlos Alcaraz at 5-4 in the second. Since then, he's won 4 consecutive and has the commanding 3-love lead in the third over Darderi from Italy. See, on your court, Colinho is trying to hold to extend this third set, as you documented Lehechka up 2 sets. And it is Colinho that stays in with the hold of service, so Prim will continue to document that one. If Lehechka does prevail there, Patricia, it would be his first round of 16 appearance at the U.S. Open for the 4th time at a major into the round of 16. And as Prim just said, it's been a wonderful 2025 for Yuri Lehechka.
That's just hard to believe with his type of game that he has not reached the round of 16 more often. But there's that breakthrough every player. You know, every player in every tournament, they have this like mental block, especially when you've played for years, like, you know, the mini breakthrough. So, you know, I have no doubt. I mean, he's playing such a high level. He's a big server, big ground strokes, you know, and he's on a momentum this year, and this is his breakthrough, and look for more from Lehechka.
Agreed. Chances to break here for Alcaraz, and a forehand smacked into the deuce side, and he gets it past Darderi, who barely moved. Beautiful return, and it's Carlos steamrolling here in the third, up 4-love, 2 games away from moving on to the round of 16 here.
A very convincing, solid play so far, but one thing I noticed, Dave, he is looking worried. He's not his smiley self, if you will. I mean, so far in this set, he's not challenged by any means, but usually he's more interactive with the crowd, you know, and there are some fantastic points that he's played, and he's not interacting with anyone.
Yeah, it's a very good observation, and something that I think will be addressed in the post-match press conference with the media. Again, if you didn't hear it on our airwaves, at 5-4, a medical timeout, attending to the right knee, Alcaraz from the physio. And you're right, a different temperament maybe from the Bellucci match in round 2, where he was engaging the crowd. It was nearly flawless tennis. That was the words of Carlos, not so much mine right now, that he played really beautifully in that match. Barely any mistakes. I mean, all match long. Anyhow, it's a 15-love point. And in that exchange, a forehand missed by Alcaraz. The footwork at times, he's on his back foot a little bit, Patricia, that you and I have diagrammed a lot this afternoon, even though he's up 6-2, 6-4 in the second, 4-love here in the third.
And then that last point, he was definitely on his back foot. However, you know, as great a footwork that Carlos has, sometimes he does swing that left leg up and hit from his back foot just to get the spin of the ball higher.
15.
Darderi clips one at the top of the tape in the next exchange on an approach, and it goes out of play. Point to Alcaraz at 30-15. He's up 4-love. This is the third set. It's a third-round men's singles match on this Friday. Getting set for Labor Day weekend always brings fantastic crowds on hand here at the U.S. Open. Forehand return miss, shifting to his right a little bit late. Left to right in the court was Darderi. From the chair, goes out of play. It's 40-15. Alcaraz on the cusp of going up 5-love over Darderi on what has been a runaway here in the third. He rocks back Alcaraz, tilts toward first serve, Harry's outs. Past the service line on the deuce side. Second serve, Alcaraz behind his back, right shoulder extends, collides into the ball, flat back in return. Alcaraz with a stretch and a swinging overhead good. The left foot in front of the right for Darderi. Crowd like that because it was a majestic overhead off of 1 foot. And it's now 40-30, another game point for Carlos.
Yeah, Carlos served, landed about 4 feet inside the baseline, and Darderi took that second serve so early that actually Alcaraz had to really scramble back.
Serve and volley for Alcaraz. Misses the backhand volley about kneecap high, charging in. Maybe too close to the body that time. And we credit the return from the ad side from Darderi. It's a deuce game.
I was actually thinking in this game that I've not seen Alcaraz serve and volley for a while now, because in that first set, he was mixing that in beautifully. This is like the first time he ventured to the net after his serve.
He's only dropped 3 net points, Patricia. 11 of 14, rips a first serve ace down the tee. from the deuce side at a blistering 125. A game point to go up 5-love for Alcaraz.
Blistering 125, but the placement of that serve wasn't that great. So I'm wondering if it's the speed that's that caught Doderi off guard.
Tilts back, jousts forward, a slice forehand return by Doderi, misses. All Alcaraz, 5-love, one game away from moving on to the round of 16 here at the U.S. Open. As I see a supervisor from the ATP coming onto court as well. For an update around the grounds, let's check in with Prim.
A victor here over at Grandstand Stadium. Yuri Lehechka has just knocked out Rafael Colinho, the player that knocked out Casper Ruud, the 12th seed, one of the bigger upsets of the tournament thus far, as he walks off and waves goodbye to all the fans here. But what a year it's been so far for Lehechka. We were just talking about how he's had quite the season here in 2025, achieved a career high ranking of 21st in the world. And here he is heading into the second week of the U.S. Open for the first time ever in his career.
Prim, thank you very much, and congratulations to Lehechka, 23 from Czechia, his first U.S. Open round of 16 appearance, and a tip of the cap to Colinho, Prim, as you documented as well, in his first third-round appearance at a major, but a developing story with Doderi. Down love 5 to Alcaraz in the third. The physio is out and massaging the left thigh in this medical timeout for Luciano Doderi.
Wow, both. For a while, though, when I saw the trainer coming on the court, I was like, "Oh my goodness, is he going to Alcaraz side?" But now, of course, the Doderi, and a little tightness. And I don't believe it's cramp related. It's more like landing from that first serve and then just getting pushed physically, having to retract and move. You know, one of the hardest movements on the court is it's being wrong-footed, retracting back to where they come from, and he's had to do a lot of that in this match on his backhand.
So again, Carlos Alcaraz, since he won and went up 5-4, he has blistered now, winning 7 consecutive games, and is up. Love 5 over Doderi, meaning Doderi is serving after the medical timeout. He's been steamrolling here late into the third. He's up 2 sets to love, up the double break here in the third set. Here's the answer for Doderi. First serve whisked long will be a second serve to Alcaraz, looking for the bagel to end it. It is a double. Oh no for Doderi. And Alcaraz, Patricia, is 3 points away.
Yeah, did not use his front leg, that's his left leg, to push upwards on that second serve. He sort of just leaned forward, linear-like, and just got under the ball and sailed it long.
As the flat backhand, Alcaraz forehand missed. Inside out to Doderi. Trickles into the doubles alley, ad side. It's love 30. Trouble for Doderi. In his second U.S. Open main draw appearance, he's working quick after the medical. It's not good. And we'll hear about Alcaraz as well. He was being attended to with the right knee at 5-4. Has the forehand winner deep and good into the corner. And Doderi barely moved, and it's a match point.
And he barely caught his balance off that second serve before the ball sailed past him from Alcaraz's return.
Match point for Carlos Alcaraz. They're at love 40. Alcaraz sees first an ace, thrashed in. Out wide, the crowd will give to Doderi maybe one last applause at 15-40.
Doderi visibly is limping. Not sure how he can extend this match even if he wanted to.
Match point number 2 for Alcaraz. Doderi rips a first serve ace down the tee. That's more like it. And he's going for it. Why not?
Why
the
not?
stage at 30-40,
Exactly.
down love 5. And if you're listening, Alcaraz took the first 2 sets 2 and 4. It's match point number 3 for Alcaraz. Returning a couple steps beyond the baseline. First serve whips into the side of the net from Doderi. Match point number 3 for Alcaraz, returning, whips into his forehand, fluttered back to Doderi, takes it on the rise. Alcaraz trying to pass off the backhand, and it is long on the ad side of the courts. Daderi fights off 3 match points to deuce.
And he is going for broke, Daderi, with 2 aces and that forehand. He just swung at it as hard as he could.
Look, nothing to lose if you're Daderi, like we said from the outset. Stretch return, Alcaraz. Daderi right to the middle. Alcaraz gets back, trying to pass. He does! Off the backhand as Daderi transition in, and Alcaraz passed him with a flat backhand. Side of the court. Match point number 4 around the bend.
Could have done a lot more with that short ball, but the Daderi missed time and it is straight back to Alcaraz for a straight winner.
Match point number 4 for Alcaraz returning. As the flat backhand return, side of the court to Daderi, goes to the right of Alcaraz, ships it back to Daderi, on the run, misses, fluttering long. Alcaraz wins 8 games in a row to move to the round of 16 at the U.S. Open, taking it 6-2, 6-4, 6-love over Luciano Daderi.
A solid first serve from Alcaraz, but after that we saw a drop of level, whether it's the leg that is hindering or was it a focus thing? We will have to see. And here is his new signature shot, Dave.
Yep, does that golf swing out there after the match when he wins. Rory McIlroy, tour player on the PGA Tour, was in the stands last round. And Rory does approve that. That's a beautiful swing, by the way, for Alcaraz. And I'll tell you, 8 games in a row to culminate from 5-4 the medical timeout. We talked about momentums and patterns a lot with you and I in the call, and you saw it there. Unfortunately, it seemed like there were some physical limitations for Daderi late as he was going for broke at the end. And credit to Carlos, maybe not his best tennis like we saw in the Bellucci second round match, so we'll see where that factors in. Either way, he's back into the round of 16 here.
You're right, not his best tennis, but then he actually raised his level, didn't want to stay on the court more than he needed to, and you can see all of a sudden he's taking the ball a lot earlier and inside the court and just going for winners, making the points a lot shorter.
Yeah, so congratulations again to Carlos Alcaraz into the round of 16 here at the U.S. Open. Walter Cardle are also on action on court number 5 against Santa Maria and Tang. With just some updates here, Bonzi and Rinderknech over on Stadium 17. Rinderknech up 2-1, and Rinderknech has the break in the 4th of that matchup. So terrific action around the grounds. You're seeing all the doubles taking place on the side courts and those outer courts. I encourage you, if you're coming to site, watch the doubles out there in addition to the big courts like Ash that we're calling right now, Armstrong, Grandstand 17. A lot to take from this matchup and the ones around the grounds. The roof is being closed, and Mary Jo Fernandez is with Carlos Alcaraz.
Another great performance. You haven't dropped a set. You said after your last match you like to have goals before your matches. What were your goals today going into this one?
Well, I just try to start awake. You know, that was important. It started, you know, at 11:30. It's a schedule that I'm not used to play. So my first goal is to start well, to start focused, to start with energy, with a good rhythm. I think I started pretty well, just pushing him, you know, to the limit, you know, trying to play long rallies, trying to get the good rhythm with the serve, with the return. I think I did pretty well, and after that, just keep it going. I think today I just played such a great tennis, great performance in general, so I'm just really proud about it.
You are from Spain. Are you a morning person at all, playing your first day match at 11:30?
I'm not an early person, so for me it's difficult to wake up in the morning. So I just that's one of the good things about today, that I just woke up early. I did pretty well, you know, the warm up. I just played good. So it was. I think it seems like I'm a Spanish guy.
You did call the trainer out at the end of the second set, I believe for a knee issue. What was the problem? Any concerns?
No. It's just I'm feeling good. It's just about progression that I asked for the physio when he just broke my serve in the last point. I just feel something, you know, that is not working good in the knee. But you know, after 5-6 points, it was gone. I just asked for the physio just to take care about the knee because it was one set left, so I had to be ready, to be good, feeling good physically. So I just for precaution. So I'm gonna talk with my team, but I think I'm not worried about it.
All right, that's good news. And finally, Carlos, you become a big golfer. You like to play during these major events. How important is you to disconnect from the intensity of a Grand Slam tournament?
Well, for me, just I'm trying to find the good things about switching off my mind, just not thinking about tennis, thinking about everything else, just to feel good when I'm off the court. Here in New York, it's a little bit difficult to find some spots that I can feel relaxed. But the golf is one of those sports, those sports that I can feel relaxed, feel calm, thinking about my things and having fun off the court. Then, when I'm stepping on the court, I just play my best tennis, playing with a smile on my face, play with joy, which for me is really important.
All right, well, congratulations. Another great match. Good luck in the fourth round. Carlos Alcaraz, everyone.
We love watching the maestro and the mastery of Carlos Alcaraz winning 2-4 in love. You heard the call right here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Dave Leno back with Patricia He. And what wasn't a recipe of success today for Darderi? He was only a pedestrian, 32% on second serve points won. He had 3 break chances, was 1 of 3. Carlos said that he acknowledged maybe not his best tennis, but he goes through anyhow. He was 7 of 18 on break points converted. What were your overall thoughts on Carlos getting through? I know it was a blistering end for Carlos to culminate the match, and maybe some up and down in the second set, Patricia.
Well, I felt like the match, no disrespect to Darderi, but it was always on Carlos's racket, right? With his explosiveness and serve and baseline game, drop shot and the variations, It was no surprise, but a little bit of surprise to me, though, was the loss of focus a little bit when he was up a set 6-2, 4-2. Lost it a little bit, had the trainer come out. And the question really is, Dave, when you have an ailment as a player on the court, you have to decide, do I get a trainer and come take a look at it? Because it can work against you. But if it's a muscle-related issue, then that little massage does help to release the tension on the muscles, and he needed to make sure he was physically in shape, back in shape for that third set, and he was. He was very clean in that third set, no messing around, just was all business-like.
It was, and it was routine. He won 8 consecutive games for the 2022 U.S. Open champ to take it in straight sets. A couple scores before we go to break. Rybakina, as you heard on U.S. Open Radio, won 1 and 2 of Raducanu. Rybakina for the first time into the round of 16 at the U.S. Open. And to continue that point, the same for Yuri Lehachka on the men's side. Won 4, 4, and 4 as Prim was updating us on that match over on Grandstand over Coligno. When we return on U.S. Open Radio, Patricia and I will start the third round men's singles match on Armstrong with the roof closed of Ben Shelton tilting against Adrian Mannarino. That's next on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Rocking and rolling on day 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships on this Friday. Dave Leno, former touring professional, coach, and Canadian Olympian Patricia He with Dr. Prim Siripipat and our entire crew. Jaime Colon on the 1s and 2s. Fantastic atmosphere. 77-degree afternoon, just past 1:37 on the east. As we trickle back inside Armstrong, the second match on Patricia. Might I add, the roof is closed for this third-round men's singles match. And a former U.S. Open semifinalist back in 2023, the 6th seed Ben Shelton from the United States, against a tough Frenchman. Unconventional style of Adrian Mannarino. What's at stake for Shelton against the playing style of Mannarino, Patricia?
Well, as we know, Ben has a huge serve. I don't think he's trying to get to 140, just to be exact, Dave. But he has put a lot, trying to hit more spots with his serve, mixing it up with variations from his serve to become less unpredictable. And he's taking the ball early. He has that ability to shrink the court from the other side and then venture to the net. His left-hand hook, it's absolutely spectacular, and that's what gives a lot of players, issues. Mannarino is the lesser of the household TV name, but he's earned the respects from the players just because his playing style, his technique is a bit unorthodox. Very short take back. He likes to camp close to the baseline and does a lot of pick up ground strokes from the baseline because he doesn't want to be pushed back. He's a flatter player, a lefty, and he gives a lot of players trouble because he takes away the time from them, and that's a lot of pressure.
Okay, your son's a rising professional as well and a lefty, Justin. So I ask you this. Flat forehand from a lefty Mannarino into a hook. A lot of topspin from Shelton forehand. For a guy that plays with a lot of topspin of Ben, how does he handle flat balls coming back, like you just alluded to, from Mannarino today?
Well, the low balls is going to keep away from Ben's strike zone. Now, remember, Ben with his height, bending down all the time, it's going to be tough. They're both lefties. But here's another trick, though. They're both lefties. So Mannarino's curveball on the ad side, it's to the extension of Ben's forehand. That will have less effectiveness. However, he has to be able to open the court and make Ben move. Take it away from his strike zone and take the ball a little early like he's been doing. That flat shot from Mannarino, that low ball from Mannarino is going to cause some trouble on Ben.
Well said. Mannarino went to the third round at Wimbledon as well. From qualifying, Patricia, he lost to Rublev. Capacity crowd on hand here inside Armstrong. The roof is closed, by the way. Now, these two last played each other several weeks ago in Toronto. Shelton won that 2-3 in the round of 64. However, it's the fourth meeting between the pair. Mannarino does lead 2-1. Anyhow, thrown out the window. Here we go at the U.S. Open, right?
Why is the roof closed? Do we know it's not raining out?
There are clouds coming in, I'm being told.
Okay, so a precaution.
Outside our studio, we're broadcasting across from Armstrong Stadium next to the American Express Fan Experience. It looks a little bit darker out there right now.
And the reason I asked why the roof is closed is because now it's become more of an indoor tennis.
Yep.
Right? And it is actually would favor Ben more because now the court's already playing fast. And with the elimination of wind factor, the ball's going to sail through the court even faster with Ben's amazing service of late.
I love it, Patricia. 30 love, an ace ripped out wide by Shelton. You're listening now to the third point opening game. So Patricia and I will start this match of Shelton Mannarino. It's a third round men's singles match on Armstrong. You just heard Alcaraz winning in straights to go to the round of 16. More to come the rest of the day. First ball to last, right here with our talented, skillful Team US Open Radio, presented by American Express. And I thank you so much for tuning in wherever you're listening from around the world. Chip forehand missed off the slice from Mannarino. 40 love for Ben Shelton at 22 from Atlanta. Many listening know his pedigree at Florida, coached by his father, Brian. And like I said on the preview show, we thank Brian for coming in studio with our crew as well. Made the semifinals back in 2023, lost to Tiafoe. It's another ace. Slider ripped out wide, ad side. Love hold for Shelton to get us underway.
The serve motion of Shelton, if you take a look, is like his knee bend is very short, unlike a lot of the traditional serve where you sit for a long time with that weight transfer from ankle, knee, and then hip and upward thrust. And with Ben, it's almost like a curtsy, and then he just swings that racket speed right attacking the serve is so efficient. And the slice he hits, you'll see in slow motion if they ever show it. It's like he hits it, and halfway with the racket, swing to the ball. Right before the ball, he will curve it. And that's why it's so hard to see if he's hitting a flat serve or a curveball.
I love that description. Mannarino making his 15th main draw appearance at the U.S. Open. That was tied with Marin Cilic, who came in. Remember, Cilic, 2014 U.S. Open champ. If he reaches the round of 16, he'll be the second oldest man to do so behind. Remember a player named Ivo Karlovic, the tall stature Karlovic, at 37 years, 6 months in 2016 to make the round of 16? Right now, 37 years, 2 months would be Mannarino. As an overhead here, and he displays that into the open courts on the ad side. First point off his service game at 15 love for Mannarino. 37 from France, as I just stated, 77th on the ATP Tour, coming off the round of 16 in Cincy, where he fell to world number 1 Jannik Sinner. 15 love for Mannarino. Shelton held at love to start play. We're in Armstrong. Slider out wide, and Ben belts that long off the forehand. Again, these are two lefties jousting with one another, and it's now 30 love.
And you don't see that often, lefty against lefty. However, Mannarino's coach is a lefty, right? So he's used to playing against lefty. Now, as a coach, we talk about power, less effortless tennis all the time. And Mannarino is a great example of that, how he can absorb the pace and very quickly he uses that pace and redirect to the open court. Very effective.
It's a flat backhand return missing from Shelton, closer on the ad side, beyond the baseline, Patricia, and a chance for Mannarino to mirror what Shelton did. He's up 40 love, looking for the love hold. Slider out wide, taking a lot off there at 84, spinning it out wide to Ben's left to his forehand. Remember, two lefties against each other. Shelton started off with a hold. Mannarino's second serve kicks in to the lefty. Shelton, who misses. That scurries past the ad side beyond the baseline. Both players exchange love holds, 1-all, opening set.
Mannarino is not a stranger on tour. He is known for his crafty handling of redirecting pace. So you cannot just blindly try to outpace him from way back. You do have to take the ball a little earlier to get him off balance. And that's why this is such a good matchup, Dave, is power against redirection of the ball.
Shelton coming in, seeded 6, rips another ace down the tee for Ben, ranked into the top 10 for the first time coming into the U.S. Open as world number 6. A winner, of course, of 3 titles, one in Toronto over Khachanov. At 15 love, rocks back, just forward, into the back end. It was a tight one adjacent to the right shoulder of Mannarino. Good body serve, Shelton, for 30 love at 1-all, opening set. Ben in his nice on gear. It's a white shirt with black and pink stripe on the bottom right of his shorts. Pink sneakers, rocked back off Mannarino with the return. Forehand up the line, good. It pinks the chalk for Shelton. Up 40 love.
That's a big play from Ben Shelton. Started with a big wide serve, run around all the way the other side to hit an inside-in forehand. That is like a routine shot for him now.
Clean toss, and he whisked that forward to the left, and it sliced past Mannarino, who framed it. Shelton on serve, up 2-1 over Mannarino. Will step aside, continue this match, and much more on day 6 on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We are cruising into Labor Day weekend here in the United States. Wherever you're listening around the world, whether it's via the U.S. Open app, free to download, click the More button, the bottom right side of the app, then the radio tab. On the next page, usopen.org, the official site of the U.S. Open, Sirius XM Channel 982 or the Sirius XM app, or on TuneIn Radio. We're also live. You can watch us behind the scenes on usopen.org and the U.S. Open's YouTube channel. You're listening to Dave Leno, Patricia Heat, Prim Saripapat, our entire fantastic crew doing diligent work at the U.S. Open on serve here in the first. Shelton tilting with Mannarino. Mannarino serving in the midst of the first point of the fourth game. Forehand missed by Mannarino. Just tried to guide it in that time. Off that unconventional Mannarino forehand. It's a short take back. It's very flat. Shelton gets the point. First point off of the Mannarino serve, by the way, at love 15.
And it is the shortest take back in the entire men's division and women. If you visually can see when you turn your shoulder, the racket usually goes back to about 6 o'clock. That's a traditional take back. But him, I would say, just hanging around the 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and then he lets the pendulum of the racket do the work for him.
Love that description. Just a short swipe by Mannarino with a forehand slice. Shelton try to get there towards the chair. James Giaffavanga goes long with the slide from Ben Shelton out of play. Good deception by Mannarino to change his grip very quickly. Gets the point, 15 all.
He gets very close to the ball, and he changes grip so quickly, and that's why it's so hard to see. Mannarino's had a lot of experience on the tour, so he's not overwhelmed by the grandstand, by the big courts, by his opponents. He just does what he can do.
You speak of the longevity, been in the top 75 for a number of years, thrashing forehand on the run. Shelton, you hear the big yeah, and come on, adjacent to his blue Yonex racket, came in beautifully right at the service line, twisted the hips open, big unit turn and thrashed the forehand inside in for the winner.
And this is where Mannarino needs to be very careful and not give too many short balls to Ben to look at, because Ben will punish those short balls, and Mannarino does not have the quickness to retrieve them.
You said it early, keep Ben back, especially taking away Shelton on the run. We know he can hook those balls like we just saw right in, Patricia, with that forehand winner. At 15:30, Shelton returning. The story is this, if you're just tuning in, we're on Armstrong with the roof closed. Third round men's singles match. Mannarino against Shelton. Shelton takes it towards the ad side. He scurries to his left with a backhand slice lob. Falls in. Going back at a 180 angle is Mannarino. Has it. Deuce side of the court. The flat backhand into the Shelton. Flatter backhand as well. Mannarino misses the forehand. And chances to break for Shelton, who was way off the court. Got back in a hurry.
And Shelton shows his athleticism, had to track down that open court back forehand from Mannarino, who took it so early and did a good job to stay in the point. Mannarino in the last two shots, missing that forehand, very tentative. He didn't swing. He doesn't typically swing out, but this is exceptionally short.
Chances to break for the first time for the 6th seed, Ben Shelton. Mannarino's quick take back above his bald head. Gets it back is Shelton on the deuce side. Mannarino fights it over the forehand. Shelton swoops it over the low part of the net. Break chances for Ben. Mannarino right down the middle. To the Shelton forehand, guided up the line. Mannarino cannot get there. Backhand missing. Shelton gets the first breakthrough. And a break for Shelton, up 3-1.
And Shelton did a fantastic job. Mannarino tried to take the forehand really early and put Ben on his back foot. And Beck's response, he looped it up to Mannarino's backhand, which over his shoulder, very difficult to counter.
Shelton coming off a quarterfinal run in Cincinnati. Before that, he reached the semifinals in D.C. Lost to Alejandro Davidovich Fokina. Went to the quarters at Wimbledon, where he fell to Sinner as well. It's allowed him to catapult and leapfrog several competitors on the ATP Tour, and now to a world number 6, just behind Taylor Fritz as the American number 2. 3-1 Shelton. Return miss from Mannarino at 15 love.
And that came from an 85 miles per hour kick serve to Mannarino's backhand that he has more trouble with.
Shelton rocks back, wheels around, over his hair, booms into the ball. Manarino blocks it back. Patricia to 15 love point with Ben up. A break 3-1. A forehand burns into the middle of the net with Shelton on the run in an open stance. The point to Manarino down the break. It's 15-all, fifth game, first set.
And just to give the audience an idea of the timing Manarino has, that serve was 135, and he redirected it no problem.
Has the flat backhand about shoulder high, Patricia. Backhand slice up the line. Manarino gets there in a hurry. Flashing the forehand into the Manarino forehand is Ben Shelton. Manarino with the forehand right down the middle. Ben just guides it back, clips the line on the service box on the deuce side. It's a flat backhand slice by Shelton. Backs up Manarino, takes it on the rise, and Shelton now gets to his left. Flat backhand, loops over the low part of that, and it's a whiffed forehand. Shanks into the doubles alley. Ad side by Manarino off his back foot. Those lengthy rallies right now going to Shelton up 30-15.
And Manarino framed that forehand. He was perhaps a little too ambitious trying to get Ben off the court.
Shelton up 30-15, 3-1. Shelton, he broke Manarino in the previous game. If you're just tuning into our call, Dave Leno, Patricia He, and our entire crew. A slider out wide, another ace from Shelton, his fourth. And is up 40-15. Several game points here for Ben. That
Ben,
slider out wide, Patricia, looked really good.
Just about to say his serve, to that variation between speed and placement is just working great.
Wide take back for Shelton. First one prowls. Just past the service line. Opted for a T-serve there. Racket behind his back, left hip, and he wallops forward with a T-serve. Manarino fights it back on a stretch. Shelton twists the hips with the forehand from the lefty, and the Manarino shank backhand missing. Well, he consolidates the break. Shelton gets the hold and is up 4-1 over Manarino over on Armstrong.
And Manarino, I don't typically see him hit shots, but he's done it twice in this game.
Inside Louis Armstrong Stadium, Dave Leno, Patricia He, and our entire crew. Prim Saripapat with us around the grounds. Jaime Colon, our engineer. Shelton up 4-1 over Manarino. By the way, another one went final in men's singles. Arthur Rinderknech, who dropped the first set to Bonzi, won sets 2 through 4, 3, 3, and 2. And Rinderknech, for the first time at the U.S. Open, is into the round of 16. Who does he face? One, Carlos Alcaraz. That's his prize, Patricia.
But his prize, he'll take it any time. Making that breakthrough to the round of 16, right? Such a milestone, such a great stepping stones for players to come this far.
Yeah.
Round of 16.
Never been to a round of 16 at a slam. Congratulations to Rinderknech. The matchup against Carlos at the next one. All right, we are inside Louis Armstrong Stadium. Again, the rest of our fantastic crews will have you through the remainder of the afternoon through the evening. Just past the top of the hour, coming up, you'll hear from the soothing voices of Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy, the pride of William and Mary. Go Tribe, as I often say to Megan. All her great work at the JTCC and the DMV and the USTA. Former touring professional, the great Stevie Johnson as well. With Gil Gross also will be courtside. Gil will be hovering around this matchup. Our Prim Saripapat will go inside Ash for the Pegula-Azarenka match. What a matchup that's going to be as well. Pegula-Azarenka.
Pegula Azarenka. I feel like no one's talked about Azarenka this entire tournament. Could that be an upset? I don't know, but it's so good. It's such a great matchup.
And how about on grandstand? Paolini on serve against Andrusova. Wimbledon champ, 2-1 there as well. That's on Stadium grandstand. And I do want to let our audience know we're in the United States. We're approaching 2 p.m. Eastern time. It's getting a little bit darker. The roof is closed inside Armstrong, so the crew's the rest of the way. We'll update you with the weather. But as Prim, Patricia, and I have been documenting from our Breakfast Club preview show and until now, the weather's been very comfortable, which I love for the fans, obviously for the players and for the staff working here, but a lot for the spectators mostly. Very comfortable. Temperatures in the 70s to 80s, which is totally different maybe than prior years, Patricia. That's normally in the 90s, over 100.
Oh, I remember even from last year that the heat just came on that first week so strong.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is just fantastic for everyone, who's on site. Just for the players, especially for the players, where when you get the heat and you get the humidity, and that's just a really tough physical demand.
So if you're just tuning into us right now, Mannarino just held at Shelton up the break 4-2. First set. It's a third-round men's singles match. Just a little update on day 6 right now on some of the numbers. We're seeing several seeded players out, 14 on the men's side, 12 on the women's side. In action today, 8 men's seeded players. This is all singles. 8 women's seeded players also as well. Spots to the round of 16 on the line. Shelton misses a sliced backhand, 7th game, first set. Love 15 with Shelton serving to Mannarino. Again, Ben up 4-2. Mannarino returning a couple steps beyond the baseline. To the left of the chair, James Giathathonki bangs a forehand return, sprinting into the net. It's 15 all. So far, what's allowed Shelton to have this break and this edge over Mannarino if we have new listeners right now to our match, Patricia?
So far, really, it's just his power game. He's hitting his spots on the serve and is winning his service games convincingly. But more importantly, he's able to stay on top of Mannarino with his deep shots, and Mannarino is trying to get him to play outside his hitting zone. And Ben is just like locked in right now, dictating from the back, looking to transition very quickly. That he always does in his game anyways. But Mannarino here is just not locking in. We've seen a few frames from him, and I'm just wondering if that's caused by the speed of the court with the roof being closed right now.
Just saw Ben execute a forehand drop shot volley. Patricia just documented his transitions. Terrific footwork, up 30-15. He rocks back, jousts forward, kicks into the backhand, shoulder high from Mannarino. And the lefty, unconventional, flat to Shelton with the forehand, whips it around. Now a backhand slice by Shelton, guided up the line by Mannarino. Jets to his right, flat forehand over the low part of that, fought off by Ben. Gets to his right here with a stab off of the left wing. Backhand slice Shelton, forehand Mannarino, gets Ben on the run. Ben booms it back. Mannarino has it off the reflex. Ben misses the approach backhand slice. Well played by Mannarino to ping-pong it back to Shelton to 30 all.
And ping pong he did. Mannarino was moving Shelton all over the court, side to side, and then eventually got a short one where he was trying to tease, and it came low and short. That really made Ben not only to get there, but to reach down. And as a result, couldn't. For a tall guy, it's very difficult. I know Ben is very athletic, but to make them bend below the knees consistently, that's very fatiguing on the legs as the match goes on.
That was an 18-shot rally, Patricia, to your point there. 30 all. Big one for Mannarino down the break. Shelton serving 4-2. He whips it back. Shelton has an ankle high. Mannarino chips and charges. Has an overhead here. Detonates it. Well done by Mannarino. That was nifty point construction by Mannarino to go behind Shelton. Culminates with an overhead and has his first break chance.
I'm just in awe watching Mannarino, how with that short take back, absorbing the pace and redirecting the ball, just effortless the way he just counter those pace that he's receiving.
A little bit discord here for Shelton. Break chance. Mannarino whips it back. Taking it shoelace high over to the right is Shelton. Break chance for Mannarino. Gets it over the low part of the net. Forehand slice by Shelton from the left side. Then has a backhand slice executed by Mannarino up the low part of the net. Mannarino, quick turn. Forehand, swide swipe to the left of Shelton. Has a two-handed backhand. Backhand missing by Mannarino. The break point saved by Big Ben to deuce.
Mannarino set up that point actually beautifully, moving Ben around, and he had that down the line look with his backhand, but he pulled up on it and just like it, and it just went directly into the net. That is what I'm seeing when he has chances with Mannarino. He's not redirecting shots, and he just like get tentative and not hit out on the shot.
Over a 4-minute game, it's a deuce game. Shelton, quality toss, leans back, powers into the court. The crowd oohed and ahed at that serve, but went long. Ben brings both feet together. The serve, by the way, went 138. Backhand flutters well long. Boy, that quickly took a wicked hop off the kick from about ankle high to the right shoulder of the lefty Mannarino, and from break point down leads to a game point for Shelton to go up 5-2.
And we've noticed throughout this set that Mannarino actually has more trouble countering the kick serve.
Yeah.
That goes over his shoulders than defending himself against a 135 miles per hour serve.
He was quite in a pickle there with that kick. Serve plops out wide. Another ace ripped by Shelton, his fourth at 140. Fastest serve of the tournament from Ben Shelton. And the crowd loves seeing a 140 hit, oohing and eyeing. Shelton up 5-2 over Mannarino. We continue with this match next on U.S. Open Radio, presented by our friends at American Express. Day 6 of the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships with the talented Patricia He, Prim Saripapat, and our entire crew. I'm Dave Leno. Don't go anywhere. Coming up now, we're 6 minutes past the top of the hour here on the East. 2:06 local time in New York. The roof is closed inside Armstrong. Shelton up 2-5 on Mannarino. Now the Frenchman is serving. Don't forget to stick around for Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy, Stevie Johnson, Gil Gross, Prim Saripapat will take you through the rest of the afternoon. Ravi Upa, Zina Garrison, Russ Thaler, Sophie Amyak, David McPherson, Mike Cation. These are some of the best play-by-play and analysts on your airwaves coming up from first ball to last. We can't wait to hear them on U.S. Open Radio. We thank you wherever you're listening around the world. Forehand good by Mannarino. Comes in with a serve +1. Patricia down 2-5 here in the culmination of the first set. 15-love, 8th game, first set.
And really, I feel like so far the set is on Ben Shelton's racket. He's serving very, very well, mixing up with placement and power.
Shelton is returning, swing side to side. Violette, another first serve. He crashes the ball from his forehand into the Cadillac sign right on the net. That's why you heard that big boom in our microphone here inside Armstrong. 27 minutes in. It's a third-round men's singles match. We've seen Alcaraz and Rinderknech win their matches. They'll face off in the round of 16. Shelton tried to go around the pole on a slider serve by Mannarino with two lefties going against one another. and it's now 30 love for Mannarino.
Interesting on that ad side, Mannarino stood so far left as if from the position of a doubles serving that he was able to pull Ben all the way off the court, almost to the camera people.
Yeah. I tell you, that slid all the way to that camera well. That's well off the court opposite the chair, to the lower left of the chair from James Keothavon's vantage point, Patricia. Good pickup. Ben booms it back to the backhand of Mannarino, and Mannarino couldn't zigzag that back over the net on the opposite side. The point to Ben, and it's now 30-15. Again, Mannarino serving at 2-5. Shelton picked up that break midway through this opening set.
Not only is Ben serving extremely well, he's returning extremely well to the corners, and Mannarino just cannot get out from that return position.
Mannarino gets him off the court. It's a good serve +1 as his approach is in. Ben scurried to the deuce side. Mannarino went to the ad side in no man's land, and that slider serve is really taking Ben well off the court, almost hitting a photographer like you said a moment ago.
And it's only at 79 miles per hour, but there's so much spin on that serve that completely took Ben off completely.
Ball to the edge of the Babolat racket. Game points for Mannarino into the forehand. Sideswiped in by Shelton. As the forehand chip to Mannarino's slice backhand towards the deuce side of the court. Ben goes up the line, missing poorly. Hitting the digital backdrop. He overhit that. The game to Mannarino, and Shelton will serve up the break 5-3.
It's the spin from Mannarino, taking the ball early, keeping the ball low. You know, that is the only chance that he will be able to stay in this match. Because for sure he can go toe-to-toe with power. Not that he has power. He's not a power player. But he is a tricky, and player that uses his timing and low balls to throw off the rhythm of the others.
Here is Shelton now, Patricia, serving for the opening set. Backhand miss, good body serve by Shelton. Executed about to the left pec of Mannarino. The point to Shelton, 15 love.
He's not returning the way he would normally, just taking the ball early. He's not seeing the ball as well as he liked to.
On the stretch, Mannarino trying to go behind Mannarino was Shelton, but Mannarino gets there, scooting to his left. Slice backhand, good by Shelton. He's camped out on the deuce side, has a slice forehand to the Mannarino backhand that flutters well long. And Ben telling Mannarino, hey, you got to go generate your own pace on those type of shots. Shelton gets the point, up 5-3 and 30 love in the game.
And this is really interesting because of the extremely short take back on Mannarino. He actually has more problem countering no pace ball that we saw the last one and kicker that was over his shoulders.
He tilts back, he crashes forward, bangs into the ball, kicks into the backhand of Mannarino. 30 love Mannarino right into the service box on the deuce side. Handled cleanly by Ben Shelton. Mannarino scurries to his left with a forehand that sideswipe right down the middle. Shelton with a flat backhand. Mannarino takes the slice, opts to go a slice back to counter Ben. Ben takes it a little bit behind off his back foot and is there to his right in the middle of the court. It's a slice backhand short angle for Mannarino. Shelton there on the deuce side. He scurries to his right. It's a miss for Mannarino. And it's set points for Shelton.
Interesting to note they're really not hitting the corners, Dave. A lot of those shots are hit in the middle of the court where, they're forcing each other to generate an angle shot out of it, which Mannarino tried, but very difficult to do when you get a ball in the middle.
Shelton's been playing beautiful tennis to the middle to the end of this first set. Several set points. It's a slider out wide that's worked well. He just missed by a hair, though, Patricia. Second serve, up 5-3 in the set, 40 love. He tilts back, racket head above his curly hair, booms it in to the Mannarino backhand. And Mannarino has it. Shelton with a backhand right down Broadway. Mannarino fights it off. Shelton takes it off the rise. Oh, he had a big thrashing hit, but missed the flat backhand. Into the side of the net, adjacent to the chair at 40-15.
What a setup of the point from Ben Shelton. He just go deep down the middle, got the short ball, but didn't step up to it and ended up hitting the impact point too far in front of him, and as a result, netted it.
Shelton in the match, 8 winners to 6 unforced. Shelton jousts back, whips forward, gets the racket head in there to that serve that booms into the backhand of Mannarino, has the return. Next exchange, Mannarino misses the backhand. And it's Shelton to take the first set 6-3 on Armstrong in this third round men's singles match.
And Mannarino, time and time again, is having trouble with that backhand where he doesn't step up to it, and especially when Ben gives him no pigs balls, Dave.
Patricia, because that's the end of the first set here in Armstrong, that's going to do it for you and I on U.S. Open Radio. Wonderful job as we're getting our coverage on day 6 underway.
Thank you so much for having me. That was a lot of fun as always, Dave.
Absolutely. Just some scores before we go to break. Pegula is up the break on Azarenka 2-1. Prim Siripipat will have eyes on that. Our Gil Gross will take you through this one on Louis Armstrong Stadium of Shelton and Mannarino with the crew coming up next. And that's Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy, and Stevie Johnson to take you through the rest of the way. For Patricia He, I'm Dave Leno. Stick with us on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Friday afternoon from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. We are under the closed roof in Louis Armstrong Stadium. Some threatening skies, but no rain. There was the odd drop or two, but we are dry around the grounds and certainly dry under the roof here, where Ben Shelton with a tricky matchup with Adrian Mannarino. Now it's a sliced forehand from one lefty, the older of these two left-handed players. That's Mannarino. On the far court, he missed it wide, and Shelton at 15-all. Ben Shelton took the first set 6-3. I'm Brian Clark. I'm back here for another day with Megan Moulton-Levy and Steve Johnson. It's great to have you guys with us. And Megan, it's one of those days heading into the weekend. You start to get into the business end of the tournament, and now you've got to deal with the weather, you've got to deal with the conditions, but it's really about dealing with the person on the other side of the net.
Yeah, you also have to deal with your own fatigue. Not only from the play, but also just from the energy. There's a lot of energy at this tournament in New York. Some of it can be draining, some of it can be energizing, but both of these men have to just be prepared to battle out here.
Forehand from both players. There's that flat Mannarino forehand. Now the backhand, Mannarino yanks it wide. 15-30 here for Shelton. Stevie, somebody like Adrian Mannarino, who's a contemporary of yours, I think he's older than you in terms of the calendar as well. He's a tricky matchup for somebody like Ben Shelton. He's a tricky matchup for everybody because of that ball that he hits. Can you just explain what's so different about Mannarino?
Yeah, he's a very uncomfortable player. I mean, he plays an unorthodox style of game, something you do not see out of many guys. I mean, his racket is strung at 25 pounds or something like that. It feels like you can pull it with your own hands. Like he doesn't need a machine to even string it. but he times the ball extremely well. He's unorthodox. He uses his backhand extremely smart. He hits it very flat, pushes it around the court. That's the side that is always going to be counted on. His forehand does have the ability to break down in crucial moments, but he uses his leftiness well. He knows how to play the game. His tennis IQ is very high, so that makes him very difficult to play in these matches.
Let me ask a follow-up question. You talked about his racket being strung at 20 pounds. What does that mean? What's the benefit to it? How does that impact how he plays?
I mean, everybody finds out what's best for them. You know, in my career, I was always around 48 to 50 pounds. Some guys in their career are up at 70 to 75 pounds. So the lower you go, the more spring, the more bounce you get off the racket. So you're going to notice, you know, if you're watching him today, or if you ever watch him, he doesn't feel like he swings all that hard. You know, he uses the racket. He lets the strings kind of balloon in and trampoline off. Like he uses the racket for what it's worth. You know, on the other side of this net, you have Ben Shelton, who strings his rackets much tighter, takes a lot bigger swings, is much more aggressive. But Adrian really uses his racket, his knowledge of the game extremely well. Especially, I feel like many guys could not use the racket like he does and be successful.
We are right here with Mannarino serving at 40-30. Opening game of this second set. Ben Shelton took the first set 6-3. I want to continue this racket conversation because it is always interesting to hear the different perspectives. Certainly when somebody like Mannarino's on the court. There's the forehand from Shelton. He follows it in off that approach shot. Mannarino tried to hit behind him, but tucked the forehand into the net. It's deuce. How much of knowing where you wanted your racket evolves throughout your professional career? Were you playing with that same kind of tension in college and in juniors, or did you make those adjustments as your career went on?
I was always around, you know, I would say the more my career went on, I went down a little bit as the years went on. You just get a little bit more benefit from the string, from the racket. You know, you lose a little bit of your youthful power. Adrian has really committed to this. He's been doing this for a long time. He is so incredible with his hands in this department. But for myself, I probably started, you know, the mid to high 50s in college, and slowly over the years have kind of crept down a little bit, especially using natural gut during most of my career. It was always something that I could kind of lean on that for some power rather than, you know, my arm speed.
Forehand from Shelton. He's got plenty of power. Mannarino's there with a forehand. He cut it off around the net post. Now a backhand. Played back Mannarino. Forehand inside in Shelton. Running stretch forehand Mannarino. We're at deuce point here. First game, second set. Shelton took the first and missed the backhand wide after a long exchange. Advantage Mannarino.
We've heard Patricia He, our colleague, she talked a lot about his compact swing and his ability to steal power. What I understood about that is he can take the ball early. The sooner you make contact with the ball off of the bounce, the more power the ball has on it. So he doesn't have to create very much. But when he's back and he lets the ball bounce, rise, and then drop, he has to actually create more energy, which that's when he sees a few more errors popping into his game.
Serve out wide. Odd moment there as that point ended. Mannarino was jogging towards the bins that hold the towels, and he sort of, not maliciously, but just kind of kicked out at one of the bins and wound up kicking it over. He picked it up. Maybe it is that frustrating kind of afternoon. A second serve. He pulled Shelton off the court, but Ben was there. Now a slice backhand Shelton. It's a let cord, but it goes. Now a short backhand from Shelton. A forehand Mannarino. A slice backhand Shelton. Backhand Mannarino. A little bit more width. A little bit too much width. And it's back to deuce.
Yeah, sometimes when you are playing Mannarino, you've got to be able to take pace off. It is an interesting dynamic when you're out there because the more pace that you give him, he feels much more comfortable in that because he can use that. You know, when I was playing him, I played him at least a half dozen times. You know, it would be a lot of slow slices to the forehand, kind of outweighting him to see what he would do in that situation until you get him on the move because he is so dangerous when you give him power and you give him that ability to hit his backhand short cross court. It is his best shot, and it is a dangerous one.
Loopy serve into a sliced backhand from Shelton. Now a backhand Mannarino. They trade center of the baseline with these backhands. Shelton slices another one. Heard the racket hit the ground on that one. Swings through the two-hander long. Advantage again, Mannarino.
Something that I was thinking through yesterday as I think about how these players are constructing their games. You all, when you go out there and play every week, you know each other pretty well, but on any given day, someone may show up just a little bit differently, and you have to be prepared to do that. But as tennis players, I know I had a way that I like to play. One that was comfortable to me. But sometimes to win a match, I had to get outside of my comfort zone and be uncomfortable to make my opponent uncomfortable. And that's what you're saying about Ben taking the pace off a little bit, seeing if he can throw Mannarino's rhythm off by doing that.
Yeah, we all know that Ben loves to throw the fastball. He's young. He's got so much power. I mean, he's already hit the serve 140 today. He's able to use the power, but sometimes you've got to just kind of slowly work your way around the court in a 2, 3, 4 shot manner rather than just that one big body blow. So for him, it's just going to be important because Adrian is a tricky player. He can draw a lot of errors out of his opponents. So you just got to be able to hit those few balls, be patient, but still be aggressive.
You heard that crowd reaction. Mannarino hit a great wide serve that Shelton somehow was able to use his left-handedness to angle a cross-court forehand winner that barely grazed the outside of the sideline. It was good to get this game back to deuce. 11th point of this game. Mannarino's not faced a break point in this game, but Shelton's not letting him get away with an easy hold. They trade from the center of the baseline. A slice backhand Shelton. Mannarino soft forehand. Shelton steps into the backhand. Now forehand Mannarino. Shelton backhand cross court. Now the backhand again comes from Mannarino. Another slice Shelton. Now forehand Mannarino. Shelton running forehand middle of the court. Keeps Mannarino back off the back foot as Ben with a forehand. Backs up to hit a forehand off the right sideline. Running forehand cross. Mannarino, it just landed in. Shelton's was just in off the baseline. Now they retreat to slices. Backhand cross Mannarino. Slice backhand Shelton. Catches the right sideline. Mannarino flicks the forehand winner. Ending one of the more entertaining exchanges of the match. And he's got another chance to get out of this game.
Mannarino is being extremely cheeky, using his lefty forehand, just looping it back to Ben's backhand, keeping a down-the-line exchange from that add to deuce side, trying to find an opportunity to use his lefty forehand to whip Ben off the court and create an opening so he can go for a winner like he just did on that point.
Game about to hit 10 minutes. And definitely a physical toll on these players. It's going to be a physical few minutes because we've got this 10-minute game here, a 27-shot rally, and still 2 more games until the changeover. This is the first game of the second set. Ben Shelton won the first set 6-3 in 32 minutes. Second serve for Mannarino. It's down the center into the Shelton backhand. Ben to his right with another backhand. Inside out backhand Mannarino. Running forehand into net Shelton. And Mannarino finds a way. That was a grueling opening game of the second set. He never faced a break point, but nothing about it was easy for 37-year-old Adrian Mannarino. And they stop at the chairs for a swig of water as they switch ends.
It's really amazing watching Adrian Mannarino play. He is so crafty in the fact that he can hit these backhands. They're almost, he's taking a full swing, but they're underspin. He's able to just bunt it down the line. And, a pattern of play, it's going to be a little different today, obviously playing a lefty in Ben Shelton. But for Mannarino, he loves when guys try and go down the line and pull it early to his backhand, and he uses his backhand cross-court so well. That's his absolute money shot. He takes it early, takes time away, and he's able to hit a flat backhand cross-court short and really get you out of position. So it's going to be interesting for both these guys going forward in this match to what the strategy is going to be. You've seen a lot of these kind of points play out in the same way, especially on the Mannarino serve. Ben's got the advantage of his massive serve. He can kind of serve through games and serve through him a bit quicker. So it's just something to look forward to.
So Ben hit 140 down the stretch in the opening set. He opens the second set serving-wise at 134, but missed it long, and then double faults. Second serve missed deep. Love 15. That's the first double fault of the afternoon for Shelton.
And because Mannarino is able to take the ball so early, we're going to talk a lot about this as the day goes on. That puts pressure on Ben. He's not used to receiving his ball so soon after he hits. Just a fraction of a second can also disrupt Shelton's tempo.
And he's got 2 quick points here on the Shelton serve, as Mannarino was able to return that cross court, and Shelton missed wide. Now Love 30. Shelton's got the weapons to get out of a hole, though. Goes out wide again with some kick. Mannarino blocked back a lob that just landed long, 85 miles an hour, as Shelton has to go to maybe plan C in the serve game, 15-30.
Adrian has been very successful over the course of his career against big servers. He uses their pace so well on the serve. He's got great hands, some of the best on tour, in my opinion, and he takes the timing off these returns so well that he can get it on you so quickly.
Shelton missed that first serve. Jess Pegula has a couple of set points, up 5-1 against three-time runner-up here, Victoria Azarenka. That's in Ashe Stadium under the closed roof. Here under the closed roof in Armstrong, 15:30 for Shelton, who's up a set on Adrian Mannarino and mishit a forehand as Ben tried to stay cross-court as he backpedaled from the far deuce side, and he's down 2 break points.
Mannarino was trying to get Shelton in a deuce-to-deuce cross-court backhand exchange for our two lefties here. Ben wants to find his forehand. I think he pressed the envelope just a little bit and wasn't quite in position. That's what resulted in that shank.
Brian Shelton told Ben, go body. That's what Ben does. Now he's in at net with the volley off the net cord, and it goes. Mannarino fortunate, but fortune favors Adrian Mannarino. He's got a break to begin this second set. Shelton trying a different play with the body serve, came in behind it, but that net cord meant the ball just flew over his head, and it's the first break of the afternoon for Adrian Mannarino. He's up 2-love here in the second set.
That was a really good return game there from Adrian Mannarino. He's just able to accept pace and return it so quickly. You know, as a server, it's always nerve-wracking when your opponent is able to just use your pace, block it back, right at your shoestrings off the serve. It just puts you right on the defense right away. Adrian is an absolute professional of the sport, has done this for, you know, almost 2 decades now on tour. So it's really impressive to see him still have that ability and that timing on the return.
He's got 2 wins against Shelton as well. The first 2 times they played, Miami 2023 and the Australian Open 2024. That was a 5-setter. Shelton won just a few weeks ago en route to his maiden Masters title in Toronto. That was a 6-2, 6-3 Shelton win. Stretched out backhand Mannarino, forehand inside in Shelton, running forehand, just clears the net for Mannarino. A little drop shot from Shelton. That's too good. It's love 15.
Yeah, but that's really impressive from Ben there. It's the ability to hit 3, 4, 5 shots in a row, because that is what you have to do against Adrian. He's going to get rackets on the ball. He's really good with his hands. You've got to be really precise. You have to be aggressive, but you've got to play within margin, because you're not playing against Adrian is not that easy to just hit winner after winner, first, second ball. You've got to kind of have to poke and prod and get your opponent out of position until you finally get that put away shot.
Love 15, Mannarino went tee, and Shelton was leaning left. He had guessed the wrong way, but it doesn't matter because Mannarino's serve missed long. Here comes the second serve. He goes out wide. Shelton read that correctly, but misfired on the forehand return.
I think the way Mannarino plays as well, it keeps his body fresh. Because to produce power, when you let the ball bounce, rise, start to drop a little bit, you have to use your legs, core, arm, everything to create the power. But because he just takes that ball right off the rise, it's almost like he's expending way less energy. This is why at 37 years old, he's looking fresh, he's not disturbed by anything. He can just flick his little hands and do what he likes to do.
Backhand slice from Shelton. Mannarino moves left for a forehand cross court on the ad side. Mannarino at the near court. He's up a break here in this second set. Shelton won the first set 6-3. Now a forehand from Mannarino. Forehand Shelton. That's a short ball. Mannarino comes in behind it and applies the pressure. He turns the screw, and Shelton's backhand is long. It's 30-15 for Mannarino.
Really impressive there in that point. You know, just kind of Mannarino moving the ball around, and as soon as Ben mishit that forehand down the line, it was immediate. One quick step forward. He takes it early on the rise, takes time away from Ben with a great backhand cross court. And anytime you can come into the Shelton back and make him pass on the defense, that's a great strategy.
Large crowd, packed crowd in Armstrong under the closed roof, but Adrian Mannarino giving the partisan crowd no reason to cheer. He's up a break here in the second set on Ben Shelton. Crowd was roaring late in that first set when Shelton saw it over the line. A 6-3 first set for the 6th seed. Second serve Mannarino into the Shelton backhand. Easy backhand Mannarino. Slice backhand from Ben. Another cross-court backhand. Now a forehand cross from Shelton on the deuce side. He goes forehand into the Mannarino forehand that missed short. Few points ago, you heard Brian Shelton saying to hit into his backhand, or his forehand, and that's exactly what Ben was able to do there. Find his way into the forehand, and the error followed.
Yeah, Ben is somebody that takes the construction really well. It's impressive what he and Brian has been able to accomplish. Ben is a very good listener, and more importantly, he's able to execute what him and Brian are always working on.
At 30 all. Oh, just missed out wide. Let. So another first serve on the way for Mannarino. Mannarino's first serve percentage. He's not making life easy on himself, but he's been able to come through on these points. He was broken once in the first set. And even in that marathon 10-minute game to begin this second set, he never faced a break point. He was able to hold, then broke Shelton. Now 30 all. Big forehand inside in Shelton, and he's got a break chance. Shelton senses the opportunity, and now he's got a big opportunity.
But that's a big piece for Ben there, is to realize he had a great return, got Adrian out of position deep behind the baseline. And then when he is able to attack his forehand, kind of inside in from the Shelton deuce side into the Mannarino forehand, he's getting good length to that, good margin of error, and he's just in such an offensive position. Because if he doesn't hit that well, Adrian is very good at taking that forehand back cross court, making Ben run all the way back to his ad side. It makes it very difficult.
That first serve was long from Mannarino. Jess Pegula has won the first set, 6-1 over Victoria Azarenka on Ash. Marketa Vondrousova took the first set in a tiebreak over the 7th seed Jasmine Paolini. That's on the grandstand. Play continuing on the outer courts. It's not raining, but there is the threat, so they've closed the roofs on Ash and here in Armstrong, where Ben Shelton on a break point here has a forehand from Adrian Mannarino and then frames his own forehand. A mishit from Shelton and the break point saved.
From this view, we can see Mannarino, his footwork after every ball, his body weight is falling through the shot. He's ending one step closer towards the baseline, then shuffle backs just a little bit to create the space to hit the next ball. He's really using his timing and body weight to meet the power and then create a little bit off of Shelton strokes.
Here's Mannarino, the toss, and that serve, it's off the tape and flies long, and then Mannarino in frustration just throws the second ball out of his pocket straight up into the air, grabs it on the way back down. Unusual way of retrieving the ball. Second serve here, it's down the center. Now a forehand from Shelton at deuce, the break point having come and gone, but trying to find another one, and he does. Created his own power, but more importantly, it was about placement on that forehand winner down the line. It's a second break point here for Shelton.
Adrian is really good at kind of sucking you into this game of trying to hit harder and harder and harder. But that just bleeds right into what Adrian wants to do. He uses your power. But with shots like that, that is what you're going to have to do to hit those first, second ball winners against Adrian Mannarino. You've got to be willing to risk it going a little closer to the line, which Ben has the ability to. He's just got to pick and choose those moments.
Toss, it's out wide, and Shelton knew it was coming there, and then he cracked a winner around the net post. Problem was, serve was out. Shelton will get a look at a second serve, though. He's still looking over to his left at his father and coach, Brian. Mannarino is ready. Now the serve comes in down the center. Shelton runs around to hit a forehand. Short backhand from Mannarino. Slice backhand, Shelton. Lifted forehand, Mannarino. More loop than usual. And then Shelton drops the racket after he nets that backhand. It's deuce.
Mannarino's putting Shelton all around the court. He's putting him deep, drawing back, getting him outside the court. But one thing that I know Shelton can do is he can change the way he hits the shots too. Some of those balls that Mannarino hit in that last point, they landed inside the service line. But Shelton didn't quite get up to it with his feet. I know he can. He can shorten up his swing and take time away just the way Mannarino is doing on his points.
Toss from Mannarino, and the serve clatters into the net. Shelton was ready to pounce to his left. He thought Mannarino was going tee. What does he do here on the second serve? We're 4 minutes from the hour mark in this match. It's a body serve, a forehand return deep from Shelton, a good one. Now he goes backhand, cross court into the Mannarino backhand. Backhand line, Shelton, stretched out forehand. Mannarino's good. Forehand cross, Shelton, tighter angle. Mannarino's there with a forehand. Now backhand middle, Shelton. Mannarino has somehow reset this point. Forehand line, Shelton, backhand cross from Mannarino. Slice backhand, Shelton, backhand wide from Mannarino. Shelton had to fight for it. Mannarino got himself back into that point. But Shelton's got his third break chance of this game.
I think that's important for Ben to, look for more during this match, is changing of the pace. Just using a couple slices. That might not be his best strategy or his best shot, but just change the way Mannarino hits the ball. Make him come up with some pace. Make him kind of generate something off his racket. We all know Ben has the power. We all know he has the ability to change the pace, especially on that slice backhand. He's just got to be willing to use it, from time to time.
Mannarino serve down the center, and Shelton blocks it back wide. Clutch serve at an important moment for Adrian Mannarino. 113 to save the third break point.
When you have a great serve, that allows you to get out of trouble. Invariably, at some point in a match on your serve, you're going to be down a break. But when you can depend on a great, strong first serve down the tee like Mannarino was able to, it gives him some relief from worrying about digging out of this game.
Deep return from Shelton, a little bit too deep, and Mannarino has yet another chance to get out of this game.
Mannarino does this extremely well. He just frustrates you as an opponent. He just kind of gets under your skin just from the style of play. The way he kind of is nonchalant out there, but he's able to just bump these balls around, breaks the sideline extremely well. It just really frustrates you as an opponent.
Advantage Mannarino. Serve T is just a bit long. Mannarino in an off-white colored shirt. Forehand return, a deep one from Shelton, who runs into a slice backhand cross-court. Backhand middle Mannarino, forehand middle from Shelton. Backhand Mannarino, forehand inside in Shelton. Mannarino on the run is long with the forehand. Another marathon game up for grabs.
Shelton really hasn't been able to make Mannarino move. It's almost like Mannarino is playing chess, and he's able to get Shelton to hit the ball wherever he wants it. But Shelton on that last point was able to get Mannarino on the run, and he coughed up an error. So if Shelton can try and create a few more opportunities to get Mannarino on the run, giving him more openings.
First serve missed long from Mannarino here at deuce. Shelton won the first set 6-3 in 32 minutes. We are 26 minutes into the second set, and we're in the third game. Forehand deep from Shelton, now a forehand from Mannarino. Shelton goes a little bit shorter, then lifts the backhand. Mannarino waits for it, plays a middle forehand. Forehand cross from Ben. Cross-court forehand on the ad side. Mannarino plays another forehand. Forehand into the net from Shelton as he tried to go line, but he just missed it. Advantage Mannarino.
That ball, the last ball that Mannarino hit, landed just outside the service box. But Ben didn't make contact with that ball. He made contact with it outside of the baseline in the green. I think that that's an opportunity to just shrink Mannarino's court, take his time away, and come forward. But he waited for it, and it resulted in a miss in the net.
Deep serve right into the box. Shelton with a good backhand return. Now Shelton's in it, net. Oh, he pulled the racket down, thinking the Mannarino slice was going to go long. Ben was ready. Problem was the ball was not long. It was well in. An odd ending to another dramatic game. Both of Adrian Mannarino's service games have lasted about 10 minutes, and he's been rewarded. He's taken the first 3 games of this second set, with Ben Shelton already having the first set in his bag on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome you back to the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. We're live here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. I'm Prims Ripipat, courtside and at the Whisper section here in Arthur Ashe Stadium. Of course, they've got the roof closed due to the cloudiness and potential rain. And it's a beautiful scenery here, but for the 4th seed, Jessica Pegula, take it on Victoria Azarenka as she hits a backhand down the line shot, trying to stay in this match. This has been all Pegula. She's jumped out to 6-1, 1-love lead, looking to reach the second week of the U.S. Open once again. And Pegula here, of course, had a lot of success last year, made the finals and through the first couple of rounds dropped 8 games, the most efficient performance by her at a major. So we'll keep you updated from here. Guys, back to you.
Okay, Premier Pegula, last year's runner-up on the women's side. We'll see the men's runner-up on the women's side. The second match of the night session here in Louis Armstrong Stadium. Taylor Fritz plays one of 2 Swiss qualifiers to reach the third round of the U.S. Open. That's Jerome Kim. Fritz seeded 4th, just like Pegula. That's the second match after Arena Sabalenka meets Leylah Fernandez. Great nighttime card. It's been a pretty compelling afternoon card here in Armstrong after a blowout to begin the day. It barely even got into the afternoon for Elena Rybakina to knock out Emma Raducanu in straight sets. Rybakina's through to the 4th round of the U.S. Open, but here Ben Shelton won the first set 6-3. And he's been frustrated by Adrian Mannarino here in this second set. He's had his break chances, couldn't take them, but he was broken. And Stevie, how much of this is Mannarino just doing what Mannarino does best and maybe confounding Shelton a bit? We'll talk about it after this point as Mannarino just chips back a short forehand, draws Shelton in with a slice, and then steers that volley forehand down the left side.
This is exactly what Adrian Mannarino wants to do. He frustrates you as an opponent. He's never going to come out there and blow you off the court, hit 20 aces, 30 winners. He's not that guy that's going to take the racket out of your hand. But you feel as if, as the match goes on, you get more and more frustrated as an opponent because you're in every point. You should be, you have these short balls, or you don't feel like he's hitting balls that fast. So you're always in every one of these points, and he just frustrates you as the match goes on. And right now he's kind of just frustrating Ben to a point. He's just kind of lost his focus, missed a couple routine balls. But for Ben, he's just down 1 break in the set. Try and get a good hold here, get another look at return. He's had 2 games, lots of break points, so he's still very much in this set. He's just got to just take care of business, slow down on his serve, and control what he can control.
Shelton nets that first serve. 40 love for Ben, trying to get on the board in this second set. Deep second serve, and a forehand return from Mannarino. Another flicked forehand from Mannarino. Shelton's forehand catches the baseline. They trade big forehands. Ben hitting a little bit bigger here. He's about a yard behind the baseline. That forehand was just a little long. And it's 40-15.
Ben comes in a lot normally, and it's shocking to see that he's only 50%. He's only come in 4 times this set, and he's only won 2 of those points. So I think he really needs to try and find ways to creep in and get to net and finish the point with volleys.
Well, he had done that in the last game, or the last point of the last game. He was at net, ready to go, and then dropped the racket, thinking Mannarino's ball was going to miss. That's a point he lost. He was ready for the volley. He just made the incorrect choice, but he's on the board thanks to that ace, his first of this set. 128 out wide, and here's Mannarino back to the line at 3-1. And a point we've talked about and you alluded to just a moment ago, Steve, the pressure Mannarino's serve is under right now. I mean, there's got to be a physical toll. He's already had to play on serve in this set. He's played 26 service points through 2 games. This is 27. He's in at net, and Shelton got handcuffed and tried to go between the legs, but found the net. It's 15 love.
And this is an important time, for how you frame a match of how it's going. Ben could easily be very frustrated and annoyed that he hasn't broken either game this set, even though he has been in it. Or he can look at it the other way and be like, I've been in both games. I had my chances. I'm going to get another look at some point in this set. So it's just all about how you frame it in those moments, dealing with some adversity, because it can go either way. You can, shape 2, sides to every coin. So for him, he's just got to believe that he's going to get another look in this set.
Slice second serve into the backhand that Shelton mishit. Just missed the return. It's 30 love, Mannarino.
Mannarino had a slow lefty on the ad side serve into Shelton's backhand. I would have liked to see Shelton run around that, start the point with a forehand out of the middle court. He'd be in a much better position for the next shot. He opted to fall off the court with the backhand, wasn't able to make it.
Body serve blocked back long. Shelton. Could it be an easy service hold for Adrian Mannarino? He's 1 point away from just that at 40 love. Marketa Vondrousova up a set and now a break on Jasmine Paolini, the 7th seed. That's on the grandstand. And the winner of that will take on Elena Rybakina, who looked red hot over Emma Raducanu earlier. That was by far the easiest service game in some time for Adrian Mannarino. He holds with an ace for 4-1 in the second. We're back to Armstrong on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Adrian Mannarino retying his sneakers. Taking a swig of water. The 37-year-old has come out fighting in this second set. He held serve through two very challenging games, saved 3 break points in one of them. He broke Ben Shelton early, and he's up 4-1 on the 6th seed from the United States, who won the first set 6-3. So Shelton serving now at 1-4, and he goes out wide, pulling Mannarino off the court and into the alley. It's 15-love off that service winner.
I don't think Mannarino often sees a kick out wide serve on the deuce side up to his backhand side. Traditionally, he's playing righties, and that's not a serve, Stevie, that righties hit very often on the deuce side. So it looked like Mannarino was caught off guard completely.
Here's Shelton in that sleeveless top. The toss goes up and missed long. That was a first serve, a second first serve. And now Shelton back to the line with those plum purple sneakers right down the tee. A great second serve that Mannarino could do nothing with. 30-love.
Yeah, back to your previous point, there's not many people that can actually hit the serve as good as Ben Shelton anyway, righty or lefty. But his lefty serve, the way he can get it, it's just so much different than what we're used to playing righties. I mean, Armstrong is a big court, and we're consistently seeing Adrian Mannarino almost in the first row hitting these returns when he hits that kick out wide on the deuce. It's really remarkable. I mean, that left arm has so much talent in it and so much juice. It's amazing what he can produce.
Just produced another one of those kicks out wide from the deuce court. Then he follows with a little kick out wide from the ad court for an ace and a love hold. So he stays 1 break down. Mannarino now 4-2. Let's quickly jump into Ash for a brief update with Prim Pegula Azarenka.
Yeah, guys, Pegula has jumped out to a 6-1, 2-1 lead against Victoria Azarenka, who, by the way, is a 2-time U.S. Open finalist. But, of course, it's been a few years since that occurred. 12 years to be exact, if my math is correct, although that's not my forte. But if you look at the stat sheets, guys, I mean, it's all Pegula. She's winning 88% of her first serve points. She's got 13 winners to Azarenka's 4, only 4 unforced errors through a set and a few games. So this has really been all Pegula.
Thanks, Prim. We'll get back to Ash in a moment, but back here in Armstrong, just one quick point of clarification. It was 3 times in the U.S. Open final for Azarenka. She got there in 2020. I think a lot of us have chosen just to block out everything that happened. Some of us welcomed children in 2020, so you can't block that out, but no fans here. It was a very different U.S. Open, so it's a little bit different. And certainly for the active players at the time, like Stevie, I know that was a very challenging and maybe not fun year to be a professional athlete of any kind, certainly a tennis player. As Adrian Mannarino, he was active that year. Ben Shelton was not. He was in Gainesville, Florida, playing college tennis for the Gators. It's Mannarino now 30-love.
Yeah, that COVID U.S. Open, I can remember in 2020, I played on Armstrong against John Isner, 4+ hours, 7-6 in the 5th. With 4 people in the stands. My coach and physio, his coach and physio. It was a weird atmosphere to be out there playing that match under the lights of Armstrong. What should be a great American matchup and a great crowd. We got nothing. We could hear the trains going on behind us, and that was it.
That's really for the love of the game then. You know, there's no energy. You guys had to supply it all. And that's a competitive match. Like, those are the matches that would have been, it would have been a packed stadium.
Yeah, it was just so odd. It definitely makes you appreciate more now that we're back with the full grounds and all that's happened since then. I'll never forget the day, you know, it was an hour before the final. I was getting ready for the final. And again, there's nobody here. So I was just in an area, all the shops and restaurants were closed, and I'm just kind of walking around. And all of a sudden, I almost bump into Sasha Zverev, who's just doing his warm-up out by some, like his physical warm-up, running around, doing some sprints. It's like, oh, sorry, excuse me, good luck today. And you wouldn't certainly see that today, but it was a very, very strange time.
But kudos to the U.S. Open, right? They've been
yeah.
a pioneer in so many different ways. First equal prize money, celebrating Althea this year, really took the world and said, okay, we're going to make this tournament happen and give people something, some speck of joy in the midst of COVID, and allow them to watch what was happening.
And Cincinnati, which was held here right before the U.S. Open on site. And Ben Shelton has a chance here as Mannarino raced out to grab a few quick points, but now back-to-back points for Shelton in this 7th game, and it's 40-30 here in the second set.
Yeah, Ben has done a good job in this game, just kind of riding the ship. He's doing well on return. I mean, Adrian changes his serve position up really well. He goes really wide on the ad. He can go T with that serve. He likes to go wide, always that lefty one.
Great wide serve on the lefty side for Mannarino. Now they reset from the baseline. Shelton loops a backhand. Now a forehand inside in. Shelton pulling Mannarino into his middle forehand. Inside out forehand Shelton. He's moving Mannarino all over the baseline and then goes inside out to hit behind him with that forehand. Beautifully constructed point from Shelton.
But that's amazing from Ben there. He uses the geometry of the court so well. He pushes him deep to Mannarino's forehand, gets the shorter ball, pushes him deep to the Mannarino backhand, ultimately pushes him just deep enough, takes more time away, and then is able to hit a winner. So that just was a 3-4 shot setup until that last great forehand, but all with a good margin. Didn't feel like he was stressed or going to miss any of those.
So Mannarino's had 2 immensely difficult service games, 1 easy service game, and this one could be heading towards a few more degrees of difficulty.
You think Shelton, if Mannarino played higher, heavier, not so kind of flat, without spin, low, it'd be easier for Shelton to lift the ball and push him back. But it's hard to change a trajectory when Mannarino's driving it, and it makes it a little bit more harder for Shelton to get the air under the ball and push him back. But he did a great job on that last point, as you just noted.
Cross-court forehand from Shelton on this deuce point. 7th game, and Shelton just missed long with the backhand. Advantage Mannarino. And a roar of frustration that you could hear from Shelton.
It just is a bit frustrating playing Mannarino because you are in every point. You feel like you should be winning, 80-90% of these points from the ground. He's just got to go about his business. He played a great first set, struggled here in the second. But he'll figure it out. It's a long match, but yeah, using those high balls, getting it out of the Mannarino strike zone, because when he plays very linearly over the net, it is tough. That's right where Mannarino wants to get it. Keep that ball right over the net strap.
Out wide, steered back on the forehand around the net post from Shelton. Deep backhand Mannarino sliding back from Shelton. Overhead right at Shelton. He played the reflex volley, but into the net. Aggressive tactics to win that point from Mannarino and maintain his second set lead. Shelton will try to extend it at 2-5 on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Ben Shelton back to the line under the closed roof here in Louis Armstrong Stadium. Adrian Mannarino trying to close out this second set against the 6th seed from the United States. Shelton from the near baseline. He won the first set 6-3, but he's committed a lot more unforced errors here in this second set. Not there, though. That backhand tucked up the right sideline, danced along the paint. 15-love for Shelton.
And I think that's, important for Ben is this is what Adrian does. He draws unforced errors out of you. I mean, for this set so far, Ben has 8 winners, 13 unforced errors. Anytime you can be in the negative on that, that's going to be a bad sign for you as a player.
Mannarino hit a good return, but Shelton was able to force him back to the baseline, and that's where the error comes. Shelton unrelenting and keeping up that depth, and Mannarino had no response. 30-love.
Mannarino was stuck between the baseline and the screen at the back, so Shelton did a great job of pushing him back. Shelton incrementally has to lift the height of the net where that ball is crossing. That's how he's going to be able to push Mannarino back, and Shelton did a great job of it on that last point.
Second serve here. Forehand return, Mannarino. A good one. It caught the baseline, handcuffed Shelton, his backhand into the bottom of the net, 30-15.
And Mannarino is so good when he is able to just be on that baseline. He wants to play his style. If you can bring him in a little bit off the baseline, push him back off the baseline, get him in those uncomfortable positions for him, that's what's going to benefit Shelton the most.
Forehand netted by Mannarino, 40-15 for Shelton.
Well, because of how he hits the ball, because of his string, his string will help him with that, but his desire to take the ball right off the bounce, when Mannarino has to take 2 steps back, it makes the court so much longer, so much bigger. He has to change his swing to get that depth needed to get Shelton off of attacking him.
First serve into net from Shelton, then he badly missed that second serve. He went out wide and put it outside the doubles alley. A double fault from Shelton. It's 40-30.
I'm going to chalk that one up to just a miss hit. Because Ben is far too good of a server to hit that one cleanly and miss by 15 feet. So just a little bump in the road for the Shelton serve.
And then he missed that one well wide as he went tee.
But you can hear the crack on that serve.
What does he do here on this second serve? At 40-30, he goes body, forehand return from Mannarino. A forehand from Shelton, caught the baseline off the net court. It goes, Shelton's in for the backhand cross. Sweeps it out of the reach of Adrian Mannarino, who will now be serving for the second set at 5-3.
I like how quickly Shelton recognized that was going to be a let, and he was moving in, so he was at the ball at the right time and taking Mannarino's time away and able to catch him on the run.
5-3 for Mannarino here. Marketa Vondrousova has a break point to go up 5-1 in the second on Jasmine Paolini. Vondrousova took the first set in a tiebreak, so she's on the verge of knocking the 7th seed out of the U.S. Open. But Vondrousova, a very dangerous player to be unseeded. Of course, a former major champion. Here's Adrian Mannarino right down the center, out of the reach of Shelton. 15-love.
Mannarino, everything he does is small but mighty. He doesn't bend his knees too much, but he's able to quite get a lot of pop on that serve. He's such a vastly different than Shelton. Just watching the two of them compete against each other. Shelton, when he hits a ball, his limbs are flailing all over the place. He's really expressive, but Marino's very compact, everything's tight, close to his body, but he's still able to produce quite a bit of power.
Forehand just clears the center of the net. Mannarino, they trade from the center of the baseline. It's Shelton pumping it up with a forehand. Now he backs up to play forehand up the right line and missed it long. 30-love. Mannarino 2 points from the set.
Yeah, Mannarino is so effortless in his ability when he is swinging. He hits the ball pretty hard when he wants to. I mean, he is very good at changing the pace of his own shots. But it almost feels that there's no difference with the way he swings when he wants to go after one or when he wants to just make one. It's really impressive, that disguise that he has in that shot, in his shot making.
Mannarino's first serves into net. 82 minutes in this match. This second set has taken up 49 of them. Almost half of that in Mannarino's first 2 service games, where he had to save 3 break points, but did. Now he's still 2 points away from the set as he just missed that forehand long.
Steve, going back to your point about power, in my opinion, there are a couple ways that you can create power. You use your opponent's power. You take it early and use your opponent's power. You have much faster racket head speed, and you get to the ball earlier. Now, what I'm seeing Ben make some of these shanks on that forehand, first point in the game, on that serve, it's almost like he's trying to swing too much, and he just gets a little out of control, which results in those shanks shots.
Second serve here, 30-15. Shelton was coming in to attack it, read it right, but mishit the return. And it's double set point for Mannarino.
Yeah, that is something Adrian does very well. He just changes the pace up. So he, Ben on that return tries to, step forward because he's assuming something is, coming a bit weaker. 70, 75 mile per hour second serve. And right there, Adrian hits a 91 mile per hour second serve, gets it on him quickly. So he's just changing up the pace. Adrian doesn't have the greatest serve out there, but he's a very good server in the moment.
40-15, double set point out wide. Great serve, Mannarino. Shelton blocks it back. Inside in forehand, Mannarino to grab the second set. All square here under the closed roof in Armstrong. Adrian Mannarino roars right back and takes the second set 6-3 from Ben Shelton, who won the first 6-3. Best of three shootout for a spot in the fourth round of the U.S. Open coming up on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game, she made the game possible.
I think it's an opportunity to learn. We forget those that made this opportunity possible for everyone. So I think that is a key component to her. And also really about having the conversation around what more do we need to do to reach inclusion on an equal playing field, to reduce racial bias, discrimination, and ensuring that everyone can belong. That will happen. Marissa Grimes will be leading a number of the Open conversations throughout the remaining 2 weeks of the Open. We'll start our tribute. We begun earlier today with a nice reception with her family, with former WTA Tour and ATP African American players. We have Ann Koger here today. She's one of the first black women to play on the Virginia Slims Tour. Peachy Kellmeyer was first employee of the WTA, and she always said to me, Stace, history is our future. And it is so critically important that we do not forget where we came from and those that helped us get here today. So today is just the beginning of a 2-week tribute to Althea and to continue the conversation around how we achieve equality.
Get ready for the next down in history. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And you are listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. It's a fantastic day 6 here at the 2025 U.S. Open. I'm Prince Ripapat. I'm courtside at Arthur Ashe Stadium, where the 4-seed Jessica Pegula is taking on Victoria Azarenka. Heading in, the series was tied 3-3. Now, Pegula had a commanding 6-1, 2-1 lead, but then all of a sudden, the tides started to turn. Azarenka was slapping her leg, trying to get herself into this match. And there's been a couple patterns that I've noticed, guys. Azarenka trying to take some of the pace off Pegula's ground strokes, give herself a little bit more time. And then when there's an opportunity, she's been attacking Pegula's backhand. And then every once in a while, she will bring Pegula into the net, maybe with a slice or drop shot, throw up a lob. And it was pretty successful. So right now she's got a 4-3 lead. We'll see what happens between Pegula and the 3-time U.S. Open finalist. Thank you, Brian Clark, for correcting me on that. You're right. I had completely blocked out 2020 out of my brain entirely. So, Megan and Steve, take it away.
We're back on Louis watching Ben Shelton play, and I want to connect this to kind of the conversation that Stacy was having about Althea Gibson, just thinking about it's an opportunity to learn, but it's also an opportunity to bring some awareness around, just minimizing the racial bias. This week there's kind of a toss-up between Towson and Ostapenko, and Ostapenko said, Towson, you have no class, you have no education. Towson didn't take it in a racially offensive way, but Ben commented and said, what a lack of awareness for Ostapenko not to realize those comments, they hurt here in New York with our crowd, with what we are trying to be open and be inclusive. There's Althea started, but there's a way for us to go to continue to be mindful that someone like Towson, she's going to show up differently. Black people show up differently. We got a lot of energy. Look at Ben, Francis, Taylor, Sloan. They even compete differently. So everyone has to be ready to embrace that and understand how to communicate in a way that is welcoming.
That's well said, and that's something the USTA has really, as we've talked about throughout, has really made a priority, just that representation of all the different communities and people that can benefit and play and participate in this incredible sport. Crowd like the easy hold for Ben Shelton to begin this third set. We are even on sets here under the roof, Louis Armstrong Stadium. A backhand down the left sideline, and Shelton mishit a forehand. Are we seeing these Shelton mishits? Are they so noticeable just because of how he hits the ball? So if he misses, it's going to look kind of explosive? Or is that a consequence of Mannarino being Mannarino?
It's a bit of both. I mean, Mannarino is really good at putting you in these awkward positions. He really wants you to overhit, overplay your hand when it is there. So we are seeing Ben kind of going for a lot in positions where I feel like he shouldn't be going for that shot. He's got to be willing to be boring, for a lack of a better term, to just kind of get his point across, make a few shots, make it difficult for Mannarino. Right now he's just kind of trying to pull the trigger a little too early.
But these aren't uncharacteristic misses from him. Sometimes he just overhits, and he has so much power and kinetic energy that he loses a little bit of control sometimes, and he shanks. They're wild misses. That's not a small miss, but it's because he can overplay and over-rotate his body and get too much acceleration through that ball.
Playing serve and volley, and he missed it wide down the center. He was going T 15 all. A second serve coming here for Adrian Mannarino. Marketa Vondrousova has beaten Jasmine Paolini, the 7th seed, out on the women's side. Backhand return, a deep one from Shelton. Off his back foot, he goes forehand, a running backhand block, Mannarino. Forehand, Shelton, cross court from the deuce side. Now he backs up to play another forehand, bit shorter though in that same spot. He has not gone line yet. He's still feeding it cross court. Now he goes middle of the court into the Mannarino forehand. Backhand from Shelton. Forehand Mannarino. And the forehand just blocked back from Shelton. Now a short forehand Mannarino. Slice backhand from Shelton. Another forehand just guided over Mannarino, who now rolls in another forehand. Backhand from Ben. Now a reach backhand from Mannarino. Forehand up the right sideline. Now Shelton to his left. Up the line with a forehand. Mannarino's there. He bunts a backhand. And Shelton missed the slice. Physical rally from both, but it was Shelton just missing that last slice.
I get the feeling that Mannarino wants Shelton to take that forehand off of the deuce side, inside in, so that he could create an opening for Mannarino to use his backhand cross court, his forehand cross court, get Shelton moving, and keep him on the run.
He really wants you to kind of go down the line early, to use that lower part of the net, using a cross-court shot, either forehand or backhand, to get you out of position. He is so good at cutting that corner off, either way, forehand or backhand, over the net strap, cross-court angle. It's impressive the way he's able to take time away off both wings.
30-15 here for Mannarino. There's the toss. He slices it into the center of the box. A short forehand return from Shelton, who's deep behind the baseline, loops over another forehand, moves to his right, sends a backhand up the right sideline. Now Shelton slices that backhand off the baseline. Another backhand for Mannarino. Ben steps in, drives the two-hander. Now he backs up for another cross-court backhand. Backhand for Mannarino. Shelton opens up into a forehand inside in. Big forehand Mannarino. Shelton slides in to block it back. Now Shelton to his right. Backhand line. Mannarino's there with a running forehand. Forehand drop shot Ben. Here comes Mannarino with a slice. Ben's got some openings. Plays a backhand lob. And a desperation reach from Mannarino. Could not get the job done. Shelton had all the answers.
So Mannarino, prior to that point, had been 100% on points won at the net. But what is not, you can't see, and I'm going to paint it for you, Ben drew him in. So we always think about coming to net as on your terms. Stevie talked about it a couple days ago. When you get brought in on your terms, more than likely that was set up for you not to win the point.
22 shots in that rally. This game saw a 27-shot rally, now a 22-shot rally. Here's Mannarino at 30 all. This feels like those first two games of the second set, 10-minute games. In the second of them, Shelton had 3 break points that he could not convert. And Mannarino, in between those two games, was able to break Shelton. Shelton will get a look here at a second serve. An hour 33 minutes into this match on Armstrong. Here is the second serve from Mannarino. He goes tee with a middle forehand return from Shelton. Slice backhand Shelton. Now backhand cross-court Mannarino. A slice backhand Shelton. Mannarino cross-court with his forehand. Up the line. Shelton goes with the forehand. Now he's in the center of the baseline for an inside-out backhand. Down the line comes Mannarino, but he missed the error wide. Shelton's got a break point. Did he force that error out of Mannarino?
That was a different choice for Mannarino. Usually he is not somebody to pull the trigger line on the forehand. He is much more comfortable going cross-court. So that is something that has always been a struggle for him in his career, to go for it down the line on that forehand.
You know, it was a strange point. I was expecting him to curl that ball cross-court like he had been doing. He's pointing up. I don't know why he's pointing up. Maybe he's saying to roll that. I don't know. But it was an odd shot selection from him.
Break point here for Shelton. He gets a late start in at the net with a pass. Somehow it's good. Oh, no, it just missed as the finger goes up from James Keothavong, and we see the close call just wide. That was a Shelton flick. It was his only play on that ball. And Mannarino somehow saves the break point. It's deuce.
It's abnormal. Ben's dad was out here. Big Shelton was here with us last night in the studio, and he was talking about his son's showmaking. This was the first time where we've really felt that in this match, where the crowd erupts. They're getting into the match. He smiled. I'm hoping that even though he didn't win the point, this is going to unlock his ability to perform.
Now at deuce, here's Mannarino. Save the break point, but he's not out of this game yet. Second serve, rolls it into the center of the box with a backhand middle from Shelton. A deep forehand from the American player. Backhand Mannarino, slice backhand Shelton. Forehand cross-court Mannarino, running forehand from Ben. Forehand line Shelton, or Mannarino. Shelton gets there with the backhand, hit the net and goes. Now Shelton resets, center of the baseline, inside out backhand Mannarino. Hook forehand Shelton, forehand line Mannarino. Tic-tac-toe, and Adrian Mannarino finds the opening, and he can find a way out of this game.
Really impressive there for Mannarino to take time away. This is what he does so well. He just kind of kits that ball, puts Ben on his back foot as much as he possibly can, bunting that backhand down the line, and then ultimately he hits a good forehand down the line there from inside the baseline. That was a good execution on that difficult shot for him.
Advantage Mannarino here. He blows on his hand as he looks towards his team across the court. He's serving from the far baseline here in Armstrong. And he sends one down the center. It's blocked back long by Shelton. And Mannarino survives another grueling service game. He saves one break point. And now the pressure back on Shelton at 1-all here in this third set.
Mannarino's footwork is so interesting. If you look at him, he hovers around the baseline, but he's almost flirting with an opportunity to come in. Every stroke he hits, he's dragging his back foot through the court. Sometimes he takes 2 steps in, dancing. thinking whether it's going to be the right type of shot to come in off of. This is why he's at 92% points won at the net. He knows exactly what's coming off his racket, and he anticipates. Then he's never exposing himself to losing a point at the net unless Ben brings him in.
Ben was playing serve and volley there. The body serve was enough, though. Mannarino couldn't get it back. It's 15-love. Now, Mannarino's heading over to James Keothavong, the chair umpire. There's something, last game when he pointed up at the ceiling, I wonder if there was a light or something in his line of sight. The roof is closed here in Armstrong. Right now there's seeing a person back down the stairs slowly who maybe was in his line of sight. Second serve, it's into the body, a backhand return from Mannarino. Shelton off the near baseline, now forehand, middle from Mannarino, and Shelton mishit that inside out forehand. It's 15 all.
And these are the moments when you're playing Adrian Mannarino. It is difficult. You really feel as if you should be able to overpower him, move him side to side with ease. But he is so good, so crafty at moving around the court, drawing errors from his opponent.
Flat serve missed wide from Shelton. Second one coming here at 15 all. 1 all. We're even on sets, just beginning the third. Off the back foot, Shelton missed that inside in forehand. Balance looked like it was maybe going in the wrong direction.
I'd like to see Shelton, when he's moving to the deuce side, to his right side, to find a forehand out of the middle of the court. I'd like to see him drive those inside out to Mannarino's backhand and see if they have a cross-court exchange on the deuce side, because Mannarino's baiting him into hitting that inside-out forehand and causing him to make a few errors.
Wide serve from Ben, well placed, and the return long. Mannarino, it's 30 all. Frances Tiafoe, Jan-Lennard Struff will be on court shortly on the grandstand. As you could imagine, the grandstand is packed in anticipation of Tiafoe. Toss, flat serve from Shelton, and ace. He goes out wide. 118. That's that wide serve in the deuce court, that lefty weapon we've been talking about. Ace number 7. It's 40-30.
Yeah, really important for Ben as this match progresses is to just be patient. You've got to be willing to be patient and boring to beat Adrian Mannarino.
Good return from Mannarino. He kept it deep, but Shelton just bunted it back. Now Mannarino plays drop shot. Ben pushes one back. Lob for Mannarino. Ben backs up. He waves it long, and the ball complies. Shelton holds for 2-1. The atmosphere building in Armstrong. The match, a big reason why. Another reason why, Gil Gross is in Armstrong. And Gil, we were talking about it a lot, that Shelton kick serve as a lefty. Have you seen Mannarino able to diffuse that so far?
Well, I think potentially the roof closed helped Mannarino get more of a handle on it, but there's no doubt that for Ben, the game plan coming in as far as serving is concerned is to use the kick serve more, because with Mannarino's short takebacks and his excellent returning, they don't feel like the pace on the serve, the straight speed, is going to bother the Frenchman. Instead, they've gone to the kick more often to get the ball over Mannarino's shoulders. They feel like that's going to be more effective. So Shelton is not lighting up the radar gun as much as we're used to tonight, or I guess this afternoon. That is by design. It is an awesome atmosphere inside Armstrong. Roof closed, as I mentioned. We're at full capacity here. Crowd getting behind Ben, and we're at 2-1 in the third. Let's send it over to Ash with Prim Saripapat.
Thank you very much, Gil Gross. Good job. Yes, over at Arthur Ashe Stadium, we have got ourselves a great, fantastic matchup here. Pegula was up 6-1, 2-1. Azarenka came roaring back, had a 4-2 lead, hasn't been able to hold and maintain that lead. She was actually serving up 4-3, had a few opportunities to go up 5-3 and hold serve, wasn't able to do that. And Pegula has really kept her foot on the gas pedal although as I say that, she just hits a double fault. But we're tied up 4-all here in the second set, guys.
The other singles match, just to keep you aware of, is on Stadium 17. The 19th seed Elise Mertens is up a set on Cristina Buksha of Spain. She won the first set 6-3 and is serving up a break at 3-2 in the second. But all eyes here on Armstrong, where Adrian Mannarino is to the line, ready to serve. An hour 39 minutes into this match with Ben Shelton. Mannarino's ready. The crowd is not, as he waits for them to find seats. And now it is Mannarino off the near baseline. 1-2, third set. And his first serve clatters into the net. I'm Brian Clark. I'm here with Megan Moulton-Levy and Steve Johnson. Great to have you with us, as if you're in the U.S., you begin your Labor Day weekend. If you're anywhere around the world, thanks for spending part of it with us. Backhand cross court, now backhand from Mannarino. Forehand Mannarino, Shelton to his left, slices the backhand. Mannarino runs around to hit a forehand and plays it middle. Oh, there's that topspin inside in forehand from Shelton. He decided to take that point into his own hands and won it. It's love 15.
Yeah, that's a really good indication right there of Ben Shelton being back there, using that slice just deep, high, kind of no pace. Adrian tries to force the issue with his forehand inside in, right to the Shelton forehand. And then Ben is able to just attack calmly, casually hit that one for a cross-court winner. But I like the change of pace. Make Adrian come up with some of the pace of his own.
Nice wide serve. Ben just leans and blocks it back with the backhand. Now a topspin lob, backhand off the baseline from Shelton. Backhand off the Mannarino backhand is into net from Shelton.
15 all.
It's 15 all.
And when that first point of this game, when Ben hits that slow slice deep, Adrian forces the issue, making his forehand inside in, right to the Shelton forehand. That's what's going to frustrate Adrian the most, is when he loses kind of at his own game. And that's going to be something that he can be agitated with as the match goes on. So it's not just how winning points, it's how you win them. Can you break your opponent down? Are you willing to do the hard things or the little things or the uncomfortable things to kind of frustrate your opponent?
15-13.
Finally, Mannarino got some bad luck off a net cord that then just floated long, and Shelton was there on the spot and tried a circus shot, and the crowd was reacting to that. 15-30, Shelton has a chance here. He's had plenty of chances. He just has not been able to break through since that first set, which he won 6-3. He had 3 break points in Mannarino's second service game of the second set, could not convert them. And he is so far 0 for 1 on breaks in this third set. He'll get a look at a second serve here at 15-30. Slices down the center now. Backhand middle from Shelton. Inside out forehand Mannarino. Backhand Shelton. Forehand from Mannarino. A running hook forehand is long or wide from Shelton. Mannarino is ready to crush it up the line. It just missed. It's 30 all.
So I want to talk a little bit about these forehands that we're talking about, going inside in, inside out. What does that mean? So a ball's hit in the middle of the court. We're talking about 2 lefties in this match in particular. So ball's hit up the middle of the court. One floats a little bit to the right on the deuce side, the right side of the court. The player has the option to run around, not hit a backhand, the shot with two hands on your racket, but the forehand, the shot on the left side for these lefties, and hit a ball from that deuce side over the court. Now both of these players are used to going inside in, taking that ball down the line to a righty's backhand, but against each other, that inside-in shot goes forehand to forehand.
And a big moment here, and the crowd senses it. After Mannarino was at net, he flicked it back at Shelton, but Ben was right there to put it away and give himself another break chance. It was Shelton in net, rather, who jumped up and flicked it past Mannarino. Ben again attacking. And now Ben again with another chance to break Mannarino. 0 for his last 4 after breaking him once in the first set. Now here's Mannarino, the serve. It's off the tape and then drops back. Huge second serve here under the roof in Armstrong for Adrian Mannarino. 30-40, 1-2, third set. It goes out to the Shelton forehand. Ben pounces on that return. Now a slice backhand from Shelton. Mannarino with a backhand cross court from Shelton, backhand cross Mannarino, backhand from Shelton on break point, missed it long.
Got lulled him into a boring cross-court rally, going deuce to deuce cross-court. Ben got a little anxious, overzealous, and wanted to do too much instead of just settling into that point and making Mannarino work for it.
Yeah, I would love to see Ben given in that situation when Adrian goes wide on a second serve on the outside. Go heavy cross-court forehand, time and time again, kind of break down that, the weak spot of the Mannarino game, which is that high forehand. So just stick with the plan, be boring, go high, heavy cross-court to hit the Mannarino forehand, break it down until you get something that's really an absolute green light ball to go up there and attack.
And a double fault from Mannarino gives Shelton another chance. He missed that second serve long. That's the second double fault of the match for Mannarino, and it comes at a pivotal moment. but he has been able to save the last 5 break points against him.
Kudos to Manarino, though. He looks unfazed, right? I mean, I think this is a benefit of being 37 and still out there. You realize that these points come, they go, and you don't stress the small stuff.
Big moment here. This could be some big stuff as Shelton slides off the court to block it back. Manarino places it behind Shelton. Ben runs around, scoops back a forehand short. Here's Manarino. Shelton's dink is just wide. Entertaining cat and mouse game, but Shelton tosses the racket after he gets caught in Manarino's web.
And I feel as if what you just said, Megan, you are so correct. He is unbothered. Adrian is unbothered. But given his kind of track record through his career, if he does lose one of these games in a break like this, in a long situation, he can be bothered quickly. That is something that he has done for a long time. But I like what he's doing today. He is unbothered at the moment. You just love to see Ben maybe get one of these breaks, something like that, to just get his nose out in front and can kind of run that scoreboard quickly.
Shelton just missed that forehand long, so now as another game ticks past 6 minutes, Manarino has another chance to save, or a game, as he has saved now 6 consecutive break points going back to early in the second set.
We witnessed another shank out of Shelton, and I think that because Manarino hits the ball so flat and Shelton hits so angularly, it's just too much of a change of path of racket head, and I think that that's causing some shanks as well.
That was a good wide serve from Manarino. Shelton's return, he flew it into the net. Might have been some anger behind that forehand, and could be some anger for Ben if he sees those break point numbers. How frustrating is that, Steve, when you've got all these chances, you're making your opponent work in so many different service games, and you just can't grab one of them?
It is very frustrating because you just, in men's tennis, you just don't know how many chances you are going to get. And Adrian is holding right now. It's really impressive that he's just is unfazed when he does get to these break points. He goes about his business, takes care of the things he can control on his side. But if you are Ben, you've just got to continue to believe that you're going to continue to get looks. Take care of business on your serve. Find a way to just keep giving yourself those opportunities. If you keep knocking, at some point, somebody's going to answer the door.
15 love here for Shelton. Sweat pouring off the 22-year-old. He'll be 23 in October. Manarino was stopping. There was a disturbance in the crowd right behind him. And now he wants James Kyotovong, it looks like, to ask the crowd just to keep it down. He was talking directly to some people in about the second row of seats. And we are ready to play with no announcement from the chair umpire, James Kyotovong. 15 love right down the center. Short backhand return from Manarino. Now an off forehand Shelton. Steve, you said it before, Armstrong is a big court, which it is, but the walls are kind of low. It's a great place to watch a match, but you are right up on the players. And if somebody's having a conversation 2 rows off the baseline, odds are Adrian Manarino is going to hear it. Gil, is that what that was about?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this is the loudest court in all of tennis as far as the general buzz.
Interesting, as that serve gets blocked back. I would maybe counter that. The inside-in forehand from Shelton. Manarino nets. I think Ash is louder. There's just more people.
Yeah, but the architecture here, it's smaller, and with the roof closed, it just... I've been on this court a lot in the last 5 years. Players constantly complain that they can't hear the ball coming off the strings of their opponent, which is bothersome.
40 love for Shelton here. The serve comes out wide. It's chipped back by Manarino, and Shelton dumps a short volley into the net. It's 40-15.
Okay, Stevie, I'm going to ask you a question. I think that we're in an inflection point in the sport where we're attracting people who aren't as enamored by the traditional sport of quiet, and I must sit and I can't say anything. So where can players adapt to this? Do you think that's a realistic expectation?
Yes, absolutely. This is something that people should adapt to. I love the fact there's a DJ on Ash. I love that. Look, tennis is fun. Let's make it fun. It's a sport. We're entertainers. I get why there's appeal to Wimbledon, but this is New York. This is the U.S. Open. Let's have some fun and make some noise.
A lot of fun out here for Ben Shelton after he put away that overhead. He stays on serve in this third set. Still hasn't found a way through Adrian Manarino. Seems like it's equally tricky in the second set on Ash, Prim. going to check in with Prim Siripipat. She's got the Pegula Azarenka update. Pegula took that first set 6-1. Azarenka has played a lot better in the second set. Now we've got Prim deep in the second set. Hey, Prim.
In this match, I did not want to be bothered. No, right now Pegula is up 40-love, and she gets that with a shank on Victoria Azarenka's backhand. And Pegula was up 6-1, 2-1. Victoria Azarenka mustered a comeback, was up 4-2, had some opportunities to go up 5-3, couldn't capitalize on that game, was up serving 5-4, couldn't close that out, and Pegula has just used her grit and resilience to stay in this match. She's up 6-5 at the moment and 4 points away from punching her ticket into the next round, the fourth round here at the U.S. Open, and she's proving why she was last year's U.S. Open finalist. I mean, the grit, she's not playing her best tennis. That's been pretty clear, especially in the second set. Over the past couple of games, she's even had a couple short balls, couldn't convert on some of those things, even showing signs of exasperation. But we'll see how she does in this next game.
Thank you, Prim. And we are back in Louis Armstrong Stadium. Just a few more updates. They're on court on the grandstand. That match has just begun. Frances Tiafoe and Jan-Lennard Struff, the 35-year-old, won a U.S. Open main draw match here for the first time in 5 years. He was in the third round 5 years ago. We talked about that 2020 U.S. Open that we've all sort of agreed to forget. But Jan-Lennard Struff, he didn't forget that third round appearance at the U.S. Open. Now he's got another one on the grandstand against Frances Tiafoe. We'll have updates there. Christina Buksha is trying to force Elise Mertens to a third set on Stadium 17. Mertens serving at 4-5 in the second, having won the first 6-3. Back here in Armstrong, it's Mannarino at 2-3 in the third set. Even on sets in an intriguing match with Ben Shelton, who missed another forehand wide into the alley on the left side. It's 15-love.
When you hit a stroke, there are three things that you need to think about: the path of your swing, the angle of your swing, and the speed of your swing. That one, the path, Shelton was trying to go middle shot with his forehand to the deuce, an inside-out shot, and just clip the inside the ball. Need to get around it a little bit more to keep that ball on the court.
That backhand angle comes back from Shelton. That was a good return of serve. Now a forehand Mannarino, backhand deep from Shelton. Now a forehand cross from Mannarino. Lifted forehand Shelton, running backhand Mannarino. Slice backhand from Ben. And he had a little bit too much backspin on it. It came back. Did not clear the net. It's 30-love.
This is what happens as the match progresses. You just start not panicking, but you try to pull the trigger a little early. Ben there. I like using the drop shot against Mannarino. It is a good play to get him up and off that baseline, somewhere where he is very comfortable. But in that situation with Shelton behind the baseline, a quick ball, it's just not the right time. He hadn't worked Adrian back behind the baseline quite yet to pull that one off.
Flat serve missed wide from Mannarino.
He hasn't had too many bad, like egregious shot selection. The shot that he chooses to hit based on his court positioning. He's had some egregious misses, but I don't necessarily know that they've been bad decisions. But that drop shot that he tried to hit from 2 feet behind the baseline wasn't his best.
Another double fault from Mannarino. It's now 3 for the match. They've come in back-to-back games. 30-15, though. Hear that just murmur that Gil Gross was talking about a few moments ago. The crowd in Armstrong here under the roof that's closed. Mannarino inside the baseline to go deep with that backhand. Shelton got there, but he blocked it back long on the backhand.
And Mannarino has such a great ability at just taking 1-2 step, and then because of his short racket head swing, he can just redirect those balls so easily, keeping Shelton on the run.
5 minutes short of the 2-hour mark in this third round match. And Mannarino nets that first serve. Second serve on the way. Shelton comes in to attack it, and he plays a backhand middle and deep, and that depth troubled Mannarino, whose backhand sailed into net 40-30.
And I like that play there from Ben. I like him taking it early, but that is a big target through the court on the side that Mannarino is his least favorite side, the forehand. So it's a good play. He's attacking with his backhand through the big part of the court, being quick, but also playing it to the weaker side of Mannarino.
40-30 for Mannarino. Looks across the net, goes out wide. Shelton got there, though, and blocked it back with a backhand. He's got himself back into this point. Slice backhand volley missed into net from Mannarino. And Shelton keeps this game alive with a sensational return of serve.
But I think this is important for Ben to kind of keep an eye out throughout this match. Adrian is not overly comfortable at the net. So when Ben can just find ways to, be slow, hit balls heavy, make Adrian just uncomfortable. You don't want to play right into his hands, trying to go big, bigger, biggest on each ball he goes after. So it's just important to keep an eye on that going forward in this match.
That forehand from Shelton. Now he steps into the court with a forehand. Forehand from Mannarino. We're at deuce here in the 6th game of the 3rd set. A forehand cross from Ben. Now a forehand looped long from Mannarino. Another break chance here for Shelton, who's been unable to convert the last 6 he's seen.
I gotta tell you, I think I'm gonna use that big, bigger, biggest. Like sometimes when I got my juniors who are just trying to hit their way through a paper bag, chill. We don't need big, bigger, biggest. It's gonna be my new phrase.
I love that point there from Ben. He hit heavy forehand cross, heavy forehand cross, heavy forehand cross into the Mannarino forehand. That's the side that's gonna break down. So I like him just keep going there.
Serve down the center, blocked back by Shelton. Now backhand from Mannarino. Can Shelton finally break? A deep backhand cross from Shelton. Another backhand cross. Backhand down the line. Mannarino running forehand. Shelton hooked it. Mannarino wide with the forehand. Finally for Ben Shelton. Breaks Adrian Mannarino for the first time in 7 chances. And he edges in front 4-2 in this 3rd set. A huge moment, potentially a turning point. And one thing I wanted to just check in with Gil about is, Gil, what does that Adrian Mannarino ball look like from court level?
Well, at court level, it's the perfect angle to see just how flat and low it stays. And I thought Megan was spot on several minutes ago when she said that a lot of the Shelton mishits are produced by a discomfort that he has with Mannarino's ball, because at court level you can see everything Ben is hitting is waist level or below. And to be honest, in that last break of serve, Mannarino got the shots he was looking for. Easy, high backhand volley to finish off the game, and that last forehand he missed on break point was another one where he's in the middle of the court with a great attacking chance. So his balls were effective, he just couldn't finish.
We're back here in Armstrong. We'll check in with Megan Moulton-Levy in a moment in Ash, where Victoria Azarenka has gone out of the U.S. Open, the 3-time finalist, maybe for the last time here. We'll check with Prim in Ash. A lot of names flying around here, but what we've got flying around right now on court, not a good thing for Ben Shelton. After that break, he has promptly dropped the first 2 points to Adrian Mannarino.
Adrian has played well in this game. I mean, this is a good bounce back. This is a veteran of the tour. He has the ability to be rock solid mentally, to get those points back with great returns.
Little backhand volley. Oh, so good from Mannarino, who was in it net, and he's got triple break point.
It's shocking to me that you say that he doesn't volley well. I mean, this match, it's not that his volleys are great, Stevie. It's just that he's making such sound decisions about when to come in. That was a little dicey. He was able to pull it out, but he's been so disciplined about only coming in when he knows he's going to win the point.
Yeah, he has great hands. There's no doubt about that. But when Ben has brought him in under his terms, he's been very successful. But that is a game that Ben would like to have back. Few errors, just a very weak game after getting that momentum with a break.
Shelton broken at love, and Mannarino has got this back on serve in the 3rd set. He'll serve at 3-4 after the changeover on Armstrong. He has a few more words with James Keothavong, maybe something with his racket. He's going to re-grip it. As he does that, we will head into Ash, where a victorious Jessica Pegula is talking to Nick McCarville. We are going to talk to Prim Siripipat. Prim, how did Pegula oust Azarenka?
I mean, she did it with a lot of grit, resilience, and just a big comeback and standing strong from the baseline. Yeah, she was had a commanding lead, 6-1, 2-1, and Azarenka, as I've mentioned before, mustered a comeback. She was up 4-2, and then serving for the 2nd set at 5-4, couldn't close it out, but Pegula just really leveled up, was just grinding, holding her ground from the baseline, and just looked locked in. And once she got her opportunity with that first match point, she didn't waste it.
and she punched her ticket into her 10th Grand Slam round of 16 appearance, winning this one 6-1, 7-5. Right now she's speaking to Nick McCarville in her post-match interview. She mentioned that they know each other's games really, really well. That made it very difficult, but her focus was just trying to make sure she was moving Azarenka all over the court, and she did just that. All right, Gil?
Yeah, and over in Armstrong, Ben Shelton getting broken right back in this third set. And Adrian Mannarino hit some phenomenal returns of serve in that game. About 3 of them that put Shelton on the scramble right away. And that's where we just saw the importance of Shelton hitting his spots against the returner that Mannarino is, because a couple of them just went right into the forehand pocket, and boy, was Mannarino good at making Ben pay on some of those returns.
We talked earlier about the need for Shelton to stay uncomfortable, slowing down the shots that he's hitting, not using his speed overly using. That last serve he hit is 132 miles per hour. And Gil, you astutely pointed out that he really needs to be using his kick, taking pace off, finding ways to get Mannarino to hit the ball above his shoulder. He maybe resorted to his normal style of play, which allowed Mannarino to get right back into this match.
And that backhand from Shelton missed. First point of this 8th game goes to Adrian Mannarino. Jan-Lennard Struff has an early break on Francis Tiafoe on grandstand. It's Struff at 2-1 in the opening set. There's a lot of American interest around the grounds here on this Friday afternoon as we head towards Friday evening. A wide serve from Mannarino. Shelton cannot get back in play. It's 30 love.
And we see another shank out of the Shelton forehand. I was an angular player. As a female player, that's not normal. I hit with a lot of shape and spin, which sometimes me trying to create that style of play, playing against someone who was playing flat, it's such a difference in the way that we hit and how I had to strike the ball to create that often I found myself in a situation like Ben where I mishit some of them because I was trying to lift the height over the net a little bit too much. You have to just slowly get the opponent to hit the ball back the way that you want. You can't do too big of a jump all at once.
We are 4 minutes past the 2-hour mark, and Adrian Mannarino has a chance to make it 8 straight points since he was broken. He then broke Shelton back to love, and now at 40 love, he's got a second serve here, 3-4. He floats in that serve, and Shelton blacks a forehand return from the center of the baseline, and then mishit a forehand. So back-to-back easy games for Adrian Mannarino against Ben Shelton. Is this a lull or is it something more as Shelton now has to serve at 4-all?
Yeah, this is something where, I mean, Ben is still so young into his career. I mean, he's got to find a way to just get out of those moments quicker. I mean, that's, you know, a lot easier said than done from where we are sitting, but he gets up that break. He gets the crowd on his side. He's got to find a way to just play a better service game than that. You know, when he was up 4-2. Now, ultimately, it's 4-all in the third set. They're on serve. He's just got to go right back about his business. It's a great out-wide first serve. Doesn't use the big one. Goes off pace, gets Adrian out of position, and then hits a forehand winner. So, it's just all about calming your nerves, getting back to square one. He still served great today. He's just had two poor service games to his name today.
His body serve there, and Mannarino could only deflect it away. 30 love for Shelton. We know how he's thrived on these big stages, semifinal runs here in Australia. And at 30 love, it goes out wide. Now the backhand return into net, and he's in a familiar position since that breakthrough run to the semifinals here 2 years ago. He's 24-1 at Grand Slams against players outside the top 20. So Adrian Mannarino is outside the top 20, but it's a difficult proposition. Body serve blocked back. Shelton takes out of the air, and Shelton has re-engaged in this third set. He holds at love in barely a minute, and Adrian Mannarino will now serve at 4-5. We'll take a break on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express. Adrian Mannarino back to the line. 10th game of this third set, 4-5. He'll work against Ben Shelton. In that game, Gil Gross, who's in Armstrong, that felt like an espresso shot for Ben Shelton.
Yeah, and what did he do? On the deuce side, every serve was off-speed, kicker out wide. He got good looks at the +1 forehand, and he even got a free point in there with a serve that didn't break 90 miles per hour. So it's back to the game plan for Shelton in that last service game.
Gil, question for you. In that game when Ben was up 4-2, does he feel like he's going bigger because the crowd's behind him? What's your take on that?
I wonder if it was just the adrenaline pumping through his body at that point after getting the break. It made him want to go for the big flat ones. I mean, Stevie, did that ever happen to you? Did you just get so excited sometimes that you wanted to serve bigger?
Absolutely. You get into these moments where the crowd's on you, you get up a break, all you want to do is just bang a couple big aces, get the crowd really going. But I love the fact that at 4-all in that second game, I was just talking to Megan about it, he took some pace off. He used those kick serves wide. He has the ability to break the sidelines because once Adrian is in his pocket, like you just said, he's a really tough out on those returns.
Wide serve from Mannarino here at Love 15 after Shelton took the first point. Crowd was roaring behind it. Slice backhand Mannarino. They trade from the baseline. Inside in forehand for Shelton, who moves to his left. Plays a forehand drop shot. Here comes Mannarino with a backhand. Blasts it back. A stretched out defensive lob. Overhead Mannarino from the ad service box right on top of the net. Shelton made him do a bit of extra work. It's 15-all.
Mannarino's just a master of creating those opportunities to come in and just putting Shelton in these awkward positions. Even though Shelton was the one who brought him in, but he was able to use his continental grip to create an opportunity to win the point with an overhead.
15-all for the 37-year-old Adrian Mannarino. Goes down the center. It's blocked back by Shelton on the backhand. Easy forehand Mannarino. Backhand up the right side from Ben, who now steps into the court. Inside in with a forehand. Forehand netted by Mannarino. And that's the Shelton power giving Mannarino some problems.
Going back to that conversation about Shelton's serve, I really think we had Daddy Shelton, Brian Shelton, in the booth with us yesterday, and I asked him a question. I said, do you let Ben lead? And he said, absolutely. He's the one out there playing, but to have his box behind him, allowing him to tell him, hey, use your kick. It's all good. Settle in with that one.
Mannarino at 15-30 right down the center. It's blocked back by Ben. Mannarino waits at the baseline, plays a forehand cross. Big forehand. Ben, a winner. Huge strike to bring up double set point.
I think that's really important. The last 2 points, we saw Ben just block returns in play. He's giving Adrian zero pace off that serve, whether that's a conscious decision or not. It's worked out really well. Then Adrian also gives him no power back, and now Ben was able to really create with that forehand. Really impressive, that kind of power he can generate.
At 15-40, Mannarino deep, and Shelton blocks with the backhand, now moves to his right. He's on set point here to go up 2-1 on Mannarino. A slice backhand Shelton. Mannarino forehand, pulls Shelton left. There's the forehand, loop long. One break point, that's a set point saved by Mannarino. He's still got another to navigate.
For those of you guys who aren't watching us in studio, Stevie's making these hand motions. Arc, get that ball high and up to Mannarino's backhand, but it's so difficult because Mannarino's forcing Shelton to keep that ball closer to the net.
Second set point here for Ben Shelton to go up 2-1 on Adrian Mannarino. It's on the French player's serve, and the toss, it goes, well, he went deep in T. Ben wanted to run around to crush a backhand. Normally it'd be the forehand, but he's a lefty playing here in the ad court. Second serve, Mannarino, down set point. It's a forehand from Ben at the angle, a short angle, down the line, Mannarino, running backhand, deep from Ben, running backhand, Mannarino. Ben sets up a forehand, up the right sideline to his left. He goes with a short forehand, backhand, bunted back, Mannarino. Now forehand line, Ben, Mannarino's there with a forehand. It's off the sideline for a Shelton forehand. Forehand, Mannarino, it's set point for Shelton. It's looped up, forehand, Mannarino with topspin. Ben gets it back with a lob, Mannarino waits for it. It was good, and the backhand misses into the net. Somehow, Shelton steals the set.
This is what the crowd is wanting. They were just waiting to erupt that way. Just one of these points where Ben skeeks it out, hit the high corner of the court, forcing Marino. He was trying to come in, and Ben just made him play one more ball at the perfect moment.
And Ben somehow able to win that point, win that set. He takes it 6-4, and he's just now getting back to his bench because he stood on court and just soaked up that applause, and he was conducting the crowd for a little bit more, and Gil Gross saw all of those different shots.
He is a showman. He knows when it's time to get the crowd engaged, and he did just that. That was absolutely ear-splitting. I've got headphones down here, but I had to take them off just to soak in the natural sound that was raining down on this court as Shelton, brilliant return game to seal the set. And man, what defense, what hustle there to scramble that last ball back in. Mannarino thought he had the point won, and suddenly the ball was back on his baseline. What a return game from Shelton to go up 2-1.
Gil, did Ben fall down there? Did Mannarino kind of lose sight of that shot? What happened? We couldn't quite see what happened to Ben after he made that last forehand.
Ben, well, you know, I'm actually going to get a good replay here on the big screen, and I'll tell you, but I had my eyes on Mannarino's off-ball movement. Shelton dove for that ball, guys. That is unbelievable. He is on the back fence, 13 feet behind the baseline. He dove for that slice forehand, got it back in play and deep, and Mannarino was not expecting that ball to come back, so his footwork was very late to get in position for that last backhand.
His dad was talking about this yesterday. He said, basically, this is my son. This is who he is. He is a showman, but it's genuine. It's not like he can help it. And he said, anyone who doesn't like it, he thinks he's too exuberant, forget about it. I'm going to let my boy be him, and this is what the crowd wants to see. They are loving it.
Lot to love if you're an American tennis fan right now. Two of the bright young stars in action. Ben Shelton up 2-1. Frances Tiafoe is back on serve with Jan-Lennard Struff. That's on the grandstand. We've got it all on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
It definitely gave me so much confidence. I put a lot of passion, put a lot of energy, time in the face, and hope you guys enjoy it.
Get ready for the next star to shine. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Serve down the center, blocked back by Shelton. Now backhand from Mannarino. Can Shelton finally break? A deep backhand cross from Shelton. Another backhand cross. Backhand down the line. Mannarino running forehand. Shelton hooked it. Mannarino wide with the forehand. Finally for Ben Shelton. Breaks Adrian Mannarino for the first time in 7 chances. And he edges in front 4-2 in this third set. Second serve, Mannarino, down set point. It's a forehand from Ben at the angle, a short angle, down the line, Mannarino, running backhand, deep from Ben, running backhand, Mannarino. Ben sets up a forehand, up the right sideline to his left. He goes with a short forehand, backhand, bunted back, Mannarino. Now forehand line, Ben, Mannarino's there with a forehand. It's off the sideline for a Shelton forehand. Forehand, Mannarino, it's set point for Shelton. It's looped up, forehand, Mannarino with topspin. Ben gets it back with a lob, Mannarino waits for it. It was good, and the backhand misses into the net. Somehow, Shelton steals the set.
Get ready for the next star to shine. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
As you heard the conclusion of the third set, won by Ben Shelton, it certainly undersold what Shelton had done with that dive. We couldn't see it. How Shelton was able to dive to get to that ball from Mannarino and somehow just keep Mannarino pinned back, make a good shot, and find a way to win that set. Now he's got a jam to begin this fourth set. He was down a break point and then just came into the net to put away the overhead to save the break point, get the game to deuce. First game of the fourth set, and we are 1 minute shy of 4 o'clock here on this Friday afternoon in New York City. I'm Brian Clark here with Stevie Johnson, Megan Moulton-Levy. We've got Gil Gross in Armstrong. We're also keeping an eye on the grandstand where Francis Tiafoe is in a tough one so far. A rough start for Tiafoe against Jan-Lennard Struff, who's already broken Tiafoe twice and serving at 4-3.
I think it's really important for Ben here in this match. First game of the fourth, he's had this great crowd momentum at the end of the third is to just get out of this game, get a hold, keep riding that momentum. It's something he has done so well already in his young career, and I think that's something that he can really use as his career progresses.
Second serve for Shelton. He goes deep into the Mannarino body, handcuffed him with a body serve. A forehand netted by Mannarino. Shelton holds. Survives the adversity to do it.
Shelton was able to maintain, hey, take the pace off of the ball, try and find a way to get Mannarino up on that backhand, and then look for opportunities to continue to lift, get that good arc over the net to keep Mannarino back and making him make the contact above his shoulders.
Gil Gross is in ash, and we just saw on our screen, we saw James Keothavong on the phone, and we are seeing a replay of Ben Shelton coming to a pretty sudden stop, and he's still, Gil, looks like grabbing at his left shoulder area.
Yeah, and he's looking at his father, Brian, right now. It's the left shoulder. He's stretching out. He's flexing. And he did say something to chair umpire James Keothavong before he got on the phone. So a physio visit probably coming. The only question is when.
And Stevie, the natural follow-up to that, do you think that's a result of that dive to win the third set?
It does feel as if that has some lingering effects because in the moment, you know, the last couple minutes, the adrenaline is so high. You don't know what's happening. And we'll feel as if, you know, now he's starting to feel the effects of that dive, but he's young. He's a strong kid. I think he's going to find a way to battle through this. Hopefully just a minor bump in the road.
Yeah, we'll learn more from the physio when that trainer visit happens, but after that hold, it's Mannarino serving now. He's down love 1 in this fourth set. It's a must-win set for Adrian Mannarino, down 2-1. That running forehand long from Shelton.
Sometimes also when you shank a ball, you don't hit it right, that can cause a little bit of almost like a catchment in your shoulder. And he's had quite a few of those. So we're speculating about what it could be or could not be, but it is clear that he's experiencing some sort of pain in his left arm.
Well, he read that serve well and goes around the net post with a scalded forehand, but he was a step late in getting there because he didn't think it was coming back, but caught Mannarino in no man's land and wins that point, 15-all.
And that's amazing, the kind of power he's able to generate from back there. You can still see after the forehand, he hit that one 100 miles per hour. He's wincing in pain, so that's not a good sign at the moment if you're in the Shelton camp. Shows me that there's just still something wrong with that. Generally, you take the injury timeout, you know, at 2-1, you know, when you change of ends. But if I was Ben Shelton, I would probably, after this game, look to see somebody prior to my service game.
And he just whacked that ball into the base of the net on the forehand. He's on the side of the net where his father, Brian, is. And it looks like he might take the medical timeout right now. or at least tell James Keothavong what's going on. He's walking to the chair. Keothavong is updating Mannarino on the situation. And this is an unfortunate development here under the roof in Armstrong as Shelton plops down on his chair. He's got his face over his hand and he awaits the physio, and there's this nervous buzz from the crowd in Armstrong as Shelton stops mid-game. And the concern level, you know, if a few moments ago you think, okay, he got through that game and it looks uncomfortable, but maybe he'll just play through it. But to stop mid-game, it seems like the concern level is certainly a bit higher.
That is definitely not a good sign with, you know, seeing a trainer out there, seeing Ben. It's a bad sign. He's young. He must have just, I think, caught something in that dive at the end of that third set. So not good to see right now. Hard to speculate what's going on with him. Obviously something in that left shoulder pec region. So hopefully he could just something small. We can get it taped up, get looked at if you're Ben Shelton.
I just feel like we were talking earlier about Moreno's efficiency of play. He takes the ball so early. He doesn't have these big cuts. Whereas Shelton, when he's playing, his feet are off the ground, his arms are flailing around. He just expends so much more energy when he plays, and that is a lot of, to be able to accelerate and then decelerate the arm, that requires a lot of strength, and sometimes he just hits one or two wrong. That could cause some of this discomfort that he's experiencing.
Well, the fact that Ben was just able to lift his arm up to take his shirt off, that's an encouraging sign, because sometimes if you really hurt your shoulder, and now it is officially a medical timeout as James Keothavong notifies the crowd. It was first that assessment period before the actual medical timeout clock starts. Bring in Gil Gross and Armstrong, where Gil, I would imagine the level of nerves, we're going to hear the replay of how he just grabbed after ripping that forehand. This is the sound effects you're hearing in the background. And Gil, I would imagine there's just a nervous vibe in Armstrong right now.
Yeah, there is. I didn't notice anything in the game before until he mentioned something to Keothavong. Then he started stretching out. He hit that big forehand return where you saw him yell in pain and wince. And then on the final point, remember, it's 30-15 in the middle of this Mannarino service game. Shelton hit a forehand that didn't look anything like his typical forehand into the bottom of the net, and that's when he decided to stop. And I think we're right to potentially call out that dive on set point. Now, Shelton was a quarterback in high school, and quarterbacks are always trained to try to protect their throwing arm, fall on the other side, expose the other arm. Well, Shelton was moving out towards his forehand, and he had to dive in that direction. There was really no choice other than to fall on that left side of his body. If this were his right shoulder, there wouldn't be as much concern.
But there is certainly a high level of concern right now as Ben Shelton takes this medical timeout. On grandstand, Jan-Lennard Struff is serving for the opening set against Francis Tiafoe at 5-4. And they are heading to a third on Stadium 17, the other singles match in progress between Elise Mertens, the 19th seed from Belgium, and Cristina Buksha of Spain. They split the first two sets. Buksha took the second 7-5. Mannarino is taking the opportunity during this medical timeout to speak to his team courtside. Something else that's worth noting, and you guys can weigh in on this as former players, Shelton, when he was in this pain here, he's on the side of the court as his team. And how much feedback do they have in, or how much value do you put into what they're telling you about stop now or wait for the changeover, and just kind of how to manage those physical things? Because he was able to speak to his father, Brian, during this game.
Yeah, you're always trying to manage things. Look, as a player, you know, it's tricky when you take injury timeouts because you don't want to do it in a creative way to break momentum. You know, that's just poor sportsmanship, poor gamesmanship. You know, if I was Ben, you know, I would try and take it before my serve. You know, obviously, given the fact that he's in immense pain, he's dealing with it now, I like him doing it just sooner rather than later. But I think, you know, in general, players should take medical timeouts prior to their service game so they don't kind of ice out their opponent, unless, you know, you see somebody, you know, roll an ankle or do something. So, you know, Ben has been dealing this now with a few points in this set already, so it's not something he wants to be doing right now. Ben is a tough kid. He's not somebody who has a reputation for anything of, you know, icing an opponent, poor gamesmanship. So this is out of the ordinary to take an injury timeout for Ben Shelton, but he's somebody that if he's hurt, he's going to call for it. I mean, that's well within the rules of the sport, and he's not doing this to try and hurt Adrian Mano on her serve by any means.
I think time is Megan. Time has run out on this medical timeout, and Ben basically spent that medical timeout just having his left shoulder worked on. The trainer, the physio, was rubbing a balm on it, and just Gil, as Shelton heads back to the line. If you go by body language, I don't think you're that confident in how Shelton's feeling right now as he heads back to the baseline.
Yeah, the biggest concern was how upset Shelton looks. I think right now that's what you're most worried about, because he knows how it feels, and he's the only person who knows.
And let's see what this means. Let's see how Adrian Mannarino approaches the situation. Shelton just chips back that serve. Mannarino goes into the backhand of Shelton, and that misses long. It's 40-15.
I saw Shelton gesture to his box that he was going to start chipping some forehand. So I think we should anticipate seeing a few more slices that shake the racket hand grip, that continental grip. Shelton using that out of the forehand side to keep him from overswinging.
Backhand from Mannarino. Now Shelton goes with a forehand. That was like a squash shot forehand. He's not able to fully extend on the forehand, at least for the time being. It's 1-all for Mannarino.
Looks like at this point Shelton isn't able to do a big wind up and swing on those two forehands that he missed with a completely different swing. It's almost like he's trying to take a page from Mannarino's book with that small compact swing.
Body serve into the backhand. Mannarino down the line goes Ben with a more conventional forehand. He just missed it long, maybe a bit shorter on the stroke. It's love 15. By the way, Jan-Lennard Struff took the first set 6-4 from Francis Tiafoe on grandstand. Second serve for Shelton here at love 15. He goes flat and out wide. No issues there as he got that wide serve for an ace, his 9th of the match. 15-all.
It'll be interesting to see on the Shelton serve what he has, right now. Is he going to go with the big one? So far in this game, he's gone with 2 off-speed serves and right on cue. Good call by me. He goes 130 out wide. So it's just something to keep an eye on if you are, watching this match, listening along. Is what is happening on Ben Shelton's side of the net? What is he trying to do with his forehand? Is he being more aggressive? Is he trying to shorten points? Has he taken a lot of pace off of it?
As he missed that first serve well wide. 138. He was going big there. Now second serve. He goes into the body deep. A backhand return from Mannarino. Forehand long from Shelton. As we hit the 2.5 hour mark, it's 30-all.
And I think it's important to know, not all, we're assuming it's a shoulder injury, right? It's not all created the same. It might really affect him on a serve, or it might affect him on his forehand. So we've seen so far in this game a couple forehands missed where he struggled on that one. So maybe it's not affecting him on the serve, but on the forehand, so it looks to be affecting him mostly at the moment.
Body serve blocked back long by Mannarino. 40-30 here for Shelton.
A serve is a ball that's hit above your head, and a forehand, generally you're using different parts of your muscles to make contact with that ball, as he makes most of them between his hip and his shoulder. So to your point, Stevie, clearly he's struggling more so on the ground strokes than he is on the serve.
Looking more confident, though, as Mannarino's return comes in long. Shelton holds for 2-1 in the fourth. Shelton back to the bench. We'll take a break on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
back on Louis Armstrong, guys. Ben Shelton has already taken his medical timeout on the left shoulder. He will not be allowed to take another for the same injury, but he can get treatment at the change of ends, and he took advantage of that at this 2-1 changeover in the fourth. More massage from the physio and also some anti-inflammatory icy hot cream, you would assume, was applied.
Yeah, thank you, Gil. And that was what looked like was going on sort of during the actual medical timeout, where a balm was getting rubbed on his left shoulder. And quickly here, 2 easy points for Mannarino in this fourth game of the fourth set. Shelton in front 2-1 here on Armstrong, a match that has had all sorts of drama. If you're just joining us, on set point to win that third set, Shelton hit a diving forehand that somehow landed in, and it was deep enough that Mannarino had all sorts of problems with it, couldn't get it back in play. Crowd was roaring for Shelton, who's up 2-1, but then as the fourth set began, Shelton looked physically uncomfortable. He took a medical timeout in the middle of Mannarino's game, and no signs of physical discomfort there as he hits an overhead from the service line for a winner, 30-15. But since that medical timeout and that changeover treatment, he has looked more comfortable, but he has still played a little bit differently. We've seen him serve a little bit bigger since that happened, and we've also seen him ease up a bit on the forehand. So we will see how this plays out over the next however much time is left in this match. Serve out wide for Mannarino, and the forehand long. And something we've talked about time and time again, guys, when you see your opponent putting yourself in Adrian Mannarino's shoes, dealing with an injury, but you don't know, okay, how do they feel? There is that fine line to walk of, okay, do I take advantage of this, or is this in my head and I just focus on myself?
It's really tricky because as an opponent of somebody who is maybe not feeling well or they've had medical timeouts, you got to focus on your side of the net. Play your game. Continue to do what you do best. Because if Adrian were able to just start making balls and just hitting him in the middle of the court, expecting Ben to miss because his arm is maybe not feeling well, you find yourself in a tricky position because you're now just giving them easier shots to attack. So it's very important for Mannarino to just go about his business, try and get as many balls in play, make it as difficult as possible. Within reason, within margin, you don't need to go as close to the line, but you can't just be, sedentary, stop moving back there, hitting balls in the middle of the court, because that's the easiest way for Ben to get in. It's just a bunch of short balls where he can come forward, shorten the points, make it as easy as possible for him.
Another big serve for Ben. He went tee at 123 for an ace. He's now got 11 in this match after a very easy hold from Mannarino. So 2-all here in the fourth set. Deep with the body serve, Shelton. Now another deep forehand from Ben, who moves to his right with a cross-court backhand. He's keeping up plenty of depth. Now slices a backhand. Forehand down to the forehand from Shelton, cross-court. Forehand cross from Mannarino. Middle ball forehand from Ben, who slices a backhand off the baseline. Mannarino with a forehand. Now Ben to his right, inside out with that backhand, stretching out Mannarino, who's got no answer. It's 30-love for Shelton.
And this is important for Ben to just, conserve some energy. I'm not saying he's tired, but you don't want to waste too much. He's doing a good job here, just being economical. You can see every time he's hitting these forehands, that's what seems to be affecting him, is that, finishing motion when he goes across his body. So it's tricky to watch right now, but Ben is an absolute competitor. He's never retired on tour. It's something that he is not known to do, is to be somebody that stops mid-race. So he is going to be somebody that's going to gut this out to the end, in my opinion.
Ryan, to your question, this is awkward because Shelton took a medical timeout at 1-0. He was up 1-0 and down 15-30 in Mannarino's serve. And so kudos to Mannarino for being able to just manage being complete disruption in the middle of a service game and be prepared, not be bitter about it, but still playing and doing great.
40-love after Shelton just smoked a forehand winner. It's worth watching Shelton's reaction, and a little more compact on that stroke, and another love hold for Ben. 3-2 now in this fourth set.
It looked like he told the medical staff to not come. He's all right, but he has really changed his stroke. He isn't having that long, extended finish. He's coming up and down around the ball and finishing with his racket below his shoulder, wrapping the ball really quickly to try and keep it in the court.
Gil Gross is on Armstrong.
Yeah, guys, after missing that forehand return, Adrian Mannarino actually grabbed at his right hamstring as if he had, you know, a sudden sort of grabbing feeling in that area. So just something to watch out for. Look, this has been physical. These rallies have been long, and Mannarino at 37 years old, you do admire so far what the physical effort has been, but we'll see if Shelton is actually eating away at the Frenchman's endurance here.
That's a really good point, Gil. And before we saw the Shelton injury, we were thinking just about, okay, the miles. There's a lot of them on Adrian Mannarino's odometer, and in this kind of physical match against somebody like Shelton, as you get deeper, it's going to get more difficult. And now we're watching Ben talk to his father, Brian, and he's sort of air swinging what he can and can't do, and Brian Shelton's solution was to go forward more. And you could sort of extrapolate what Ben was saying, and it's what we've seen, that you can't fully extend on the forehand, but if he's able to make it a little bit shorter and a more compact motion, that's been okay.
Yeah, and there's so many little muscles in your arm, in your shoulder, in your pec region, where his serve seems to be unaffected at the moment, but it's really affecting him when he does go forward, when he crosses over his right shoulder as a lefty with that forehand. So we've seen it so far in this set. It's very short, it's very compact, very Adrian Mannarino-esque type of swing. Ben still possesses a lot of power even when he does that. And I actually think Ben is going to find a way. He is a tough kid. I think he's going to use this as, you know, motivation, something he can build on, tough out, gut out a tough match when he doesn't think he can win. So I think, you know, this is a perfect spot for Ben to be in, not physically, but mentally. He's definitely tough enough to get out of a situation like this.
Chips back that return. Now a forehand from Shelton. He's in at net. This is what his father, Brian, just told him to do. He told him to go in first opportunity, and it worked. He was at net, parked there. Volleys at home for 15 all.
I think he should have been doing this the entire match. I mean, he's such a great transitioner. He has wonderful hands and ability to do these great shot making, which is going to allow the crowd to get into the match a little bit more. And I think we're going to see this help him loosen up and complete this match in Ben-like fashion.
2 hours, 40 minutes. Ben Shelton up 2-1. And pressuring the Mannarino serve, who works at 2-3 here. 15 all. Body serve steered back by Ben. Now a backhand dug long from Shelton. 30-15.
There's one distinction I want to make, though. You're talking about compactness. The difference between Mannarino's compactness is his happens before he hits the ball. He has no backswing. But Shelton's compactness is happening after the swing is complete. It's not quite as long.
At 30-15, Mannarino goes out wide. Shelton steers it back with another chip return. Now a slice backhand from Shelton. Forehand Mannarino. Backhand from Shelton. Forehand soft from Mannarino. Ben to his left. Mannarino not letting Shelton off the baseline. Ben slices a backhand. Wanted to follow it in and did, but that slice just drifted a bit long. 40-15 for Mannarino. And you could hear the coaching from Brian Shelton saying, I liked how you came in behind that ball. He just wants him in more. And you could see Ben trying that. And it seems like Mannarino knows that's the plan and is just not allowing it to happen. It's a fun cat and mouse game.
Ben is you're gonna see him use that continental grip more often because he's allowed to take time and just cheat his way in.
Lob from Shelton, a little tweener from Mannarino's into the net strap. Good hustle from Mannarino, who's not through this game yet. It's 40-30.
Good news for Ben. We are in New York. He's got the crowd behind him. Everyone here is going to will him to victory. And that can absolutely drive your just adrenaline through the roof. You really don't feel anything out there. It's kind of like a supernatural power. So if he can just hang around, you know, get this potentially, you know, 4-all, 5-all to a tiebreaker, or even win the set before, he's going to have so much crowd support. They're going to will him to victory if they can.
Brian Shelton just warned Ben to be alert for a potential serve and volley. Mannarino didn't do it, but the serve did go out wide. Now Ben just another chip forehand back. He's not able to swing through these forehands right now. Slice backhand Mannarino, stretched out forehand, gets over from Shelton. Backhand Mannarino, backhand line from Shelton. Oh, Mannarino put it into his strike zone, and Ben said, sure, I'll take that. And that was the backhand that Mannarino couldn't handle for deuce.
And it's interesting to see Adrian there, maybe not thinking as clearly. Ben has chipped, let's see, 4 or 5 forehands in this point, but he decides to approach to the backhand, the side that Ben has shown that he can still go after. And when you're trying to hit an approach shot, it is very difficult to chip forehands or backhand approach or passing shots when your opponent comes in. So if I was Mannarino, I would come into the forehand, see what he has left in the tank on the passing shots on that side.
At deuce, he goes T. Does Mannarino. Blocked back. Shelton Mannarino in at net now with a forehand lob from Shelton. Mannarino waits at the service line, hits the overhead cross court. Little bit more dangerous than he would have liked as he raises the eyebrows, but it's good.
Mannarino took your advice. He did just that. This is one of the complexities of our sport. You have to make a decision every time you strike a ball. And there's so many data points. Okay, his arm's hurting. Where do I go? You have a fraction of a second to pick the spot. But Mannarino did an excellent job there, making it easy for him to win the point with that overhead.
Serve out wide, chipped back by Shelton. Mannarino waits, has to back up, play a short backhand. Ben forehand squash shot deep. He's in behind it with a forehand volley. It's low. Mannarino at net. Shelton backs up. The overhead cross court's a winner.
That was wicked. Ben is now forced to use slice, use rolls, take pace off, try and cheat and move forward. His dad told him to move forward, take time away, come in as soon as you can. And that's making him a lot more aggressive with his footwork. Seek out these opportunities to come in and take time away from Mannarino.
That was the Shelton 2.0 in this match. That was the ideal point for the way he's forced to play right now because of the physical issue that's affecting his left shoulder. That's hurt his forehand. That's why he can't swing through that forehand. It might be why he just missed that chop long. Advantage Mannarino.
It really feels as if he is struggling. That's really the only shot that seems to be affecting him. Obviously, that is a big weapon of his, that forehand. But that rally ball where he just can't quite cover it from low to high, he's just missing them all along. Hasn't missed any in the net since we've seen the shoulder, become an issue. So he's just got to find a way to kind of draw back. Ben is a talented player. He's got all the skills that he needs to figure this out.
It's a nightmare on grandstand for Frances Tiafoe, who just went down a break, already down a set to Jan-Lennard Struff. Adrian Mannarino does not want to go down a break. He's down 2-1 to Ben Shelton. Mannarino holds for 3-all. Let's check in on the other singles match, on the lone women's singles match in progress right now. That's on Stadium 17, and Prim is there.
Hey guys, over on Stadium 17, yeah, we've got a packed house over here. It's the 19th seed Elise Mertens taking on Cristina Buscha of Spain. Coming into this, the series was tied 1-1, and we're all caught up here in a very close match. Mertens won the opening set, but Buscha really mustered a comeback in the second set. She took that 7-5, and if you look at the stats, she's really improved across the board, including first serve percentage, points won on first serve, as well as winners and also errors. So certainly a good one over here. We're on upset alert. However, I will say that Mertens is serving. We'll see if she can convert on this point to hold serve to go up 3-1 here in the final set.
Thank you, Prim. We'll keep an eye on that match as Ben Shelton just leaps from the service line. Another overhead. Ben is making his living now inside the service line, and it's working for 15-love.
He's shortening up the points by looking for opportunities to come forward. That's putting less toll out of Ben. His dad just told him to make sure you get that serve outside the strike zone. What that means is get it away. Make Mannarino hit the ball above his shoulders.
Shelton's now been in 8 times in this fourth set, and he's won 7 of those points as he misses that first serve out wide. 3-all, fourth set. Shelton up 2-1. Body serve on second serve. Short forehand Mannarino. Slice backhand Shelton's long. It's 15-all. Gil Gross is in a still nervous Louis Armstrong Stadium.
Well, Brian, Shelton has actually modified his follow-through on the forehand. He's finishing closer to his hip or even below his hip instead of up higher across his right shoulder where he would normally follow through on his forehand.
Yeah, that's been the adjustment he's had to make since he hurt his left, what appeared to be shoulder, and it seems like that injury came when he dove to retrieve a ball and make a circus shot. Well, it won him that third set, but it has certainly cost him physically as he took a medical timeout in Mannarino's first service game of this fourth set. So Shelton has adjusted here in the fourth set, but he is a little bit more compromised. Oh, a reflex return winner for Mannarino. Shelton went body at 139, and Mannarino, maybe out of self-defense more than anything else, was able to deflect that away on the backhand for a outright winner.
I mean, he just sees that ball so soon and is able to control his racket so well.
He's got break points. Ben playing serve and volley. There's the backhand volley. He's in at net and cut it off with a backhand volley long. Mannarino breaks, and Adrian Mannarino moves in front in this fourth set. It's the 37-year-old leading Ben Shelton 4-3. We'll take a break and come back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we welcome you back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. We are having a very busy day 6 here at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. I am Prince Ripipat. I'm roaming the grounds right now. I'm live over at Stadium 17, where the 19th seed Elise Mertens is in some trouble versus Christina Bucha. We are into the third set, where we are tied up at 2-2. But right now, let's head on over to Louis Armstrong Stadium, where Gil Gross has his eyes on a very, very significant match.
Thanks, Prim. Crowd sensing that Shelton's in a bit of trouble, trying to lift him up ahead of this Mannarino service game at 4-3. And just watching Shelton at the changeover, still shoulders slumped, looking a little bit dejected, understandably, because this is just the last thing you want at your home slam, is to be compromised in any way with the physical issue.
Yeah, there are those ebbs and flows, and we're going to talk about that because it seemed like Shelton was feeling better after that treatment. It seemed like things were going better. And then all of a sudden, it's like something else happened, and he realized maybe that he's limited or just seems to be frustrated as he had his face in that towel during that changeover and is now at 15-love as Mannarino tries to consolidate that break and go up 5-3 here in the fourth.
We've observed that he may not be struggling, Shelton may not be struggling as much off of the serve, but he's still going really big. I'd like to see him pull back there and just give his arm a break, not just get that velocity, so he has to accelerate and decelerate quickly. Use some of those kick serves, although it's Moreno's serve right now, but, you know, he's up, it's dead even.
That backhand cross from Shelton was an outright winner, so he'll take that. Just his fourth backhand winner of this match. At 15, all Mannarino goes out wide. Shelton blocks with the backhand deep. Mannarino comes in for the cross-court forehand. Forehand line from Shelton, who backs up for a middle forehand. Forehand middle netted by Mannarino, and hold the phone here. It's 15-30.
And it does weigh on you for somebody like Mannarino. You know, we've watched Ben play points where he entirely chips the forehand. Now at that point, he hits two great forehands. It's a tough dynamic for you mentally because you just don't know what you're going to get. You've got to be able to just kind of only focus on the ball. Don't look at the other side of that. Don't pay attention to what Ben is doing if you are Adrian Mannarino.
Serve goes out wide, chipped back by Ben on the forehand long, 30-all.
I would want Mannarino to try and find patterns where he gets Shelton hitting more forehands. We have seen very few forehand ad side to ad side, left side to left side, because we're seeing two lefties. We haven't seen very many cross-court rallies like that. But if I were Mannarino, I would try and orient the point towards Ben's forehand.
Great body serve from Mannarino. Handcuffed Shelton. It's 40-30.
It's important, I think, in that fact is to go at the Shelton backhand first to open up the forehand. Just like you said, you know, sometimes it's tough to just go one direction all the time. I've tried it a lot in my career, and it's just sometimes easier to open up. You've got to go into their strength first and then open up the weakness. And right now, that's the opposite for Ben Shelton. You've got to go into the strength of the backhand, into the weakness of the forehand.
And right down the tee went Mannarino. Shelton punched it back long. Another easy service game for Adrian Mannarino, who is 2 or 1 game away from pushing this into a 5th set.
And what a great call out, because, you know, shame on me. You can't just hit to someone's weakness. You have to create openings to do so. So then you run a 2-in-1 pattern, to the forehand, 1 to the backhand, back to the forehand, if you can. You have to hit the right shot based on where you are, but this is the ideal situation that Mannarino wants to create.
Ben goes serve and volley, picks it up on the half volley. Mannarino tried to rip a running pass, but ripped it into the bottom of the net. 15 love for Shelton.
You know, I think even though this set, you know, Ben is down, his arm is not feeling great, this is an important game for Ben. I think he needs to try and win this game as best as he possibly can, especially if this does go 5 sets. If he gets a hold here, he would be serving first in that 5th set, which would be a big advantage. To just scoreboard pressure, staying out in front, feeling good about yourself. It's really important to help, if he does end up losing the set, to just start serving in that 5th.
Shelton at 15 all as he tries to make Mannarino serve out this 4th. Mannarino has an excellent 5-set record. In his career, he's 14-4 in 5-set matches, 2-1 here at the U.S. Open. Shelton 7-3, but 2 of those 3 losses came here at the U.S. Open. He's never won a 5-set match here in New York City. Backhand up the right side from Shelton. He's in it. Net reaches out for that volley, but it sits up for Mannarino to go forehand cross court. And Mannarino, 2 points from the set. It's 15-30.
Because Mannarino he's like a cat, you know, it puts you in all these awkward positions. So while Shelton is trying to come in, you know, it's hard for him to create an advantage because Mannarino can just take that ball early and whip it around the court wherever he wants to hit it.
Serve goes out wide. Serve and volley from Shelton. He reaches out on the backhand and can't get there in time. And now Shelton in serious trouble. Double set point for Adrian Mannarino.
Shelton looks a little dejected at this moment. He may, you know, he's got to pick it up here energetically too.
Plays the serve and volley. Mannarino is a step late in getting there, and that lob is well long. That's 1 break set point saved by Shelton.
In between points, Shelton is walking around with his racket in his left hand. Because he's left-handed, I'd like to see him get that racket in the opposite hand, give his left hand a break between points.
All right. Blocked back by Mannarino. Now the overhead from Shelton, a winner to save a 2nd set point.
And so far in this 4th set, there has been, it doesn't feel as if there's any effects of the arm bothering him on the serve or overhead. So that is a good sign. Ben has a great serve. He can use it, come forward. He can finish points with an overhead if need be. So I think that's going to be important for him to just get comfortable trying to serve and volley the rest of this match.
A great return from Mannarino. It caught Shelton off guard. Shelton went body at 115, and Mannarino hit a deep return. That Shelton, did he overrun that ball? But he just missed the return, and now it's a 3rd set point.
I think he got jammed.
Yeah.
I mean, Mannarino just hit a great return.
Well, Shelton hit a great serve there to save a 3rd set point, a body serve to handcuff him, and we're at deuce. 3 set points saved for Shelton.
Yeah, for Ben, it's tricky right now. You know, he's kind of running through all these scenarios in his head. Is my arm going to be able to finish this match? Am I going to be able to find a way to get a victory here?
Backhand volley from Shelton. Mannarino had the open court, but just flicked it wide. And Shelton, though, back to holding that left shoulder after another physical exchange. But Shelton has another chance to get out of this game. Gil Gross, it seems like serve and volley is the only thing left in the bag for Shelton right now.
Well, that shot he hit was super.
We'll talk to Gil right after this point as Shelton now trying to get out of this game. Missed it out wide. Advantage Shelton, a 2nd serve on the way. 3 minutes from the 3-hour mark. Serve and volley Shelton. The volley missed long. He steered it deep.
He's keep it coming. I mean, this is his only tactic right now. So regardless of what happened, it seems like he's committed. Shelton is committed to serving and volleying on almost every point.
Flatten out wide. Shelton missed that serve. We're at deuce. We're 2 minutes shy of the 3-hour mark. Ben Shelton was up 2 sets to 1. And on set point to win that third, he appeared to have injured his shoulder, and now he double faults. And it is a fourth set point in this game for Adrian Mannarino. It's also a set point on the grandstand for Jan-Lennard Struff to go up 2-0 on Frances Tiafoe. Here's Shelton serving volley, the backhand volley. It's deep. Mannarino gets there with a running lob. Shelton comes into the net and puts the ball into the seats for good measure to save a fourth set point.
Yeah, Ben is doing a great job just finding ways to be athletic, using such a weapon that he has is that athleticism. He's doing a great job coming forward. It's not something that he's used to. He doesn't want to serve and volley every point, but he is very comfortable. He's at least comfortable enough up there at the net, going forward, trying to win points, shorten the game.
At deuce, another serve and volley from Shelton, who gets low to play that volley, a textbook volley. Shelton having to work much harder in these service games. His service games were barely lasting 2 minutes before this fourth set. This game is now more than 5.
He's such a highly skilled player, Ben. I mean, he has so many tools. That volley, that drop shot forehand volley that he just hit, that's a hard shot to hit, but he's able to do it.
And he's able to find a way out of that game. A good wide serve that Mannarino could not get back into play. But Mannarino has played through all of Shelton's ups and downs and will serve for the fourth set after this changeover. And Gil Gross, we were going to ask you just a few moments ago about the serve and volley, because it seems like in the Shelton service games, that's the only play he has right now.
Absolutely right. That's going to be the tactic for Shelton. I don't think he's going to get away from it, because the forehand is just severely compromised at this point, and he knows that he can't get caught out playing from the back of the court in baseline rallies. It's going to be tough to avoid that in return games, so that's something that Shelton will have to contend with. But guys, I find Mannarino to be a pretty difficult player to serve and volley against. He stays up close on the baseline. That gives you less time to close the net. He doesn't chip his returns. He tends to drive them, and he's very good at keeping the ball low. So it's going to be a very tall task for Shelton. He has the skills to do it. Won't be easy to serve and volley with success against Mannarino.
I think it's important, as to what Gil just said as well, Mannarino loves a target. He's a great returner already when he has the entire court to work with. And now you give him this target of a guy coming forward where he just can get it at his feet. He can move it around. As a returner, that actually kind of makes you a little bit more comfortable when somebody comes forward, if they're not a serve and volleyer like a Sampras back in the day, somebody who's doing that every single time. So for him, Adrian Mannarino is going to have that target. He's going to be able to attack the Shelton serve, be comfortable knowing that he can get it down and go for a passing shot. So this is going to be a tough ask for Ben the rest of this match with that serve and volley, but he's going to try and find any way he possibly can to get out of this one and find his best tennis going forward.
Adrian Mannarino to the line, trying to push this one into a fifth set. We said before, Mannarino boasts an excellent 5-set record. He's 14-4 in his career, including a 2-1 mark here at the U.S. Open. And it is the 37-year-old working from the near baseline. It's blocked back by Shelton. Backhand into net from Mannarino.
So if I'm Mannarino, I'm making him play. I'm not giving him any unforced errors. Mannarino's unforced error count, he's at 33 for the match, only 2 for the set with 5 winners. But I'd really lock in and make sure that I make Shelton play every single point.
Love 15 for Mannarino. Wearing that off-white shirt. Off-white shorts as well. Nothing on his head, literally. He's got shaved head. He's got the beard on the face, and you can see the age reflected in the gray hairs on the beard. Now the forehand from Shelton. Oh, he tried another one, and then he wound up staggering forward after missing that long. It's 15 all. Maybe he just wanted to test it out to see if the arm was feeling any better. And judging by his reaction, the answer was no way.
Yeah, at a certain point here, he's got to be able to take those risks. I know his arm hurts. I know his shoulder is in pain. But if you have a second serve, love 15, and there's any semblance of a ball that you can go after an attack, you've got to be willing to try. You've got to shorten the points. You're not going to be able to out-rally him with forehands from the baseline. So if you do get that one ball to hit, you've got to be aggressive, be willing to make mistakes, go big. There's no other option at this moment for Ben.
Ace out wide from Mannarino, 110. That lefty serve from the deuce court. We've seen Shelton do that time and time again. There it was Mannarino. Now he goes lefty serve from that ad court. Shelton blocks it back around the net post, but long, and it is double set point for Adrian Mannarino to bring this into a fifth set.
I kind of like that. I mean, his legs are not hurting. Shelton's legs are just fine. They're fresh. I would almost drop back, use some of these slices. Mannarino can't produce his own pace, and make him hit some winners.
And Shelton just hit a winner. A running forehand pass cross court. And he saves that set point, so he's not out of this set yet.
There's just enough left in the tank for Ben. He's able to come up with these shots. It's an amazing skill to have, to be such a shot banker, to be that gifted. But man, this is going to be difficult. He just, every time he's going after one, he's wincing in pain. The shoulder he's grimacing. It doesn't look great for Ben at the moment.
And it's a 6th set point here for Adrian Mannarino. Over a couple of service games, he missed that first serve just out wide. So Shelton will get a look at a second. And he'll get another look at a second. That ball just grazed the tape going over. Shelton was up 2-1, but appeared to injure himself on set point in the third to win that third. He's been compromised here in the fourth, and Adrian Mannarino has a 6th set point. It's out wide, chipped back with a forehand from Shelton, who parks himself at net. And Mannarino lasers a backhand to bring this match into a 5th set. We are heading to a 5th between Shelton and Mannarino, who appears to be leaving the court for a break as we are 4 minutes past the 3-hour mark. No shortage of drama here in Armstrong. Still that nervous energy pervasive as we check in courtside with Gil Gross.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. At this point, everybody in this stadium is keyed in on the struggles that Ben Shelton is having. Those booming forehands are nowhere to be seen. You can see how uncomfortable it is for him to drive off of that wing. And again, the challenge is going to be return games. How do you get to the net and avoid rallies when trying to break serve in your return games? That's going to be the task at hand for Shelton, but I think he's going to just try to hang in there and see what happens, give himself the best chance to compete.
Gil, you know what? You're quite the strategist. Whenever you speak, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. So what do you think his approach should be in the rest of this match? Should he be chipping? Should he be trying to take time away from him for moving forward? What do you think?
Yeah, I think Ben should try to chip returns and come in. That is an old school strategy, right? That's more a la 60s and 70s. But Ben needs to win this match at the net. And the good news about chipping a lot, Mannarino's susceptible to slicing. That's in the game plan for everybody who goes up against Adrian Mannarino, because he doesn't like to generate his own pace, doesn't like to play from low contacts necessarily. So I would be glass half full for Ben, a lot of slicing.
Look, I'm watching. I watch Ben cover his eyes with his towel and kind of wipe some tears, and his father, Brian Shelton, his coach, just waving his hands like, white flag, it's over, stop. We see Brian packing his rackets away, so I think that, unfortunately, this is going to be a retirement from Ben Shelton.
Yeah, guys, and it's worth mentioning when it comes to Shelton's shoulder. In 2023, when he made the semis and played Novak, his shoulder was also injured in that match. It was very low-key. He didn't make a lot of noise about it, but certainly his serve was not 100% in that semifinal against Djokovic. It will be extremely disappointing that once again a shoulder issue pops up for Shelton at the U.S. Open. And guys, just worth mentioning, it's Carlos Alcaraz's quarter. Shelton is the seed in Alcaraz's quarter. Meanwhile, another American has his back against the wall. It's Frances Tiafoe, who's down against Jan-Lennard Struff. Here's Prim Siripipat.
Thanks so much, Gil. Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of tennis to be played on both of those courts, talking about Louis Armstrong Stadium and Grand Slam. But right now, Frances Tiafoe finds himself in some trouble against Jan-Lennard Struff. He's down 2-0. But right now, we're going to head back over to Louis Armstrong Stadium. Brian Clark, take it away.
Not the ending we wanted to see. Rough ending here in Louis Armstrong Stadium, and emotional, and it appears to be in tears. Ben Shelton is leaving the court with a towel draped over his head. He has retired for the first time in his professional career. Adrian Mannarino advances. And given the physical issues that Shelton was dealing with, he had the trainer back out. Mannarino immediately left the court after that fourth set. And Shelton sat down. The physio came out to talk to him. And even at that moment, it appeared to be a very difficult moment for Ben Shelton. He was in pain throughout that fourth set. And just the highs and lows for Shelton from the emotional moment of how he won that third set. But then almost as soon as the fourth set began, you could see the physical limitations for Shelton.
Adrian,
let's take a listen on court.
You've done this for a long time. You are an absolute warrior. And I know that is not the way that you would have wanted to win this match. I'm sure you wish Ben a speedy recovery.
Of course. When he started to have pain, he was leading in the match. He would honestly would have probably won that match. So yeah, that's unfortunate for him, and that's very lucky for me. But yeah, don't really know what to say right now. But of course, I'm happy to get through, and I wish him the best, of course.
You seem to be having a lot of fun out there, and we don't want to lose sight of how well you were playing. Yeah, Ben is having quite the season. He's a brilliant player, but he had a hard time hitting through you. You seem to be moving him around the court. What were you most happy with on your side of the net?
Well, I was having a good fun on the court. There was really long rallies. I was losing some of them, winning some of them, but I think that was a pretty cool match to play. Ben is playing really well. You know, he kicked my ass in the beginning of the summer, and he's such an amazing player. But yeah, it was a great match. I was enjoying my time, honestly, on court. Even if I was losing, it was a pretty cool match. And thanks all of you guys for being nice with me. I mean, cheering for Ben, of course, but still having a good fun.
I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. You have been on tour for a while, 15th main draw appearance. I think it's your 18th time here. You even have some gray in your beard, and yet you are loving the sport, playing at such a high level. Did you dream that you would be the king of longevity and playing this far into your career? Because it's pretty impressive to the rest of us.
Well, you know, I'm just trying. I'm trying. I'm 37 years old, and it's my first time that I'm winning a match from the toilet. So, no, you know, there's always new things coming up, and yeah, I mean, I'm still enjoying my time on court, and I hope that I'm going to extend it for a little while.
All right, I'm going to ask you one more thing, because I know I've asked you this question before, and your answer to me is so inspiring. New York, I don't know if you knew this, but Adrian insists on not looking at who he's playing next until it's that time. So I'm not even going to tell him, but I loved your answer when I asked you, why do you refuse to look at who you're playing next? Share with us.
No, you know, I'm just, for now, I'm just going to try and enjoy my day, enjoy my time. It's been a lot of stress, a lot of fight today. And the latest I'm going to know, the latest I'm going to get into the match and keep my energy for the next match. So, you know, I just live the moment right now.
The art of enjoying the moment, New York, and he's the master of it. Show some love for Adrian Mannarino,
who is into the fourth round of the U.S. Open. He has never gotten to a major quarterfinal. This will be his sixth time in the fourth round of a major. He is 0-5 in his career, and to spoil the party for Adrian Mannarino, he will be playing Jiri Lehečka, who has moved into the top 20 for the first time in his career with his win earlier today over Rafael Kolonyan. The Czech players into the fourth round here for the first time in his career. Mannarino advances, but the story is going to be the disappointing circumstances, as Mannarino certainly acknowledged. I really liked his line about never having won a match from the toilet before. That's where he was when he found out that Ben Shelton was unable to continue. Just a really disappointing end to, I think Mannarino said it well, just a really fun match, Megan.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I mean, you just saw such creativity displayed. You saw every type of shot on the books and just some great shot making from Shelton when he was healthy. It's so unfortunate that he goes out this way, but we hope he can get some rest and get back, so maybe we see him at Del Rey.
Yeah, absolutely. Just an absolute, kick to the stomach, really. Just watching Ben, somebody who has lit up this New York crowd. I mean, he's still 22 years old. It just feels like he has such a good command of his emotional ability to play on these big stadiums. So this is hard to see, Ben walking off the court in tears. We know how much these tournaments mean to you, and it's just absolutely, it's just heartbreaking because anywhere else in the world, Ben probably pulls the plug sooner, but he wants to be here in New York. He wants to win. I mean, if you ask him, I'm going to assume if he could pick any major to win, it's definitely the U.S. Open, in front of his home crowd. So this is definitely a heartbreaking stuff to watch. He's such a good kid. He has a lot of time left in this sport to come back and play, but definitely hard scenes to watch somebody with just such talent go out and just get hurt on trying to be athletic and win a set like that at the end of the third.
And he was athletic, and he won that set, but it cost him physically with that injury he picked up at the end of the third set. One more thought on this match before we move on towards this Friday night, and this is really a thought for the tournament at large. How about this draw for Carlos Alcaraz? Because Alcaraz was an easy winner earlier today over Luciano Darderi. Alcaraz will play Arthur Rinderknech in the fourth round to play either Jiri Lehechka or Adrian Mannarino in the quarterfinals. That seems to be, and no disrespect to those three players, Rinderknech, Lehechka, or Mannarino, but a very manageable path for Carlos Alcaraz to avoid Ben Shelton, to avoid Daniil Medvedev, who lost, Casper Ruud, who, of course, he beat in the final here a few years ago. But this draw has broken well for Carlos Alcaraz. But the circumstances here, not what we wanted as Adrian Mannarino moves on. Ben Shelton forced to retire after losing that fourth set because of that injury, it appears, that he picked up at the end of the third set. So we will take a break and come back to wrap up the day here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Shelton now backhand from Mannarino. Can Shelton finally break? A deep backhand cross from Shelton. Another backhand cross. Backhand down the line. Mannarino running forehand. Shelton hooked it. Mannarino wide with a forehand. Finally for Ben Shelton. Breaks Adrian Mannarino for the first time in 7 chances. And he edges in front 4-2 in this third set. Second serve, Mannarino, down set point. It's a forehand from Ben at the angle, a short angle, down the line, Mannarino, running backhand, deep for Ben, running backhand, Mannarino. Ben sets up a forehand, up the right sideline, to his left he goes with a short forehand. Backhand, bunted back, Mannarino, now forehand line, Ben, Mannarino's there with a forehand. It's off the sideline for a Shelton forehand. Forehand, Mannarino, it's set point for Shelton. It's looped up, forehand, Mannarino with topspin. Ben gets it back with a lob, Mannarino waits for it. It was good, and the backhand misses into the net. Somehow, Shelton steals the set.
Shelton dove for that ball, guys. That is unbelievable. He is on the back fence, 13 feet behind the baseline. He dove for that slice forehand, got it back in play and deep, and Mannarino was not expecting that ball to come back, so his footwork was very late to get in position for that last backhand.
His dad was talking about this yesterday. He said, basically, this is my son. This is who he is. He is a showman, but it's genuine. It's not like he can help it. And he said, anyone who doesn't like it, he thinks he's too exuberant, forget about it. I'm going to let my boy be him, and this is what the crowd wants to see. They are loving it.
USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Brian Clark, Megan Moulton-Levy, Steve Johnson getting ready to say so long for us, but the coverage is not going anywhere. Ravi Uba, Zina Garrison, they'll be by. We're also going to just take a quick peek at what we've got ahead tomorrow. We're not, of course, done with this Friday, but more third-round action. The day session in Ash Stadium. That's the 11:30 a.m. start. Coco Gauff, Magdalena Freck, and then Yannick Sinner and Denis Shapovalov. Two interesting matches during the day. Then at night, two more good ones. Iga Swiatek and Anna Kalinskaya, and then Tommy Paul after his battle last night against the red-hot Alexander Bublik. Red-hot in terms of how he's looked through the first two rounds of this tournament. All-Italian affair in Armstrong to begin the day. Lorenzo Musetti, Flavio Caboli. Daria Kasatkina follows with a match against Naomi Osaka. And then tomorrow night in Armstrong, Alexander Zverev against Felix Auger-Aliassime. And then Beatriz Haddad Maia against Maria Sakkari on the grandstand. Linda Noskova and Karolina Mahova in an all-Czech encounter. And then one of the qualifiers to make it through, Coleman Wong will play Andrei Rublev. Amanda Anisimova plays not before 4:30 on grandstand against Jacqueline Christian of Romania. And then outside on court 5, Diane Parry against 27 seed Marta Kostyuk. Another qualifier from Switzerland. There are two still alive in this tournament. Leandro Riti is the other. He plays Kamil Majchak of Poland. And then Ekaterina Alexandrova and Lara Zigemund, another veteran who's advanced deep in this tournament. And, of course, don't forget the action on Stadium 17 either. João Munar's had a great run through this tournament against Zizou Bergs, who we have not seen in days. Bergs got through to the third round. I think he played his match on Monday, won, and then found out that he was through to the third round because Jack Draper had to withdraw from the tournament. And then it'll be Daniel Altmaier and Alex de Minaur. That is tomorrow. That is Saturday if you're coming to the U.S. Open on this Labor Day weekend. We've still got more to come, of course, on this Friday. Novak Djokovic, Cameron Norrie. That should be a good one tonight with Norrie in resurgent form. Mira Andreeva and Taylor Townsend. Those are the two Ash matches. And then Arina Sabalenka, Leylah Fernandez open the session in Armstrong. And then the other Swiss qualifier through to the third round, Jerome Kim, will play Taylor Fritz. It's been a rough day so far for the American men, of course, with Ben Shelton having to retire, heading into the fifth set with Adrian Mannarino. And right now on the grandstand, Francis Tiafoe is down 2-0 to Jan-Lennard Struff of Germany. Christina Buksha, by the way, did come back to win in three tight sets over Elise Mertens on Stadium 17. So Buksha is through to the third round on the women's side. And she will be playing either Arina Sabalenka or Leylah Fernandez. Other winners today for the women, Elena Rybakina was clinical over Emma Raducanu. She'll play another fellow former Wimbledon champion, Marketa Vondrousova, who beat Jasmine Paolini 7-6, 6-1. Jess Pegula beat Victoria Azarenka in two tight sets. There was a warm hug at the end of that match between the two veteran players because who knows what the future holds for Azarenka, 36 years old. Three-time finalist here, but her ranking now in the 130s. She's, hadn't played since Wimbledon coming into this U.S. Open, so we'll see what the future holds for somebody who was world number one for about a year, won the Australian Open twice, and served for this title before she fell to Serena Williams and was in the final on 3 different occasions. So a lot of matches to come, but Megan Moulton-Levy, Steve Johnson, this was a lot of fun today. Unfortunate ending, but always had a good time with you guys, Megan.
Yeah, I feel for Ben. We've already spoken about it, but we're seeing these clips replay of him with the towel over his head. It's unfortunate, and it just shows you how much he loves this sport.
And Steve, you had a great point before. If this was any other tournament, most likely, when that injury occurs, you might think about pulling the plug, but just to see him try to gut it out, and ultimately, I can't imagine how difficult that decision had to be for Shelton.
Yeah, that's one of the most difficult decisions you can make. He's somebody who has never retired in his career. Look, I mean, not to make it a comparison here, but I retired one match in my career. It was here at the U.S. Open, and it was the hardest thing I've ever had to do. You just feel like you're letting the crowd down, everyone down that has worked so hard to get you to this point. So, I mean, for Ben, who has an actual legitimate shot of winning titles like this, that must mean much more, for him to have to pull the cord to miss this event. So just seeing him gutted like that, head in his towel, walking off the court, that is a tough moment. But, it's just the brutal of this sport that sometimes it just doesn't bounce your way.
Yeah, really, really tough ending for Ben Shelton. But Adrian Mannarino, he's through to the fourth round. He'll play Yuri Lehechka. We've got much more to come, but we do want to circle back. We did not get the ending of that Pegula win over Azarenka because of the Shelton-Mannarino drama. So we are going to leave you with the on-court interview. Nick McCarville, our very own, he did that on-court interview with Jessica Pegula. And then after you hear the interview, you will hear Ravi Uba and Zina Garrison. It's all ahead. So for this crew, Stevie Johnson, Megan Moulton-Levy, I'm Brian Clark. Thanks for hanging out with us, but don't go anywhere. Much more to come on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
That second set, things got quite tight there between the two of you. When things get tight like that, what are you focusing on your side of the net to try to get you across the finish line, to try to get that win?
I think I just try to focus on going back to my strategy, things that were working well in the first set. Obviously, she picked up her level in the second, and I just thought she started serving really well. I mean, she hit a bunch of aces to get her out of those return games, and then she's always a great returner, so she put so much pressure on your serve. I missed a lot of first serves. She was making a lot of first serves. It kind of just split, but I felt like I could still dig out that set for sure. So I just wanted to keep holding and keeping it close.
So it says on our stat sheet, you guys have played 6 times, but you have played so many times on the practice court in Florida. You and Vika, we saw the hug at the net. You knew a challenge was coming for you today. What do you feel like was tested the most from Vika? What do you feel like was tested the most by her game today?
Tested the most. Yeah. Sorry, the echo's really bad. I can't hear. I thought I moved really well. I thought I scrambled really well. I wanted to kind of make the match physical. Like you said, we trained together a lot in Florida, so we know each other's games so well. We've played a lot, quite a bit. So, I mean, I could tell she was struggling a little bit physically, so I wanted to honestly just keep her moving. I wanted to keep going after my shots and playing aggressive. And that's just what I tried to execute at the end.
Okay, Jess, I know you didn't have the summer you wanted coming into the U.S. Open, but this crowd, this city, this court, it feels like the magic is back. Do you feel that confidence in your game now into the 4th round?
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Last year, this place was really special. I mean, it's always special, but especially last year, I had some really amazing moments right here on this court. So to be able to play my first 3 rounds already in Ash and have your guys' support is amazing. You know, my results weren't that amazing the last couple months, so being able to, sorry.
It's okay, you're okay.
Being able to turn it around really quickly was awesome. Sorry, I don't want to blow anything.
No, you're fine, you're good. Last but not least, we have seen on social media, you're becoming a New Yorker in a sense. You've ridden the subway last year, you did it again this year. What kind of subway rider are you? Are you planning ahead? Do you've got the headphones in? Are you a people watcher? How do you love to ride the subway in New York? We've loved seeing that, the New Yorkers have.
Sorry, tell me. The subway? Okay. I'm so sorry, I really can't hear anything. Yeah, the subway was something really fun I got to do last year. I ended up doing in Paris at the French, Roland Garros, which was pretty funny, and it's honestly hilarious how many people really liked it. I mean, literally, like, there's workers that have asked me around the grounds, like, oh, I saw you take the metro in Paris and, like, here, that's so awesome. And I just feel like it's a really fun way to connect with the city. I did do it once for something else on social with Adidas, which was really fun. So maybe I'll take it again, maybe on the way back today.
All right, officially a New Yorker. Give it up, everyone, for Jessica Pegula.
And we welcome you back to a busy day 6 here at the 2025 U.S. Open Tennis Championships. We appreciate you listening to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. I'm Prim Siripipat. We're here at a lively grandstand, packed house, standing room only, as many of the American fans are trying to root and cheer on the 17th seed, Frances Tiafoe, the two-time U.S. Open semifinalist, who finds himself in a big hole right now against Jan-Lennard Struff. Tiafoe is down 6-4, 6-3, 4-3, and this has been really all Struff here in this matchup. After the second set, Big Foe walked his seat towards his bench. He just looked dejected and frustrated, decided to take a bathroom break, hopefully to reset. But much of the same patterns that happened in the first two sets have really continued. And I'm going to bring in Ravi and Zina Garrison. So, I mean, this is going to be a very difficult day, especially for the American men, guys, considering what happened with Ben Shelton, his shoulder, and the retirement over on Louis Armstrong Stadium. And then now this, we're 7 points away from Struff pulling up another upset. Don't forget, he also upset Holger Rune heading into this. He had to qualify. This is his 6th consecutive match. Unbelievable.
Yeah, thanks, Prim. It is unbelievable. I'm Ravi, but it is Zina Garrison alongside the former Wimbledon finalist, gold medalist from the Olympics. Such a pedigree that she has, Zina Garrison. And Z, we're really thick into this match. Let's get into it because Frances Tiafoe is in a lot of difficulty.
Yeah, he is. I was actually, when I saw this matchup, I was thinking that this was going to be a very tough one. And also, it's very hard when a qualifier has already beat a seed and now they're in the middle of the tournament and they're playing well.
He is certainly playing well, is the German. Tiafoe is serving 3-4 in the third set. He's down 2 sets, served down the middle with the side spin, taking away from Struff, but then Tiafoe misses his forehand scoop into the net. There's not a lot of room to maneuver now for Tiafoe.
Yeah, it's not. He actually, Francis tried to hit a little drop shot there. Just lets me know he's going for shots a little bit too early now. Not confident at all. Struff is one of those players that once he gets the pressure on you, that pressure gets heavier and heavier every moment.
He does hit such a big ball. Jan-Lennard Struff likes to take away the play from the opponents, and he's doing so very well so far in this one is Struff. He's got one more ace than Francis, 13-12. He's won 90% of his first serve points. Second serve to the backhand of Struff. That was a big opportunity to get to a break point, but he missed it with the out backhand wide.
That was definitely an opportunity there for Struff. He had a second serve. The ball was sitting up really high. Got a little bit late on that backhand. Francis really needs to try to get some momentum here, get out of this game, but take advantage of that miss there.
And he's under some serious scoreboard pressure because he is serving second and against the guy who's holding so comfortably in Struff. That first serve to the backhand of a great return, cross court, and Francis misses his own backhand wide. Deuce.
That was a horrible miss there by Francis. Just really took his eye off the ball. Understandably, but he's got to find a way to nail down get himself calm, be able to also apply some pressure here. He's got to really focus in right now.
He does have to focus, Tiafoe, on this deuce point. It's going to be another second serve now, potentially for Struff to attack. Will he make the miscue here? What will come of this massive point? Second serve to the backhand of Struff in play middle. Tiafoe with a looping forehand. It goes long.
Yeah, that was definitely a loopy forehand. And once again, a mishit. He did not hit the center of his racket. You can tell the tension is starting to pile up on him. He's got to find a way to try to get up out of this.
Second serve points won in this match for Tiafoe, 43%. A very low number. Here's a break point for Struff, and the way that he has been serving realistically could be a match point for the German, who's now 35. First serve, it misses long by a yard. Second serve, Struff back to that backhand corner. What will Tiafoe do here on this second serve to the backhand of Struff? Good return on the backhand cross. Here's a backhand by Struff. It's great depth. He's defending his Tiafoe. A great forehand to keep the point going. Here's a backhand by Struff. Shoveled in, didn't try to do too much. The backhand is netted by Tiafoe. It is a break, and it's 5-3 for Struff.
Struff did a great job there, just making sure he made Francis play one more ball. There was so much tension in Francis's shot. You can actually see it. He tried to just muscle that ball over, especially in situations that you got to find a way to calm yourself down so you can still hit your strokes.
Well, Tiafoe going into this, Z, he was trying to become the only man to make the 4th round at the U.S. Open every year this decade. So he's in serious difficulty now. He has to break the serve of the German. Only happened once in this match, and that was early in the first set. And then Struff was able to break right back. But there may be some nerves. That's a double fault long from Struff.
Yeah, that's the great thing about tennis. Those nerves don't have they don't know which player is which at what time. That was definitely a second serve that he has not pretty much done in the whole match here, and then he could not get the serve over.
Just his second double fault of this contest. It's the German in a maroon shirt, backward cap. He usually always plays in that backward cap. He's had a lot of injury problems in the last 3 years. That's why his ranking has dropped and has been forced to qualify. Back-to-back double faults. A lifeline here for Tiafoe.
It's funny, I was talking about how stiff that Francis has got on his serve. Struff just did the exact same thing. You can literally see the tension going through their body. He could not even get his arm up to serve that ball.
And you can understand it because he hasn't been to many Grand Slam 4th rounds. This would be just the 3rd one and the first one outside the French Open. Trying to do it on the hard courts, desperately looking for a first serve. But again, it's netted. He is feeling it now, is the German. 1 hour, 46 minutes in. He's played a flawless match. What's going to happen? It's another double fault. 3 in a row. Incredible.
You couldn't have ever told me that I would actually see 3 double faults on this particular match. Not the way that he's been serving, but anything might happen. Francis has an opportunity here. He's got to win. He needs to win this point.
You think this point he's got to win?
He needs to win this point for his confidence.
First of 3 straight break points. First serve, he misses that by half a yard long. Should have, oh my goodness. He's got the yips on serve in this game. Tense moment. Second serve, it's in play this time. Returned by Tiafoe in the forehand. Forehand from Francis, the forehand of Struff, who nets his forehand. That was a game. He'll want to forget Jan-Lennard Struff. He'll have to forget. Meanwhile, it's something for Francis to draw upon. He stays in this match. 5-4 now in the 3rd set. Stay with us on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Francis Tiafoe still in this match. Second serve to hit to Struff. It's a short one. And then Struff misses his forehand cross-court into the tram lines.
It's one of those situations where you can also, Francis just needs to lighten up just a little bit. It's easier said than done. He missed his first serve. He needs a lot of first serves in this match right now.
This is still a hugely pressure moment for Tiafoe, serving to stay in this match, but all of a sudden Struff is making the errors. Here's a slice from Struff to the backhand of Tiafoe. Forehand by Struff. He nets another one. 6 straight unforced errors.
That wasn't a very big first serve by Francis, but it was a good first serve. Nice down the tee. We need another one right here. Make sure that you do all the things possible to get your serve there.
Francis, Z will know in this situation the way his opponent is struggling. don't give Struff a free point, including not giving him a double fault. Here's a backhand from Struff. Good length on the return, but the backhand from Struff. Ben goes long. He's in trouble here, Struff.
Yeah, Struff actually on the changeover was like signaling to his box like, I'm okay, but he didn't look okay.
Yeah, it was a fist bump, but it didn't have much conviction on the fist bump. Tiafoe with all the momentum. It is Big Foe changes a tire at the change of ends. 40 love. First serve percentage in this match for Tiafoe, not that great, 53%. And overall, he's paid the price, but could get to 5-0. Here's Struff with a forehand cross court, and then a great get by Tiafoe with his own forehand cross court. Then goes down the line. Struff barely moves for it. He's rattled, is the German. Meanwhile, a fist pump from Tiafoe as he gets to 5-0.
That was good work there by Francis, just making sure that he made his shots. Still a little tight, but he was not as tight as Struff was.
He leads their head-to-heads 2-1. In fact, last time they faced off on grass in Germany, the homeland of Struff, that was in the final in Stuttgart, won by Francis 4-6, 7-6, 7-6. Had to save a match point doing that, and I think maybe one of the best match points you'll ever see. Very acrobatic on the match point was Tiafoe as he skies this return long. And that was a win that got Tiafoe inside the top 10 for the first time. Unfortunately for him, a few weeks later on the grass, a very devastating loss to Grigor Dimitrov, and he was all sorts in anguish after that, but recovered in time for the U.S. Open, where he always plays his best up. Here's an approach by Struff, but the backhand pass is kept low, and the half volley is netted, 15-0.
That was a very calm shot there by Francis, because Struff did a great job of coming in on that approach shot nice and deep, but Francis was able to just get it at his feet there. That was a well-played shot by Francis.
Here is where Struff is looking for those freebies on points, but he's lost his rhythm entirely on the serve. Struff, 13 aces total.
Hopefully he has lost his rhythm.
First serve by Struff. It's hard down the tee. There we go. That could get him going.
That was a great first serve by Struff. Nice, deep. He's been doing that all day up until he had the chance to close it on his serve.
A little twirl of the racket for Struff in between his serves. First serve hard down the tee. It's a great one. Chance to finish on the backhand cross. He loves the backhand cross. It forced the air. Backhand netted by Tiafoe as Struff was coming in.
Yeah, Struff did a great job. One thing he did a little different in this, got some first serves. He got the serve in, but he also is looking for that next second ball, and he's putting it very deep and putting the pressure back on Francis.
2 game points takes the first. Ace slammed into the corner. He needed that, did Jan-Lennard Struff, just to settle in his third set. He has the lead now, 6-5. Stay with us on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back with Francis Tiafoe and Jan Leonard Struff, 30-love in this game. Tiafoe looking good now to get to a tiebreaker in his third set.
Yeah, Francis has done a great job of getting two big serves in. First serves, that's what he needs. He needs to keep trying to keep that pressure on Struff. Put it back on the other side.
He has gone with that serve out wide. It's a forehand block return by Struff, who's outside the tram lines, takes advantage of that angle, and he crushed the forehand.
He actually should have crushed that forehand because Francis just set that ball up right there for him. I don't know exactly what he was trying to do with that ball. He was trying to hit like a little angle, but Struff was already on that side.
Second straight match, Tiafoe facing a big server after taking out Martin Dam Jr., the American, in 4 sets. Struff, another one. He rips a forehand return clean down the line for 30-all, and the lead is gone in this game.
The lead is definitely gone, and that was a smoker of a shot there by Struff. He really took that forehand, went back down that line, and now the pressure is all the way back on Francis trying to stay in this match.
It truly is. Here's the first serve. He missed it long. Struff now, will he go with that backhand? Look for that backhand. He loves hitting that backhand. Will he get a chance on the forehand? Second serve to that backhand. It's an off backhand, a very good. Francis in trouble. Here's a slice approach by Struff. However, what a pass that was under severe pressure. Forehand cross court.
That was an absolutely beauty there by Francis. He did this pickup so well there. Nice ball slice, but Francis just half volleyed that ball right off the baseline and just picked it up. Beautifully done.
Struff letting him off the hook there because that approach gave Tiafoe the time to let rip when he was in some trouble in that forehand corner. Shake of the fist from Tiafoe after hitting that forehand winning pass. 1 point away from the tiebreaker. Here's Struff with a looping forehand, and then Struff going cross court inside in with the forehand, and then he goes behind Tiafoe for another winner. It's deuce.
That was one of those you would not want. Francis just hit that ball right back in the middle of the ball. Struff did a good job of hitting it behind Francis. He's been hitting it in front of him all day, and he kept that one behind him.
Struff has been a great forward in qualifying. He knocked off the top seed Arthur Cazot, beat Mackie McDonald from a set and break down as Tiafoe lashes that serve down the tee.
What a serve there by Francis on a point that he really needed. More than anything, he needs to get some energy right now, and that ace was simply beautiful right down the tee.
131 miles per hour. His fastest serve of the whole match. He's feeling, he's got the adrenaline. Does Francis Tiafoe, hoping to get to a tiebreak where he has played pretty well at the U.S. Open. Here's a loopy backhand return by Struff. Starts the point, and then more flatness on the next one. Here's a forehand just chopped by Struff, and a chance to finish with a drop shot, and it's done superbly by Tiafoe. He does get to the tiebreak.
That was simply amazing. The crowd is going crazy. I know that he wants, especially right now, he wants that crowd to push him through this tiebreaker.
He may need them, that's for sure. The way that he's played in this match, Jan Leonard Struff. He did lose that tiebreaker to Dam in the previous round, in which he had a match point to Tiafoe before recovering to win it in 4. He was wrong-footed there, however, managed to get the return in play to Tiafoe, then going cross with the forehand, and then Struff mishits his forehand cross way into the tram lines. Mini break right away.
Once again, Francis he kind of picks that ball up right off the baseline, but he has excellent wrist action on that. That was just enough to get Struff on the outside of the court, and that worked.
Francis also, he won a tiebreak against Yoshi Nishioka in the first round. That was in the second set. He had to fend off a set point in that one against the player from Japan. High stakes now. Here's the first serve by Tiafoe off the top of the tape. Long, in fact, landing well beyond the baseline. Tightly strung net. Second serve, Tiafoe to the backhand of Struff, going cross-court. Good depth on the return. Again, forced to defend. He did so nicely. Scoop, slice, return. Here's a chance on the pass for Struff. Can't take it. And then Tiafoe puts away the forehand drop shot the other direction. 2-love.
Oh, love that dance, Francis. Do it again. That was, his footwork was moving. He moved forward beautifully. Held that ball right to the end and hit a drop volley to the opposite side.
Hey, he loves hitting those drop volleys, be it the forehand or the backhand. He barely misses those. David Witt in his coaching box is off his feet trying to give that encouragement. Every single point now is so important for Tiafoe. If he can win this third set after what happened to Struff in the third set, could be a turning of the tide, no question. But still looking to get that rhythm on the first serve because he's missed that one all so long. Second serve for Tiafoe, 2-strike. Will he take advantage here? Struff, he rips the forehand, and he does because the forehand goes long from Tiafoe. Back on serve.
That was a well-needed point there by Struff. He needed to make sure he stays close to give himself an opportunity. Well-struck forehand there, cross court.
Hails from a tennis family, does Struff. Both of his parents, tennis coaches. Idol growing up was the legendary Californian Pete Sampras. Here's the first serve, comes in with a good one off the line. Backhand, forehand attempt by Tiafoe. He does take it, or has he missed it? No, he's missed it. Thought he made it.
Yeah, that was a miss. It was a great try, but well wide. Struffy did a great job of keeping that pressure.
Sure did. I thought he
I
thought he was going to take that ball in the backhand, but he actually got a forehand volley there. Did Struff for 2-all in this tiebreaker. Hard into the body. Backhand return from Tiafoe. Stays back. Should have had a chance to come in off a forehand. Comes in off the next forehand. It's a difficult ball for Tiafoe. It's a forehand volley. Goes behind Tiafoe. Great stuff from the German, who now leads 3-2.
Griffin's done a great job. He's not doing too much, but he's making the right shots. He's coming forward. Every opportunity he gets, putting the pressure back on Francis.
And the pressure now is firmly on Francis Tiafoe against Jan-Lennard Struff, who has gone 3-0 in tie breaks this U.S. Open, including the qualifying. Won the first set in a tiebreaker against Holger Rune before winning 7-5 in the fifth set, blasting the aces, around 30 of them in that match. Second serve for Tiafoe to that backhand into the corner. It was a good second serve. It had to be, otherwise Struff was going to pounce 3-0.
That was a great second serve, but was that close? It literally hit the back of the line, but perfectly placed in the corner of Struffy's backhand.
And as he walked to his chair there, Z, he looked over to his team, arms outstretched. Tiafoe, I think that's a gesture saying, what's happened to my serve? I can't find a first serve.
Well, he needed to forget about that and just serve right. Loosen up a little bit. It's always difficult in those situations because the points are so tight and they're going so fast and you're trying to figure out what is going on. You know, I'm joking about it, but it's not very easy at all.
Under severe threat is Francis Tiafoe. He had a couple of semifinals at the U.S. Open. His build-up to this U.S. Open, not entirely to his liking. He had to retire due to a back injury in Cincinnati. That was against Holger Rune. There he finds a serve. He crushed it down the tee.
That was nice and loose. That arm looked like a slingshot on that one. It was perfectly done right down to the tee. Body was relaxed. Excellent serve there.
And that was clutch because he was feeling the tension, not finding the serve. So to be able to recalibrate, excellent job from Tiafoe. Once again, he's out in front in this tiebreaker. Exhale from Struff out of his first serve. He crushes it down. Well, that backhand return by Tiafoe off a great serve. Didn't miss by much, but it did miss.
It didn't miss by much, but that serve, it was very close. Francis kind of took his off just a little bit, and he pulled that return. But this is a very important return right here and a very important serve for Struffy.
It is a massive point here. A serve into the body. He tried to fight it off. Tiafoe couldn't as the forehand return goes long. 5-4, Struff.
Perfect shot right there.
Shake of the fist from Struff, who does own one career title. That was at home in Munich, where he beat Taylor Fritz on a clay court 2024 in freezing conditions that week. Was able to get the job done against the American, trying to knock off another American. Good deep return. He had to defend there. Struff coming in, had a great pass. It's a forehand drop volley. It's going to land in deep in the court. He tries to lob. Struff, he does. He hung on there because Tiafoe was in loads of trouble early in that rally.
I actually don't know how Francis was able to hold this backhand so long to get Struff to move in just a little bit, and he flicked it over his head. Well done by Francis. Lob is like, you know, they don't use it that often, but that was perfectly used at that particular point.
And Struff didn't do much wrong on that point.
No, he did not.
It's not one of those points where you say he felt the tension. Not so. Rising to the occasion, Francis Tiafoe What's going to happen on this next point? Set point, or will it be a match point? Here's a stretch return by Struff. It's a good one. He's stretching here in the backhand corner. Backhand is in play. It's middle. Good length on the forehand by Tiafoe. And then here's a forehand by Struff. Hard to the Francis forehand. It loops up a little bit. And then Struff nets the forehand. He was 2 yards behind the baseline, but that's an unforced.
Can you say tighter than tight? Both of those forehands were a little bit tight. It was getting shorter and shorter. Struff went for it by punching it just a little bit harder, but once again, Francis has a really good pickup off these balls.
Yeah, you have to credit him the way he's played the last 2 points. It's been
really
phenomenal.
Good.
And now
can he come up with a return? Or can he put his racket on the ball?
That's true. Struff hasn't found an ace for a while. Set point here. Tiafoe in this third set tiebreaker. Hard down the middle with that. Excellent return from Tiafoe. Here's a backhand chance for Tiafoe going cross-court, and then they're going cross-court in this exchange, backhand to backhand. Struff changes direction, and then Tiafoe misses the forehand wide.
He had it. Even the little boy in the audience knew he had it. But those are the toughest ones to hit when the court is wide open. You just slightly take your eye off the ball. He looked up just a little bit too soon, and the point's gone.
And Struff now is looking over to his team, exhaling. Deep breath, takes a swig of his water bottle. And the electrolytes as well. Meanwhile, fans out of their chairs. They're all looking at Francis Tiafoe, trying to will him on, give him the energy that's required to win this third set tiebreaker and take it to a fourth, where if he does win this third, after Struff went 5 sets, he's 35 years of age. Will he feel it in the fourth set? You know, he desperately wants to do it in this tiebreaker. Of course, Jan-Lennard Struff. Just waiting for silence on the grandstand. Waiting for more of it. A couple of bounces of the ball. He's not quite ready. Now he is. Another mammoth point in this tiebreaker. First serve missed as he went out wide into the net. Second serve for Struff after that twirl to that forehand of Tiafoe, who nets the forehand.
7-6.
That was just a little bit unlucky there by Francis. He got what he wanted. He was just a little bit, didn't quite move forward on that. He kind of stood in one position, especially when you're trying to put someone on pressure. You still have to move forward, even if you're in. You got to take that chance. It's because you're trying to say to the other person, I can do this, and you try to put that pressure on them. If you hesitate a little bit, that's what happens in the net.
Match point for Jan-Lennard Struff. Tiafoe with the
what
big
a
serve into the corner, clutch.
What a serve there by Francis when he needed it. He really pronated on that serve out wide. Crucial point, and he did it.
And now he's out acing Struff. He's picked it up on the ace count. 6 in this set, 15 overall to 14 for Struff. He'd love another one here. He tried to get it, blasted down the tee, but a bit too much on that one as it went probably a yard and a half long. Second serve here. Struff, will he capitalize? Here's the backhand return. It's a very good one, but he stayed back instead of coming in. Struff, here's the drop shot. No, it was sliced, just a slice from Tiafoe. Backhand to the backhand, driven by Struff down the line, and then backhand by Struff. He's having chances to come in. He's staying back, Struff. Is he going to pay the price? Here's the backhand. It's all very tense. Rally down the middle. Here's the backhand by Struff going with an acute angle. Francis is defending. He misses the backhand long. It's another match point on the way, and this one is going to be on the serve of Struff.
Struff did everything that he kept the pressure. Francis kept backing out. He had an opportunity there to at least move forward, put the pressure on, and he did not. He hit and moved back.
Match point number 2. Jan-Lennard Struff on the brink of victory once again. He waits for silence, and not for the first time on the grandstand. The big German rears back. First serve down the middle. Tiafoe nets the return. And Jan-Lennard Struff has made the 4th round at the U.S. Open for the first time after coming through the qualifying. It's a terrific win for Jan-Lennard Struff. He just keeps on going. Jan-Lennard Struff does do it, and in straight sets against Francis Tiafoe. 6-4, 6-3, 7-6.
You gotta give your hats off to Struff. He literally, after those double faults, he could have just went away. He didn't go away. He stood in there. He hung in there very tightly and kept the pressure on. Francis had a couple opportunities, did not seize those opportunities. Struff did, and that is an excellent match by Struff.
And it's turned out to be a very tough day, you have to say, for two of the leading lights, U.S. tennis on the men's side, Z, after the unfortunate retirement of Ben Shelton. Now Francis Tiafoe comes up against Jan-Lennard Struff on his game. I have to admit, coming in, I didn't necessarily see this because I thought that he'd be jaded after his 5-set win, a night match against Holger Rune. However, he does play this attacking brand of tennis and showed us he still had the energy.
Well, what I've noticed about him is once he has an opportunity to keep pressure on you, and he's a big-time player. So I thought this was going to be an extremely tough match. I thought Francis could have come out of it. I actually thought it was going to be like 5 sets. But Francis, to me, didn't return as well as he should have today.
Yeah, and there are two parts to that, of course. Struff serving so terrifically well. I mean, is there something maybe to be said also, Z, about end of the day, mentioned that he did come in, he had to retire in Cincinnati. Not the best way you want to come to into. We know how much he loves playing here, but if you look at his build-up last year, when he played so terrifically well compared to this year, it was different.
Yeah, well, actually, when he took his shirt off, you can see all the kinesiology tape that was on him. So you know that they were still there. Something was still going on. But he played. So, he still had some opportunities. Maybe didn't get him the practice that he wanted. So it's always tough.
But for Jan-Lennard Struff, obviously going to be a massive moment. He's a player who's not been drifted outside the top 140. He's now going to be back inside the top 100 after making the 4th round at the U.S. Open. For a long time, it took him ages to establish himself because he had this record where he couldn't win a semifinal. He lost, in fact, his first 8 semifinals at tour level before he finally won one and wins that title. It's going to be sweet for him. So while there is brutal disappointment for Francis Tiafoe, for Jan-Lennard Struff, it's going to be one of the, I think, best days of his career.
Well, we were talking earlier, much earlier, is once someone is in the qualifying, they start moving through the draw, they become very deadly because they realize the opportunity that they have. There's so many, you hear so many great stories about, I've been injured or this happened to me, and then you're having to play the qualifying. You can be top players. So those opportunities become very great to you, and you got to take advantage of those moments.
And I think if it does materialize, he could face Novak Djokovic in the next round. That's a matchup he's going to savor, especially at the age of 35. But Z, I think understandably, when everybody looked at the draw, on this part of the draw, we're maybe thinking we're going to get a Novak-Francis blockbuster, which probably would have been a night match. In the end, it hasn't materialized, but this is what does happen in Grand Slam tennis. So, the winner of Djokovic and Norrie, that's the night match tonight, is going to be taking on Struff in the 4th round. And also, bigger picture in this section, Z, you have Taylor Fritz, who's taking on Jerome Kim from Switzerland. He came through the qualifying, and Hugo Blanchet against Thomas Mahat. So we could have a Fritz and Mahat 4th round contest building towards perhaps a Djokovic looming.
Well, if I'm Taylor, I'm doing everything I can just to block everything out and just stay in my zone. Especially when you have two compadres that are used to seeing going deep, and they're all pushing each other, and then they start going out, and it just adds more pressure to you. So hopefully his team will just constantly, Tommy Paul winning last night, you would have thought that would have spurred everybody, but it's tennis. You never know what happens.
And on that point, it is tennis, and you never know what's going to happen. Tommy Paul, to speak of him, he had a match point 2 hours before he actually finished off the match. So things can turn. And that's why I'm not sure what you thought, Z, but I thought that if Tiafoe did win that 3rd set, that I would have picked him to go on to win the match.
I thought so too, but when he missed that forehand that he normally makes, and the way he missed it, he took his eye off it, I wasn't sure that he felt that he could get to the next set.
Yeah, so it is going to be a tough one. We're going to be hearing from Jan-Lennard Struff. He's going to be talking to Prim in just a few moments. He's hitting some balls skyward into the air. He is a giant, a towering figure is Jan-Lennard Struff, but he's a gentle giant. Had a chance to speak to him a couple of times, and very well-spoken, very softly spoken, eloquent speaker. And he's had some ups and downs in his career. It's taken, as mentioned, a long time to establish himself, maybe towards coming the back end of his career. So these sorts of moments, you think of him and Mannarino today, yes, not the way that he would have wanted to go through, but, you know, they're getting their time in the sun.
Yeah, well, both of them very experienced players, been out here for a while. Like I said, taking advantage of the opportunities, because for them, these are crucial. I mean, it can set them up for, you know, possibly they want to play another year. So it's not like Francis or Ben where, you know, they're going to be at the top. You know they're going to come back. It's for those players like Mannarino and Stuffy, they're going to take advantage of these opportunities.
And trying to take advantage of an opportunity out on 17 is Ann Lee, who's taking on the qualifier. Ann Lee, one of the home players, and boy, she's playing terrific tennis. She just made the final in Cleveland, losing to Sorana Cristea. And sometimes players who do that and then have to make the quick transition, they're unable to keep it up. But boy, she has done it, making this stage, and she's up 5-3 in this first set on Priscilla Hahn.
They don't make that change at all. She's doing a great job. She's one of those players I always like watching her play. She's a good little all-around court player. She doesn't look like it, but she uses every part of the court.
She does. She doesn't mind going forward, finishing, playing up at the net.
As we see here, she came in, noticed that ball was going to be high, and hit a beautiful off overhead to the other side.
She's serving very well in this match so far is Ann Lee, trying to close out the first set. 31 minutes in, she jumped out to a 3-love lead, and since that time has really kept it going. As Ann Lee first serve out wide to the forehand of Hahn going into the net. Just took the pace off there, trying to place it 98 miles per hour. Second serve to the backhand of Hahn, who attacks, comes in behind it, forces the backhand past miscue.
Yeah, Lee wasn't able to pick that ball up from Horn. Just netted actually in the bottom in there, but she had to get so low to try to pick it up. It was a very difficult shot there.
Number 58 in the world is Lee. She has been as high as number 44, not far away. And now she has a couple of set points to the dismay of Hahn, who's very miffed at missing the forehand. She looks skyward and says, my goodness, or something to the equivalent.
And that's what I was saying. Lee is she uses everything. That's right there, kind of like a little squash shot, but it worked for her. She kept the ball low. Horn was not able to get it up.
30 all as Lee tries to close out his first set. Went for a big one down the middle, but missed it, so his second serve to hit. That ranking is climbing, by the way. She's number 51 in the live rankings. That's a good hit by Hahn on the backhand. Again, comes in behind it. What a drop volley on the backhand. That was spectacular from the Australian.
That was an awesome volley there by Horn, because Lee really struck that ball, but Horn somehow was able to pick this ball right off of her waistline and hit an awesome little drop volley.
In good form is Priscilla Hahn, and the qualifying didn't lose a set. Here's a backhand, and she puts it cross court, and then Lee misses the forehand long, so a twist in this first set. She's broken back as Priscilla Hahn, the qualifier, and back on serve. 5-4 now to Lee.
Yeah, great job there by Horn.
Still in this one is Priscilla Hahn. Looking at her run in the qualifying, one of the players she beat, former Wimbledon quarterfinals from Germany, Julie Niemeyer. That was in the second round of qualifying. Beat Brancaccia, Niemeyer, and Van de Winkel in the qualifying before beating the French woman, Leolia Jean-Jean, in the first round, but the biggest win for her in the second round against a player much higher ranked, the world number 20, with that massive serve, Ludmila Samsonova. She's playing very well this season. It was a 3-set win for Hahn, so she certainly has that confidence coming into this match, and in that one, noteworthy set. Talking about the big serve of Samsonova, well, Hahn hit 18 aces in that match.
She hit 18 aces?
18 aces.
Wow.
82% of those first serve points.
When people hit aces like they always want to, are they playing against a really good returner, or are they just hitting aces.
Yeah, we don't know, right?
Exactly.
You have to factor in the returner as well. She's actually just shaking out the arm now. Is Priscilla Hahn trying to get that first serve percentage up because it's at 42%. Winning 70% of those points. This is new territory for Hahn. First time into the third round at a Grand Slam. In fact, hadn't won a Grand Slam match in 5 years. Prior to this U.S. Open, she's tried to qualify a lot of those Grand Slams unsuccessfully. So this is a week of her life for Priscilla Hahn.
Second serve.
Oh, very close. Second serve off the top of the tape, almost a double fault long, just catching the back of the line. So it will be. Second serve, takes advantage, rolls it in. Good depth on this forehand by Lee, and then they're going forehand to forehand down the middle, neither really giving the other an angle. Here's a forehand by Lee again down the middle. Squash-like forehand from Hahn. Slice from Lee to the backhand, driven by Hahn. That's a very, very good length. But then Hahn nets her forehand, love 15.
Yeah, Hahn did not move her feet at all on that ball. The ball came very deep down the middle. Both of them have been playing right down the middle. They're not moving each other very well, but that one worked that time by Lee. It was nice and deep enough.
It was deep enough just to coax that air. Team looking on for Priscilla Hahn. Nicole Pratt, part of it, the longtime coach. Former player herself was Nicole Pratt. Second serve potentially for Lee to attack. Again, it's off the top of the tape. Maybe feeling it in this situation, but having said that, it's an extension of this first set on her serve because she's still serving at 40%. Second serve, good placement and good pace, and then she drills the backhand, comes in behind it, almost stumbles, actually approaching the net, didn't, and wins the point as the backhand going wide from Lee.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. That ball came down the middle again, and she chose not to hit a forehand. She ran around and hit a backhand, but did she hit it? She hit it extremely well. And as you said, moving forward, she kind of tripped over her foot a little bit.
Yeah, thankfully she did not fall. And this is a big moment. We've seen moments like this in matches where a player has a 5-3 lead, can't win the set, loses, ends up losing the match. In fact, yesterday, Amanda Anisimova, she was down 5-3 in the first set to Hahn's fellow Australian, Maya Joint. And then Joint, who's a much younger player, may have felt it in that situation against the Wimbledon finalists, didn't win many more points that first set. And then Anisimova winning in two. Taking a bit more time to refocus before this serve. Hahn, who is now in front in this game. It's the first serve. Very good one. And the backhand return going long from Lee.
Yeah, Hahn, that was a very nice serve there. She has a beautiful service motion, so I can see why she literally has hit so many aces.
Yeah.
Nice rhythm there. Nothing complicated going on about her serve, her toss, balance going in the right direction.
First serve for Hahn. Again, missing it. Going out wide. It was in the tram lines. He's only winning 38% of her second serve points overall, but that's been higher in this game, much to her liking. Here's Lee, who rips the forehand cross court, so still in this game.
Lee did a great job there. She had to smile a little bit for herself by really attacking that return to serve. Forehand cross court.
Still in this game. Here's Ann Lee. Sunbathed. Hahn now to the backhand of Lee, who mishits the return. It's 5-all now in this first set. And meanwhile, Primož Rippat is standing by with a jubilant, no doubt, Jan Lennartstrup.
All right, Primož Rippat here against alongside Jan Lennartstrup. Jan, congratulations. What a big win. Take me through that tiebreak and all the nerves and emotions that were going through your mind and body as you were trying to close out this match.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, obviously it was tough to close it out for sure. Frances, such an amazing player. I played an incredible match the whole time until 5-3 serving for the match. A little nerves got me maybe. happens. The good thing was I bounced back from that, and yeah, I think it was intense tiebreak. Francis had his chance as well, and I'm very happy I could close it out because I think the crowd would be like fired up like hell. Yeah.
As we're exiting Grandstand, you can see the swarm of fans wanting your autograph here. But how would you describe your performance this is an entire tournament and into the round of 16 here at the U.S. Open for the first time ever?
Yeah, it's been incredible. Yeah, yeah. Coming from Crawley, didn't expect when I started here. Crazy run so far. I'm very pleased and thankful for that and happy. Yeah.
You've now played 6 matches, consecutive matches, having to go through qualifying. Does the recovery look different at 35 years young compared to when you were in your 20s?
Yeah, I still feel good. I would say. Thank you. I mean, yeah, of course, it's a bit different than earlier. Thank you. Earlier in my career. And yeah, I'm very happy, pleased the way I played today.
Awesome. Well, it sounds like the fans are very excited for you. Congratulations and good luck in the next round. All right, guys, a very excited Jan-Lennard Struff here. And we're going to go through the fans here, so I'm going to send it back to you guys. But a swarm of people waiting for him.
Thank you very much, Prim. And we heard him there as he say that if he lost that first set, I think maybe he sensed that it could have been big trouble.
Yeah, I like the way also he said that he had a little trouble closing it out, basically. But he just hung in there, and he knew, and he said, you know, he got a little lucky, and he knew that those fans were going to be on his butt, but he did what he needed to do to close that match out.
Prim asked the question about the recovery. I think a very apt question, given he is 35 and playing his 6th match now. As you get older, what kind of things are important, Z, in terms of the recovery and the sports science?
Well, definitely for the recovery is, you know, you wake up and every day is something new, little niggly or something, just making sure that you understand your body, what you need to get up. Also, what you need to do to keep going. And a lot of times people don't think about that. Sometimes as you get older, you don't think about, you know, the preparation time. You might need to start a little earlier. You know, you got to go a little bit later. But all those things to keep your body warm, keep it active, keep it moving, and more than anything, keep it stretched out.
Yeah, he's going to be hoping to do that. But we know that when his game is working, it's devastating. It can be devastating for anybody. We talked about Francis and, you know, the implications or what happened in the match, the micro of this match. Bigger picture for Francis this season. Listen, he's made a Grand Slam quarterfinal. Can't forget that. It was on the clay. And also should point out, he played a lot on the clay. He played virtually every week on the clay before making that French Open quarterfinal. I wonder if that took a little bit out of him. I mean, he's the only one who will be able to know that. But now, is he going forward rest of the season? What do you think for Francis?
Well, think about it. I think it probably did take a lot out of him, but I think he learned a lot. So it's kind of a give and take. And to me, I think he needed to do that for his confidence, to play all those, to do something he had never done before. Normally, he's coming into the U.S. Open. We say a roll, but he's always trying to pick his game up. So he's had to pick his game up. And this time, you know you got at least a quarterfinals behind you. That you weren't supposed to do. I think the Cincinnati thing really kind of threw him off a little bit. I think he probably was not happy. You know, he wanted to go deep in Cincinnati and kind of get a role coming into here, but he didn't quite do it. I was looking at his face in this match and stuff. He just was like something's not there. Just the energy level wasn't there. But you know, I think he has to just keep working. You know, I love the fact that he did something on clay or the French Open, some other tournament other than the U.S., so he can see that he can do well in other tournaments. It's not just put all your effort into the U.S. Open, and if it doesn't work, then it doesn't work. He's played well at the Australian Open. He needs to just look at all of the Grand Slam tournaments as a U.S. Open.
Historically, he has struggled after the U.S. Open. In fact, it's something he's talked about. He's acknowledged. He knows that, right? Maybe this is the season where he does put together some results after the U.S. Open. And if we're talking about him making a French Open quarterfinal, that really has helped him. If he's able to put together a good run, for example, on the Asian swing, then maybe that's going to bode well for 2026.
Yeah, I think he should try it. I mean, you're getting older. You got to try something different. You lost early here. Make sure your body's ready and go for it.
Meanwhile, on the Stadium 17, it is Ann Lee who was up 6-5 in the first set against Priscilla Hahn. So that match may go to a first set tiebreaker, which could be pivotal, but that's a good recovery by Lee because she was up in this set 5-3, was unable to serve it out. She was a terrific junior. Made the Wimbledon junior final. That was in 2017. Where she was beaten by Claire Liu. In fact, one of her last junior matches for Lee, she faced Iga Swiatek, who of course well known by now. This would be very huge trying to get to fourth round for both these players because rarefied air, third round of a Grand Slam, trying to get to round 4. Just past 6 p.m. local time. On this Labor Day weekend, always a special time at the U.S. Open. The crowds come in.
Yeah, and a lot of times we don't think about just how important some of these matches are being out on these little smaller stadiums that it might be for these players and having the opportunity to move on to the next round. It's nerve-wracking, but it's also very exciting within itself.
It certainly is. For Hahn, for example, her ranking is 126th at the moment. And, you know, when you're in and around top 100, you want to get inside the top 100 just to secure your Grand Slam future, get into those Grand Slam main draws.
Yeah, and how important, you know, that's actually giving you the opportunity. It's saying to you that you would literally be able to pay your bills for a while.
And that's important to the players. They always talk about that. Hahn's ranking now, live ranking, is 106. So if she wins this match, she'll be inside the top 100 with room to spare. Lee, however, has a chance to finish up at the net. She has done so for love 30.
And you think about that, back to that real quick. You think about that, so it's 110,000 here. Everyone is at least 100,000, so you got $400,000 that you're guaranteed, at least. That's not bad money.
No, it's not bad money, but am I right in thinking, Z, depending on who's in the coaching team and the personnel that travel the world playing tennis, it's around $200,000, depending on the entourage.
For coaching?
Yeah, coaching, everybody paying for the airfare.
Someone like Hahn, she's not going to have that kind of coaching, you know, she's not going to need that much right away because it's not cost effective. But as you move up, yes.
Yeah.
But still, at least to get to 4 Grand Slams and you at least know that you're making $400,000, that's not bad.
Yeah, life-changing, it's no question. For the time being, 3 set points for Ann Lee against Priscilla Hahn. In a seesaw.
And it's funny you're saying that because I was talking to someone earlier today, and we were just talking about her, you know, the thought process being on the court or thing. And one of the things that was mentioned to me is if I won that, I was thinking about if I won that match, I can get a trainer. And I was like, what? But now the way that you just said it, like they do think because it's part of the team.
Well, I'll give you a quick story. It relates to a player who was on court today, Luciano Dargari. He was playing in his first final in Cordoba on the clay. This was a couple of years ago. Came through the qualifying. And as he got the match point, or he was trying to serve out the match against a fellow qualifier, Facundo Bagnis, he started thinking about what lay ahead because he knew if he won that match, he would get straight into the French Open. And he started getting a bit nervous. He knew what that meant to him financially, ranking-wise, everything that comes with it. He was able to close out the match, but it just tells you that in his mind, on court, where you want to be focused on the next point, he started thinking about what could happen.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. But not until you just said that, I was like, that's why she said that. Yeah, makes sense.
2 set points, by the way, have been saved by Priscilla Hahn. 3rd set point, she has a big game, does Hahn. Hard to the backhand and with a good serve. Backhand, however, then goes long from Hahn. A 3rd set point cannot be saved by the Australian qualifier, and so Ann Lee does take the first set in 48 minutes, and it could be a very big one given how it went out on Stadium 17. When we come back, we're going to obviously keep our eyes and ears on this match and also focus on Barbora Krejcikova, who's taking on Emma Navarro. That's a big, big matchup, so do stay with us on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. And before we continue, give a big shout out to Patricia He, because me and Patricia were chatting earlier, just behind in our lovely green room, and chatting about the match between Tiafoe and Jan Leonard Struff. And I said, Patricia, I think it's going to be tough for Jan Leonard today. He just had that 5-setter against Holger Rune. It finished at night. And Patricia said, no, she was picking Jan Leonard for the upset. So props to Patricia for getting that one right.
Well, props to Patricia, because none of my props have gone right yet. None of my picks, but hey, it's just been, an interesting day, as we said, for the Americans, but we do have some women out here that's still going on.
We do. We have some great women's matches to bring to you. In fact, we're focusing now on the grandstand in a matchup between Slam. Two players have gone very deep at slams. We have a 2-time Grand Slam winner in Barbora Krejcikova of Czechia, who's taking on Emma Navarro, no stranger to going deep. Also making semifinals at Grand Slams is Navarro. It's a very good matchup in prospect. A better start for Navarro. She's just broken, in fact, for 2-love. So that's going to be our focus for the next little bit. Of course, keeping an eye as well on the match between Han and Lee.
Yeah, this is a great start for Navarro. She's been struggling a little bit and a lot of it has to do is she did so well last year that we were just expecting her to just come in and move up to the next level. And then people realize it's really not that easy. So people start to be able to know your game, but she's doing a great job here. I love watching her plays, getting the depth on that ball with that forehand was nice and deep. When she is playing her best, that ball is extremely deep, nice deep balls, and she's looking for that short ball to move forward. She didn't necessarily have to come in to volley, but she can really hurt you on those short balls.
She said she picked up a good dose of confidence after a win over Katie McNally, and that is because it was a straight set win against the McNally, who we know has that different sort of game, who'd been playing very, very good tennis. So that gave her a lot of confidence coming to this one. Here's a serve from Navarro. Very hard drilled by Krejcikova. How on earth did she make that return? Angled on the backhand on the diagonal. That was just stunning.
Krejcikova did a great job of just taking that ball right off her hip. And then she did that because she plays a lot of doubles. And she literally, that was a beautiful off backhand, just nice punched to the other side.
You might recall a couple of days ago, Z, we were talking about players and tactics and strategies out on court, players who hit down the middle north-south as opposed to east-west, right, with the angles. And Krejcikova is one of those players who can take the other player well outside the tram lines with the angles.
She definitely has a beautiful game. She uses a little bit of everything. She's very smooth.
Slice to slice in this exchange. Here's a forehand by Krejcikova going inside in with the forehand. It prompts the error from Navarro. Forehand into the net, cross court.
Krejcikova is one of those, which she did right there, is she will hit that slice, kind of get you a little low where you're going to hit the ball up a little high. Then she will take you cross court forehand like she did, where she just whips it cross to the other side. And it's very hard because you're coming from two different speeds of the ball.
After this next point, Z, I'm going to relay a quote by Navarro. I thought it was a very interesting quote after she beat McNally. 11 minutes in, and Krejcikova here is trying to earn a break point, 30-all, get the break back. Good deep return. It landed it. I didn't think she was going to have to play it because it was going to go long, but it wasn't long until the next one from Krejcikova on the backhand was long.
Navarro is very interesting to me. You never see any emotions really from her. But you know that she's a little feisty thing. She's always in the point. She's a really, really good competitor.
Excellent competitor is Navarro, as she showed last year, her massive year 2024 after a breakout 2023. But just to speak to that note, if you watch her play, you say she's got ice in her veins. You don't know what she's thinking, how she's feeling, if she's feeling it. But after her win over McNally, she said this about this year, which has been up and down. This year, it's been a learning process, learning how to manage, having that belief in myself, because I think for basically my whole tennis life, I really didn't believe in myself. Does that surprise you?
Yeah. It's a lot more players that don't really believe in yourself. But that just means she has the right people around her that they motivated her to the point to where she can possibly start believing in her own self.
Yeah.
But and the reason why I'm laughing is because it really doesn't surprise me. The majority of the players really, really don't. So,
game point here. Navarro with the serve to the backhand of Krejcikova body, and then she misses the forehand long, and then she also added, Z, that I kind of felt, speaking of last year, okay, I could be a really good player. This year has been a learning process with learning how to deal with that belief in myself. So as the expectations change, as players get to know her game, it's a whole different kettle of fish. Back to deuce. Navarro trying to get to 3-love in this first set. Prim has joined us on the set. We'll chat about what's happened so far today, and Prim also keeping an eye on that match between Han and Lee. As one of those will get through fourth round of a major. Here's the forehand from Navarro. Backhand slice, a beauty from Krejcikova, really pinning her back. Navarro, and then the drop shot, it's a good one. Navarro gets to it, however, she overcooks the forehand, and it's a break point for Krejcikova.
Krejcikova did a great job of changing it up from a slice, making it look just like a slice, and right at the end she made a drop shot. Navarro was not able to bring it up and over. Hit it long on that shot.
Making her fourth main draw appearance at the U.S. Open. Navarro in New York, where she was born, made the semifinals last year, where she lost the eventual champion, you'll recall, Aryna Sabalenka. Also a couple of other Grand Slam quarterfinals for Wimbledon 2024, beat Coco. And this year starting off the Australian Open, where she was beaten by Iga. Here's Navarro centering that forehand, and then cross-court inside in with the forehand. And then Krejcikova going huge with a cross-court forehand. Has a chance to go with the angle. She does it again. Navarro in trouble, well outside the tram lines. Chance to finish, and she does. Krejcikova with the inside in, into the corner. And it is the break recovered in this first set.
Navarro leads 2-1 first set.
In her team, by the way, is Yuri Novak, former top 10 player. Maybe one of the things he's known for was having a very good record against Roger Federer. A few players.
Huh?
One of the few players who's, I think, beaten Roger a couple of times, Novak.
Yes, I would say so. You know, it's interesting. I'm still, you know, we can't count him out. Definitely cannot count him out.
Exactly. Prim, welcome.
Hello, good afternoon.
How are we?
The both of you?
We're doing
Usually
well.
I'm on the grounds doing a little happy hour. Not today, I'm in studio, but I have a couple beverages coming
you look
for you.
great. Love that
Thank
dress.
you. You look amazing too. What have I missed so far? I haven't watched any tennis at all today, guys.
You missed a lot, Prim. You really,
Did I?
Yeah. A lot of things have been going on. Not so great for the American men right now.
I know.
It was interesting watching. I actually was out there watching Ben Shelton play. And I did not see the fall, but I saw him grabbing his, right shoulder?
Left shoulder.
Left shoulder. And it did not look good. You know, what I noticed immediately is he's not somebody, he falls on the court all the time, but the grimace in his face looked aggravating. He did not look good at all.
Yeah, we obviously don't want to make any conjectures or assumptions, but honestly, as we know in tennis, it's very rare that something happens, like acute injuries don't happen often. They're usually chronic. So especially for somebody like him who cranks out 150-mile-per-hour serves, you have to be really concerned about what it is with his shoulder. You know, it could be a number of things. And yes, I actually was working and I was watching tennis, but so a lot of American fans were upset over there with Frances Tiafoe. He started to muster a little comeback there in the tiebreak, and everybody was saying, "Let's go, Frances! Let's go, Frances!" And he usually gets the crowd going, and he's usually able to ride that momentum. But today it just wasn't enough. Not against the veteran.
He was a little flat, but
he certainly looked flat.
With the 3 double faults coming, I thought I was going to see a little bit more energy for him. He did like 2 or 3 jumps, but then he was just kind of there. When he missed that forehand, that was a wide open in that tiebreaker, it just kind of even deflated him even more.
You were exactly right. Yeah, when I showed up there, it just something seemed a bit off. And there was a moment in the second set where the chair umpire was reminding the crowd to make sure they're quiet and not make a lot of noise. Somebody must have done something. And he was serving, and a car honked. And we all know that New York, the thing about New York is it's really fun and loud. And he stopped. And that moment told me that he seems a little distracted. He wasn't as dialed in, right? You know, when you're dialed in and you're focused,
none of that
matters. You don't really pay attention to that stuff. So not sure what was going on with him. But the good news is, shall we do a positive reframe, right? The cup is half full, right? Jessica Pegula, she pulled off her match today. It started to get a little tricky there in the second set versus Victoria Azarenka. Azarenka was up 4-2 and then 5-4 serving for the second set. Wasn't able to pull it out. So Pegula was happy to punch her ticket with that. And we still have Emma Navarro, also Taylor Townsend tonight.
And Prim, Pegula hadn't played all that great by her lofty standards coming into the U.S. Open, but you've played tennis. You go back to a place where you've had good feelings. How much do you think that could be a factor at this U.S. Open for?
Yeah, I think we were just talking about that the other day, right? It's almost kind of like I think what I said that day was almost like a muscle memory. It makes all the difference, right? If you've had a certain amount of success at a tournament, you just feel comfortable because you've seen it, you've seen yourself do it, and so it becomes that much easier to repeat it. Don't you think, Sina? Right?
And I remember the conversation you and I had, and one thing that I kept saying is, well, I want her to get back to hitting her balls a little bit deeper. And I even kind of looked and it's like, just come on, hit a little deeper. Because when she gets that depth on that ball, she's pushing people back. The last couple of matches I've seen her play where she's lost, people are pushing her back.
That's
and she's
exactly right.
She's on the defense, but her ball, when she is hitting it deep, and then she can hit kind of like a flat angle, which is very hard to do, she can kind of keep you moving that way, but she's amazing when she does that.
Auntie Z knows it all, because that's exactly what happened today.
Oh.
The moment she started kind of taking her foot off the gas pedal, she was on her heels a little bit, wasn't going through her ground strokes, was the moment that Vika was able to kind of push forward a little bit more. But even Vika wasn't even being that aggressive today. So I'm curious, is that a mental shift? Is it just maintaining the discipline?
Unfortunately, it's confidence. And you got to pick it up the more and more that you win. But someone like her, that's just confidence with her believing that she's getting better. And then Jessica is one of those players, the more matches she plays, the more that she wins, she's starting to feel. Loses a little bit, then it's a little tough. Yeah.
Break point here for Navarro to get the 3-1 in the first set. A traded break so far early on in this one between Navarro does have the edge head-to-head 1-love against Krejcikova, who can do so much with the ball herself. Here's the first serve by Krejcikova down the tee, a good one. Stretch return, keeping the ball in play, but then the forehand finish inside in from Krejcikova to fend off the break point.
Krejcikova did a great job there by hitting that ball right down the tee. She gets a nice slice, just enough to get Navarro to hit a short ball, and she just takes that forehand and just rips it cross court for a winner.
Ranking of number 62 in the world, has been well inside the top 10, top 5. Krejcikova has been undone by injuries. Here's a backhand by Krejcikova, and then there's the angle from Navarro, this time forcing an error from Krejcikova on the forehand.
Yeah, Navarro did a great job there getting on the outside of that forehand, just pulling it just enough to get Krejcikova to go on the outside. That's what she needs to do.
Back injury for Krejcikova this year. That's been the main issue. Then she had a thigh injury just a couple weeks ago. So if you're wondering why her form has dipped, that's the big contributor. Stop-start, as we know, for a tennis player, never a good thing. So she's trying to refine that rhythm. But a very good win straight away in New York, where she beat the winner in Montreal, Victoria Mboko. That's a forehand going into the net, however, from Krejcikova off the back of an excellent return from Navarro, who does get the break back. 3-1 now.
Yeah, Navarro did a great job. Krejcikova's serve was not as strong down that tee. Navarro did a great job of just stepping in just a little bit and catching that ball on the rise and hitting a great return there.
Prim, also, we had Carlos Alcaraz on the court, and the theme of injuries has been a theme today with the unfortunate retirement of Ben Shelton.
Right.
Bit of a knee issue for Carlos, and now he did say after the match he feels like it's nothing serious. He felt okay, and apart from that, again, he looked so good.
Yeah, he really did. It's tough. It's a 365-day sport. For the longest time, it was a year-round sport, but there was obviously much less tournaments, much less demands. And the athletes are playing, they're just so much more powerful and stronger. And so the level and intensity of play is so much more significant. And so the time of preparation, you think about what he did with regards to the hardcourt swing, immediately coming here, doing some mixed doubles, and then you're gearing up immediately for some of this stuff.
It's really a lot. You know, and also one name that comes to mind, Jack Draper, right? He was dealing with the left arm injury and a bone bruise in his humerus, and he ended up withdrawing. I was shocked about that. But, you know, what was it? He was off for 6 weeks, I think it was, just about. But it made me think that, you know, it could be a blessing in disguise for some of these players if they have an injury that keeps them out long enough. So they come in, like mentally, he kind of looked fresh. Obviously, there's something going on with his arm still, but so it's difficult.
I mean, maybe getting towards the Sinner, Alcaraz final. Of course, that's what all the chatter is about, but there will be tough tennis for Alcaraz. Put you on the spot, Prem, and ask you, by the time this tournament does come to an end, whether it's a couple of days for Carlos or a week later,
will his hair grow back?
How many inches is his hair going to grow?
Is that really what you were going to ask me?
I really was going to ask you.
Well, he's got a good head of lettuce, so I think that it looks like it's going to grow back pretty fast.
Well, I was looking at it yesterday, and I was thinking it's already darker, so it's getting there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's darker than it was the first time when we saw it.
I mean, listen, if he's going to take Naomi Osaka's advice, she suggested that he diet platinum blonde.
Oh.
No, you're not feeling that?
No, I'm not feeling that one, Naomi.
Each to their own, but
stick with the Labubu's, Naomi.
He could, if he keeps on winning, if he beats Artur Rinderknecht in the next round, could face Lehechka or Mannarino. And I have to point out, Lehechka has played him tough. He's beaten them already, and also they played a 3-setter on the grass at Queens. So that would not be, I think, straightforward. Not saying any match will be, because we know in tennis anything can happen, but that matchup could be particularly enticing. If he does get the Sinner, well, they keep on meeting, right? Because I think they met each other during lunch or dinner at some points. They get along quite well. Although he said that was coincidence. They didn't plan to go together. They just happened to be at the same restaurant. Good taste.
Yeah.
Here's the chance for Krejcikova to get the break back once again. It has been an exchange of breaks so far. Navarro with that forehand down the line. There's the angled backhand cross from Krejcikova inside the baseline. She had a chance to finish with a forehand, but netted the forehand. Chance missed there for Krejcikova.
Yeah, Krejcikova is so interesting because it looks like she's just not really trying, but her strokes are so smooth. She just netted that one in the net, though. When she is on, you can barely see her racket move.
Yeah. That's a very good point. The way she plays and her technique and the smoothness. Krejcikova won those 2 Grand Slam titles, Wimbledon and the French Open. Wimbledon against Jasmine Paolini. That was a nail-biter. Pavlyuchenkova in that French Open final. So many of the players from Czechia having success. Have to mention also, speaking of Paolini, she was beaten by Marketa Vondrousova, Wimbledon champion, earlier in the day. One of those results. Here's a serve to the backhand of Krejcikova. Backhand cross-court on the line. Great stuff on the return. And we're back to deuce.
Yeah, great shot there by Krejcikova. Really stepping in, catching that ball just where she needed. Keeps her eye on the ball. Beautiful backhand return.
She was forced into the tram lines, Navarro. No real chance because of the way that ball came, not only with the angle, but also with the pace. Meanwhile, Hahn has a point to go up 3-1 in the second set against Ann Lee. As Krejcikova misfires on the forehand long. Another point to get the 4-1 for Navarro.
Navarro's got to keep this pressure on her. She has that break. You don't want to give it up.
Was due to play in the mixed doubles at the U.S. Open, but opted to play in Monterrey instead, getting more reps in the singles. Didn't work out well for her. She lost very early there. Here's the backhand drilled by Krejcikova down the line. Net cord, sits up for Krejcikova with a forehand, gives Navarro a chance. She's chasing here, Navarro, but Krejcikova puts it away. A backhand volley up at the net.
Yeah, Krejcikova did a great job there. Beautiful volleys there. I wanted to go back to Navarro. It might not have worked then, but it might help later. So she played those matches to get more matches. It was to play here to play well, so it could work out for her here.
Yeah, clear-minded also as to what she felt needed doing coming to the U.S. Open, so opted to bypass the mixed doubles. She actually had lost 3 in a row coming into New York, so she's ended that losing streak, off to the better start here. Backhand on the defensive, so strong in the legs. Navarro inside in with a forehand, a bit of more loop, and then more angle in the next one. She's way outside the tram line. That's been a feature so far, and Krejcikova thus nets her forehand.
Yeah, great job there by Navarro, getting on the outside of the ball, really taking Krejcikova offside of the court. That's a very difficult shot to hit on the forehand. To get that much angle, you really have to get to the outside of the ball.
Yeah, both these players mentioned the angle and the wizardry of Krejcikova, similar for Navarro. It's one of the reasons why she's had all this success. Here's the backhand driven by Krejcikova. Forehand inside in. There we go again. That was an angle beauty from Krejcikova to get back to deuce.
It's funny because they're mimicking each other's shots. One hits it and the other tries it the next time. But both times this has worked. Krejcikova really gets the spin on the outside of the ball, pulling it well wide. Beautiful forehand cross court.
And a bit of frustration from Navarro there because she felt like she gave that chance to Krejcikova by centering the ball, and she was all over it. Krejcikova, second serve. This has the makings of a long one. Early going, they played nearly half an hour, just 4 games done. That's a double fault off the top of the table long.
Yeah, that was really a lot of deceleration there by Navarro. Didn't even go up at all on that serve.
Fans getting behind Navarro. Slightly chattering to herself, hoping for a first serve on a second break point. As Krejcikova into position. That first serve is kicked to the backhand. So they'll play it again. Still 2-1 in that second set between Hahn and Lee. It's a long fourth game. Hahn yet unable to get to 3-1. Still might do. Here's the first serve from Navarro. Netted. Krejcikova, no change yet in terms of her return stance. Will she move in a little bit? Ever so slightly. Second serve, pardon me, down the tee. Not a bad one. Here's Krejcikova going deep with the backhand.
That was definitely not a bad second serve. Actually, that was a great second serve. That ball went right in the middle of right to the tee. Well done there. That should give her a little bit more confidence. Try to get some of these first serves in.
Those last 3 losses for Navarro against players lower ranked, big serving Alicia Parks, Ella Seidel, and Diana Yastremska. That was in Canada. Forehand inside out from Navarro to the backhand from Krejcikova, middle, and then the forehand inside in from Krejcikova. Forehand then goes down the line. It's wide from Krejcikova.
Yeah, Navarro did a great job there. It was interesting because she seemed to me she's backing up when she was hitting those shots. And I was just about to ask you guys, have you noticed, especially this year, I just see a lot of players like swinging way above their head, but then they're moving backwards.
Are they trying to get more of the spin?
I'm trying to figure it out.
Or are they trying to use their, sometimes coaches will try to use their body as a way, almost like a whip, to
well,
kind
it's
of get the
interesting
torque.
because if you're trying to use your body as a whip, but the racket is literally going over their head. And so the arm is coming behind. It's like sweeping your face, but going the other way. Watch it. And she's not the only player. I noticed it on Coco. I've noticed on her. I've noticed on some other players. And men, too.
Well, we all know that, there's always, like, particular trends.
Yeah.
Sometimes, so maybe that might be a
But
trend.
that's what I'm worried about. But I could see it as being shoulder problems.
I was
later on.
just thinking the same thing. That seems bad for the shoulder.
No worrying at the moment for Emma Navarro. She is held for 4-1. And, of course, we're going to focus, keep our eyes on that one. So do stay with us on U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
Althea Gibson is a part of us. She didn't just change the game, she made the game possible.
When she broke the color line at this event, it wasn't because she asked to be in. It wasn't because her mentor, Dr. Johnson, asked to be in. It was because an ally, Alice Marble, wrote a letter to the U.S. LTA at the time and basically shamed them, saying, you're supposed to be a gentleman's sport about sportsmanship. Why aren't you letting the best black player in the world come and play our sport? So I say that to say, when you want to make change for anything, a lot of times the oppressed person cannot be the one to make the change. The oppressor has to change and say, okay, we'll give you a shot. And so that's what happened 75 years ago. And Althea was allowed. And, you know, I mean, if she could see what tennis looks like today, wow, you know.
We carry her with us every time we step on the court. And we play not just for ourselves, but for everyone who comes next. Thank you, Althea, for 75 years of change.
Get ready for the next to go down in history. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Yes, thank you indeed, Althea. In fact, Frances Tiafoe, another of the players who was talking about that, just how much she gave to tennis and players over the years. Tiafoe, who was beaten earlier in the day. Another player who was beaten earlier in the day was Emma Raducanu. In a match, I think that we were building up a lot because I think many of us, Prim, thought that matchup, Rybakina and Raducanu, a battle of Grand Slam winners, was going to be a title one. Instead, I know you watched a lot of it. Rybakina was on fire.
She really was. My picks over the last 3 days have not been successful because that was one of the ones that I chose today because I was courtside for Raducanu's last match, and understandably it was a qualifier, Janice Chen, so perhaps the level of play very different versus Elena Rybakina, who's a top 10 kind of player, but Rybakina was just striking the ball so insanely well. And I think she was not only just so powerful dictating from the baseline, but her placement was in her ability to change direction so quickly. And the placement, the balls were landing probably within, I would say, maybe like a foot within the baseline and within a foot or so on the sidelines. It was really, and Raducanu just really didn't stand a chance. But one question that I wanted to pose to the both of you is, I've seen it happen a few times, and I can't really figure out what I'm looking at. So Raducanu comes out on fire, confident. The first couple of matches, Janice Chen, obviously a qualifier, but just striking the ball so well and so clean, serving well too. And I also saw it with Krejcikova when she was playing against Vicky Mboko. Now, we all know that Mboko wasn't playing the best, but then the person that they're playing next, right? Krejcikova is going up against Navarro, top 10 seed, and then we also have Raducanu going up against Elena Rybakina, another top 10 seed. Vina, do you think there's just like a mind shift, a drop in confidence, Zina? Like, what happens from match to match?
Well, a lot of times people don't realize, so you play a good match, and then the next day, there's a lot of stuff that happens, off-court stuff. Sometimes the least little thing can kind of throw you off. Or somebody could say something to you, you got to play with Rybakina. You did so well. You can do this. And so all those things started chipping away at your confidence. That's why it's really important that you put yourself in a bubble after you win in those matches, and you just don't start looking ahead, because people have a tendency to just see the match that you just played, how great you play, and then they start projecting stuff on you. The great champions, they're just focused.
5-1 now.
They make their bubble very small.
Sorry, is he 5-1 now in this first set? I think that's a good point. I think something just to add quickly was maybe going in, Raducanu felt like she had a good chance. And with a flying start made by Rybakina, it jarred her a little bit. And she did say after the match, she felt like, and great point you made, Prim, that the balls from Rybakina were just so hard and so deep. She had no time to react, no time to really set herself. But, she had played Aryna Sabalenka so tough twice in the last several weeks. And again, going back to the point of, if she felt like she had a chance to win this match, and then 3-4 games in, it's one-way traffic, I think that could doubly
That
affect the
goes
player.
away. Yeah, you're right. And it can go by so quickly, and especially, Prim, to your question, when you're in these Grand Slam matches and everything, this is a lot of atmosphere, a lot of things going on, and the least little thing can shake you. Somebody could have a color on that you don't like. I mean, your focus starts going somewhere else, and then you start thinking, literally start thinking about, I got to make it to an hour. I don't want to get rolled. You know somebody's hitting. All those things are going through your mind, and it's sometimes hard to click back on. A 1 and 2. When I saw that score, it was 1 and 2, right?
Yeah, I think it was maybe 1 and 2, an hour and 2 minutes.
That would have, and the way Rybakina hits the ball, that would make you very embarrassed very quickly.
Yeah,
it was 23 winners for Rybakina, only 18 unforced.
Yeah. There wasn't much that Raducanu could do this morning.
Meanwhile, Navarro is trying to close out the first set, 5-1, 15 all. And Burrow did a lengthy rally, cross to cross. Here's a slice, drop shot from Krejcikova. Into the net it goes, 30-15.
Yeah, Navarro did a great job just kind of settling in. You could also tell she was very comfortable with staying back there and just hitting her ground stroke and trying to pull in a error, which she did. And that's the kind of mode. Someone that hasn't been playing well in a while and they went to go play a match to get some more matches, these are kind of things that your coach would be looking for, that she's starting to get into her rhythm.
And for a player like Navarro, the rhythm is so important because she's at the back of the court just hitting those ground strokes. However,
the double fault comes in.
Yeah, double fault. Happens to everybody.
Yeah, but it's very tough to close it out. But, hey, she's up 5-1, 30 all.
Wants to put that behind her. 39 minutes in, the pace has sped up, and that in favor of Navarro. Here's the serve out to the corner forehand of Krejcikova. Then going loopy with a forehand down the line. It was a difficult chance, highest part of the net. She missed it long, Navarro.
Now, Navarro, that definitely wasn't a situation there, knowing that she hasn't played that well, you got to learn how to close matches out again. And right there, you can tell, just didn't quite get over there with much confidence and just kind of slung a racket out there, and the error came.
Point to get one of the breaks back for Barbora Krejcikova. Second serve once again to hit for Emma Navarro. Side to side rocking. She awaits this return. Here's the return down the line. Very good from Krejcikova. Chance on the next back and comes in behind it. Forehand volley is a scissor knife through it to indeed get one of the breaks back, and it is 5-2.
Now that was a Grand Slam champion move there, closing it out. Knew that she needed to keep the pressure on and move forward, hit a very beautiful forehand volley cross court.
And speaking of closing it out, Prim, thank you very much for your time. We know you have to
Thank
go
you for
enjoy
having
your
me.
wonderful evening.
Thank you so much. I hope the both of you do such a fantastic job. I'll have my headset on, even through when I'm sleeping tonight. When I fall asleep, I'm just gonna fall asleep to U.S. Open Radio in my ears.
We know that's we know that's not true. We know what is
You're
true.
right. I put my earplugs in when I sleep in a hotel. To be honest.
What is true is that Prim is probably going to go get that honeydews now.
Yeah.
True.
But she's been messing over us lately. We ain't talking nothing about the drinks
That's
at
true.
all.
That's true. Last year was a theme
Slacking.
throughout.
Slacking.
You're missing it. But Prim, thank you so much.
Thanks for
and
having me,
as
guys.
Prim departs, Gil Gross will come in and we'll chat about the upcoming night session. Stay with us on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. the night session and keep everybody abreast of what is happening. You said on and Lee, they both have very nice styles of tennis, and Navarro and Krejcikova ongoing. But indeed, Gil Gross has come in. Gil, welcome. How are you?
Ravi, Auntie Z, great to be here again with my 6:30 coffee that I drink every day and our chat together to preview the night session.
I thought you meant 6:30 a.m.
No, this is PM, Zena. We've got a long night ahead. Well, at least I do.
You had one last night, didn't you?
You need it. You need it. If you're going to do a U.S. Open night session, you got to shift around your coffee schedule.
That you have to do. We're going to talk about the night session, but first of all, just this in from Ben Shelton, who has done his press conference, and he was asked about the injury. He was asked, when exactly did you hurt it? Did you come in with an issue? And he said, I can't pinpoint it. Didn't go in with an injury. I'm not sure. So that's what he has said, and he's still trying to get all the information in terms of the extent of the injury as Han misses the forehand into the net and drops her racket. That's the match you're hearing in the background, Han and Lee. So, Gil, Ben comes in, he wins that Masters Shield in Canada, and then we never know when an injury is going to arise, and it happened today.
Yeah, it's super, super disappointing because Ben had been having such a phenomenal summer. But that's interesting to hear that he couldn't pinpoint it because, of course, on the broadcast, it was not long after his converted set point, which will go down. This is no consolation prize for Ben Shelton. Will go down as one of the best points of the tournament, where Shelton took a dive to defend on his forehand side, got it deep in the court, and won the point somehow. There was, some room for speculation that it might have happened there, but I think had it happened there, Ben would have known.
Yeah, I think he wasn't quite sure, but it was quite apparent after when it did hit him that he was struggling, hitting those forehands. He couldn't hit the forehand.
No, he couldn't. He had to modify his follow-through. So I thought potentially in the fifth set, maybe he could have served and volleyed every point and tried to chip returns and come in. But when we're talking about such extreme measures tactically, I think it was Brian who was really encouraging Ben to call it quits because you're concerned about structural damage. And somebody made a good point on social media that resonated with me. You think about Arthur Fils at Roland Garros this year, right? He was injured. He fought through it. It was epic. It was heroic. But it did not do him good, probably, to fight through that match because he hasn't been healthy the rest of the year.
Yeah, couldn't play the U.S. Open, had to withdraw, so it's still lingering. It's a rowdy atmosphere as Lee is taking on Han. She's just held for 3-2, and meanwhile there is a set point number 3 for Emma Navarro against Barbora Krejcikova. Ben Shelton has faced Novak Djokovic at the U.S. Open in the past. It was a match that was won by